I hoped that one day I would be accepted by them and stand by their side. I hoped and hoped again. Duke Logan Silkisia, the head of House Silkisia, said, "Well, Psyche, I'm sure you know what you did was wrong. I won't waste my breath. Considering the relationship we've had, I'm going easy on you. So be grateful." Lillian, the real daughter of Duke Silkisia, was shocked. "Poison. Father, this is too much. Please have mercy on her." "Please," Izar Silkisia, the oldest son of Duke Logan, replied. "What are you talking about? You could have died." Lennox Silkisia, the youngest son of Duke Logan, added, "He's right. She deserves to die." For 10 years, as a substitute, a fake daughter, I lived in their shadows. Although I was only a stand-in for their missing daughter and branded as the fake, I was grateful they took me in. I tried my best to help the family every single day, thinking that was the way to earn their acceptance. Psyche Silkisia, the stepdaughter of Duke Logan, pleaded, "I didn't do it. I swear to God that I had no idea. Please ask the maids." You don't know when to stop." Please remember to like and subscribe if you enjoyed the video, as it really helps our channel grow. Thanks. Lennox shouted. "The investigation is already over, you idiot. Do you think we're just dumping this?" "Stop," Izar Silkisia explained calmly. "As you said, this matter is already settled. There's no need to waste your energy. This was found in your room. Your personal maid testified. As soon as someone puts this on, a poisonous needle comes out of it." "But you were going to give this to Lillian, right?" Psyche, shocked, stammered. "What is that? I've never seen it before. On top of that, Melissa is not my personal maid. She is Lillian's," Lillian gasped, her voice trembling. "Oh my gosh! I thought we could be good sisters," Psyche's thoughts raced. "Oh, there was never a place for me here. Why am I just realizing this now? I regret every moment I let all of you push me around. If I get another chance at life, I'm not going to live that way. Where am I?" She turned to see Melissa, her voice distant yet familiar. "Melissa, what are you doing right now?" Melissa replied casually. "Can't you tell? I'm cleaning." "Wasn't this place sealed off by magicians a long time ago? Am I dreaming? Or hallucinating?" Psyche wondered. Melissa frowned. "You're so messy. Do you ever clean your room?" Psyche's thoughts snapped back to Izar's earlier words. "Your personal maid testified." How annoying. "So this is real and not a dream?" Melissa suddenly shrieked. "Have you lost your mind? What in the world are you doing?" Psyche, startled, responded quickly. "I was trying to help you clean. I'm sorry. I saw a bug and panicked." Melissa stared at her in disbelief. "Wait, so this really isn't a dream?" In House Silkisia, there were 3 successors. The eldest son, Izar, was a genius in swordsmanship and served as the vice-captain of the Imperial Guard, Akasha. The second son, Lennox, showed promise for his age but had yet to reach his older brother's level due to his youth. And then there was Psyche, the eldest daughter, a useless daughter whose only value lay in her resemblance to the long-lost Lillian Silkisia. Psyche was the incompetent substitute who filled the void left by Lillian's disappearance. Psyche murmured to herself, "I was afraid of being abandoned, so I did everything to help the family. But when my abilities surpassed those of Izar and Lennox, the real members of House Silkisia, I had to hide that fact. You must remember that you can't outshine my sons. And so, I became their stepping stone. To be helpful, I volunteered to be my older brother's swordsmanship training partner, arranged documents, and collected data for my younger brother, who lacked the knowledge to do such things himself. I thought they would finally acknowledge my efforts, but what they gave back in return was death." Her thoughts darkened. "How foolish of me. Well, it doesn't matter. There was a legend passed down since the founding of the Empire. A person who wasn't able to fulfill their destiny receives a blessing from Vicente, the god of destiny, and gets another chance at life. Is that what happened to me? Why would God bless a fake like me? I wonder why I was brought back to today of all days." Melissa's sudden voice snapped Psyche out of her reverie. "My lady! Have you heard? Lady Lillian has returned!" The announcement sent shockwaves through the house. "Lillian! What? My dear sister! Oh, I can't even imagine how much you've been through. Is she the real Lady Lillian? She was gone for so long. Oh, the heavens must have heard our prayers and brought you back to us. Psyche remained silent, her mind swirling with disbelief and bitterness. So, this is how it all begins again. No. Annam, this is Vicente's blessing, the temple representative declared firmly. The Duke left the hair and blood of his missing daughter at the temple just in case. If someone presumed to be her were to appear. Using that, we performed a test, and she was a perfect match. We are positive that she is the real Lillian Silkisia. We give our word as the temple. Melissa rushed forward, her eyes alight with emotion. My lady! Do you remember me? It's me, Melissa. Lillian nodded slightly, glancing around. Melissa, where's Lady Psyche? Melissa hesitated, pointing across the room. She's over there. What are you going to do to her? Psyche stepped forward, her expression calm yet distant. I'm glad you're here, Lillian. Welcome back. Though it may be uncomfortable, please give me a few days to move out of your room. I think it'll be best for you to use that time to think about how you'd like to decorate it. House Silkisia narrowed his eyes. What are you up to this time? Psyche's voice was steady. What do you mean? If you think acting this way is going to make us feel sorry for you, I don't care what you think. Psyche interrupted, cutting him off. Turning to Lillian, she continued. If Father or Azar were here, they would have assigned you a personal maid. Until they return. Melissa, you wait on Lillian for the time being. Lennox's voice rang out, sharp and demanding. Hey, what? Where do you think you're going? Stop right there. Psyche ignored him, her inner thoughts heavy. Nothing has changed at all. Azar entered, his expression unreadable. So, what Lennox told me was true. I guess you have matured. Psyche gave him a faint smile, her voice tinged with bitterness. If he were my real older brother, he would have asked if I was heartbroken, instead of saying something mean. I'm just returning the room to its original owner. Azar's tone softened, but only slightly. You can use one of the rooms on the second floor. I'll let Father know. Psyche nodded. Yes, I'll do that. All right then. I'll be going now. As she walked away, she muttered to herself, they're giving me one of the guest rooms on the second floor. Honestly, I don't care where I stay. I must leave this house as soon as possible. Psyche's head throbbed painfully, and she sighed, her thoughts clouded with frustration. I have another headache. Well, at least I sent Melissa to Lillian. Melissa, always dutiful, appeared with a cup in hand. This is from Lord Azar. Be grateful and drink it. Psyche grimaced as she took the cup. Azar always sent me a cup of tea every morning through Melissa. He said it would help with my headache, so I drank it despite its horrible taste, but it only made my headache worse. Meanwhile, Lillian was engaged in conversation, oblivious to Psyche's discomfort. Yes, I've heard about them. I heard that nomads in the West light a bonfire every night and fall asleep reciting poetry. Is that true? Psyche blinked, reflecting on her own memories. It's different for each tribe, but it was like that where I was. If it wasn't for Duke Nix, I would have lived as a maid in the guild the whole time. She thought to herself, I wonder why I never noticed it in my previous life. Lillian is deliberately trying to appear happy. Psyche stood up, feeling the weight of her insecurities closing in. Oh, I better hurry. Since I don't have a maid to help me get ready, I guess this is the best I can do. I always felt so insecure about being the Duke's fake daughter, so I would dress too flashy. To be honest, this suits my taste better anyway. Alright, let's go, and see him. In a grand chamber, Berndale Lester, the head of House Lester, greeted her with a cold but respectful tone. Lord Azar, if you do this, you're going to make things difficult for me as well. I cannot go against His Majesty's will. Akasha knows how dangerous the monsters in the north are. However, for us to gain His Majesty's approval, you or the commander can persuade him. We don't have the authority to do that. Psyche took it all in, her thoughts drifting. It's been a long time, Lady Psyche. What brings you here? Berndale Lester, the master of the unquenchable purple flame, was a formidable presence. Psyche recalled his purple flames. Come to think of it, I remember seeing purple flames at the moment of my death. Or was I imagining things? She quickly dismissed the thought. He's my biggest obstacle in my plans to leave this house, because he's my fiancé. Berndia's voice broke through her contemplation. You must be having a hard time due to the monsters in the north. That is something you shouldn't have to worry about, my lady. I can help you solve that problem. He spoke of the monstrous threat with quiet resolve. About a year ago, high-level monsters that were only seen in dungeons began to appear in the Leicester Duchy. The Duke mobilized his private soldiers to deal with them, but soldiers were being killed faster than the monsters. After his soldiers died, he recruited citizens, but when this horrible cycle continued, he asked the Emperor to dispatch the Imperial Guard. Psyche listened carefully as Berndia continued. The Emperor sought to bind Duke Leicester, who was part of the Crown Prince's faction, by arranging an engagement to House Silkisia, a key member in his faction. Even though it was a forced engagement, I discovered his surprisingly kind side and fell in love with him. However, he was being kind out of formality, and never went beyond that line. Psyche's thoughts darkened. After I noticed he was keeping his distance from me, I was afraid he might break off our engagement, and I would be kicked out of the house, so I tried to get his attention using various methods, but it only pushed him further away from me. Berndia Leicester's expression was cool, his tone unwavering. If you are here to ask me to accompany you somewhere, just stop right there. I'm sorry, but I'm a bit tired, so I'll be going first. He narrowed his eyes slightly. I don't know how you know that, but you must have made a deal with a fairly competent information source. Psyche, unperturbed, took a deep breath. I can tell you the weaknesses of those monsters. You can use that to get rid of them without receiving much damage. In return, she hesitated but kept her resolve. I'd like you to promise me one thing. Berndia regarded her warily. And what is that? Are you asking me to maintain our engagement in exchange for this information? No. Her response was firm. I want to call off our engagement. Berndia's composed facade faltered slightly. Do you mean that? Yes, Psyche replied, reaching for the ring on her finger. To be more precise, I'd like to take this off. Berndia frowned, his gaze fixed on the heirloom ring. That's... You know I can't take it off without consequence. These rings are artifacts of House Leicester. They share the wearer's location and emotions. Unfortunately, they require divine permission to deactivate. Psyche's voice softened, though her determination didn't waver. Emotion sharing doesn't happen unless the emotion is very intense, but the location tracking is a problem. It could be used against me. Berndia crossed his arms. And yet you're not taking it off now, she nodded. I know. If I take it off now, His Majesty would not be happy with you. But once the monsters are gone, you won't need to tread carefully around the Emperor anymore. He studied her carefully. What do you gain by doing this? Both parties need to benefit from a deal. Your proposal doesn't make much sense to me. Psyche locked eyes with him. Taking this ring off is a benefit to me. Berndia's brow furrowed. I don't quite understand. It doesn't matter if you can't understand. If it makes you nervous, I'm willing to sign a contract. Post-negotiation reflections. After Psyche left, Berndia mulled over the conversation with his trusted aide, Icide. It seems like the conversation didn't go well, Icide remarked. Berndia's voice was low. What would Lady Psyche gain by breaking off her engagement with me? He paused, his mind racing. She has nothing to gain. House Silkisia supports the Emperor, so they wouldn't benefit from it either. And for Lady Psyche, being engaged to me offers more advantages than not. Icide nodded. Exactly, Your Grace. It would have made more sense for her to ask to maintain the engagement, even after the monsters are gone. Berndia leaned back, recalling the moment Psyche looked relieved when he agreed to draft the breakup contract. She looked so relieved. He clenched his fist. No. This matter involves the duchy. I have to tread carefully. Icide, he finally said, his voice firm. Yes, Your Grace. Have the crow follow Lady Psyche. The monsters in the north are susceptible to the cold, Psyche thought, recalling details she had studied. But generally, fire, the opposite attribute, is used to attack them. Strange, though. She frowned, piecing together the anomaly. Some monsters grow stronger with warmth. Could it be that someone transferred them from the south? Her thoughts turned toward their resilience. If the only thing that can pierce their skin is a magic sword. She strained to recall a specific resource. What was the name of that stone with similar properties? Her thoughts were abruptly interrupted by a splash of cold water. Encounter with servants. A startled cry broke the silence. "Oh my gosh, Lady Psyche!" Marie, a maid, gasped as the water she had carelessly thrown hit Psyche squarely. "Oh no! I'm sorry! I had no idea you were there," another servant scoffed. "Marie, you should have looked before you tossed the water. But really, what's she doing here? Nobles don't pass through such shabby areas. Am I going to get in trouble for this?" Marie whispered, nervous. "Trouble? Don't worry." The scoffing servant smirked. "She's a fake who'll be kicked out soon anyway. If I were her, I'd be too embarrassed to show my face." "She's quite shameless." Psyche's lips quirked up in a faint smile. "That's true," she muttered under her breath, though her heart clenched. She straightened, forcing composure as she walked away. Her thoughts spun. This is a curse. No one must know about it. I can't let anyone find out. Suppressing the curse. The bullying from the servants continued for days, but Psyche managed to keep her ability in check. "My hair didn't freeze again," she noted with relief. "It's because I've been focusing all my energy on suppressing it." Even as they splashed her with water and hurled insults, she found herself surprisingly elated. "It's the Moonstone," she realized with a sudden clarity. "That's the name I was struggling to remember." Psyche's mind raced as she connected the dots. Moonstone is an ore with no commercial value, created when a low-quality magic stone absorbs the light of the full moon. Coating weapons with moonstone powder could pierce the monster's skin. She tapped her fingers thoughtfully. And House Lester owns numerous magic stone mines. Her focus shifted to the greater threat, but Assam, the monster that heals itself, is still a problem. It must have a weakness. Lillian's request. Her thoughts were interrupted by a knock at the door. "Yes, who is it?" Psyche called out. Lillian stepped in, her expression hesitant. "I have a favor to ask." "May I come in?" Psyche tilted her head. "A favor?" Lillian hesitated, fidgeting. "I'm getting coached by great teachers, but they said it would be helpful to learn from the person actually handling the duties. Pretty soon, I'll have to take over, and I don't want to make mistakes." House Silkisia entered the room behind Lillian, his presence commanding. "You've been acting on her behalf until now, haven't you? Tell her what she needs to know." Psyche's heart sank. What is there to tell? She thought bitterly. This family has mistreated me so much. I haven't done anything of value in their eyes. And I'd been little more than a laughingstock in high society. I stayed home, reading and practicing swordsmanship. Izar scoffed, his voice dripping with disdain. "Ha, of course. This is a waste of time. She doesn't know how to do anything." He turned on his heel. "Let's go, Lillian." Psyche's internal monologue. "Although I haven't done much as the daughter of this house," Psyche mused bitterly, "you've been able to maintain the illusion of being a competent lord thanks to me. But you're too blind to realize that." Her gaze shifted back to Lillian, forcing calmness into her expression. "I hope they leave soon." "Wait. I still have something I want to ask her." "Lady Psyche?" Lillian interrupted Psyche's thoughts, her tone hesitant. "What kind of person is Duke Lester? People are saying I'll be engaged to him soon." Lillian's voice dropped to a murmur. "According to the rumors, he's intimidating but extraordinary. Is that true?" "Yes," Psyche replied curtly, unsure of Lillian's motive. Lillian hesitated before adding, "In my previous life, I heard Duke Lester rejected you." She gave a faint smile, almost sheepish. "Nobles get engaged without even meeting sometimes, don't they?" "Yes," Psyche said simply, her tone neutral. Lillian perked up. "Then I guess it can happen to me too, huh?" "Yes." Izar's interruption. House Silkisia, his voice sharp, cut through the exchange. "Hey! Put some more thought into your answers." His glare landed on Psyche. "My sister is asking you questions." Psyche's jaw tightened. He must know his presence makes me uneasy, yet he insists on lording over every moment. How irritating. Unperturbed by the tension, Lillian added, "Hey, could you call me when you see Duke Lester next?" I just want to meet him since I'll be his future fiancé. Psyche hesitated, her expression carefully blank. That's... The next time I see him will likely be to draft the contract breaking our engagement. Can I get back to you after I ask him first? I want to consider his feelings. Oh, you're right. Lillian conceded, nodding. Psyche's silent struggle. If you're done here, Psyche thought desperately, leave. I feel like my body is turning to ice. Her head throbbed, and the cold pain in her chest intensified. I can't stand this pain, Izar scoffed dismissively. Don't mind her. She's just looking for attention. Attention? Lillian echoed, looking uneasy. The servant's indifference. In the hallway, a maid gasped. Oh no! I forgot to bring her tea. Don't bother. Another servant replied. She gets like that all the time. She'll stop when she gets tired. Let's just leave. The invitation and Psyche's decision. Psyche stared at the teacup placed before her, alongside an ornate envelope. Tea and an invitation? Her headache pounded harder, but she ignored it, focusing on the document. It's an invitation to the second prince's coming-of-age banquet. In my previous life, I received a dress for this banquet but couldn't attend. The day before, someone tore the dress to shreds. Her mind reeled with memories. Izar wouldn't have ignored the Emperor's summons. And Lennox, he'd have challenged me openly instead of stooping to such petty schemes. Her lips curved into a wry smile. It was probably the work of a foolish servant trying to earn favor. This time, however, Psyche steeled her resolve. I'm not attending. It's a waste of time, and I have far more pressing matters to attend to. Izar's question. As Psyche prepared to retreat to her quarters, Izar's voice cut through the quiet. Where are you going, Psyche? He demanded. She paused, gripping the moonstone pendant hidden beneath her gown. To prepare, she thought, though she answered with cool detachment. Somewhere I won't waste my time. With that, she walked away, leaving Izar stunned and silent behind her. Psyche's internal monologue. Izar never cared about what I did, as long as it didn't tarnish the house's prestige. Psyche's thoughts darkened. So why is he suddenly interested now? Psyche and Izar's exchange. Izar's voice was unusually stern as he questioned her. Where are you going, Psyche? Psyche's response was calm but guarded. There's somewhere I need to go. We're getting outfits made for His Highness's banquet. Didn't the butler deliver the message to you? Izar frowned, his suspicion clear. No, I never got the message. Of course, Psyche mused bitterly. The butler probably muttered something half-heartedly outside my door, never even checking if I was inside. Izar's eyes narrowed. It looks like you're ready anyway, so let's just head out together. Lillian specifically asked for you to come. You should thank her. His voice turned falsely kind. You seemed unwell yesterday, so I thought it would be good for you to get some fresh air. Psyche clenched her fists. He wants me to play along with their charade, to make it look like this family embraces even their fake daughter. He's openly treating me like a tool. Her reply was measured but firm. Thank you for thinking of me, but I don't need a new dress. And I have urgent matters to attend to, so I can't accompany you. Izar's expression hardened, his disapproval palpable. His voice rose, commanding. Come to Madame Belle's boutique as soon as you're done. Psyche's gaze didn't waver. No, I won't go. No matter what happens or the cost, I won't do as you said. Encounter with Hilvia Aslant. Psyche walked briskly through the bustling market, her mind heavy with her own plans. But as she turned a corner, a familiar voice stopped her in her tracks. Oh my, look who we have here! Hilvia Aslant sneered, her fan snapping shut with a theatrical flourish. Is that you, Lady Psyche? Psyche recognized the daughter of Marquis Aslant instantly. Hilvia always considered me a thorn in her side, and she's no less venomous today. Hilvia's minions tittered behind her, their smiles sharp as blades. I saw other members of House Silkisia at Madame Belle's boutique, one said, feigning ignorance. Why aren't you with them? Another chimed in, mocking. You shouldn't say that to her. She might not have known. Hilvia tilted her head, her voice dripping with condescension. Are you ignoring us right now? Psyche kept her face impassive, refusing to give them the reaction they wanted. Hilvia's voice grew louder, ensuring everyone nearby could hear. Since she's so rude, that must be why Duke Lester wishes to break off his engagement with her, right? Psyche froze, her heart skipping a beat. Break off the engagement? Don't tell me they know about our private discussions. Feigning pity, Hilvia continued. Oh my, did you not know? How sad. There's a rumor in high society that Duke Lester will be engaged to someone new soon. Her words cut deeper than Psyche wanted to admit. So it's spreading already? Hilvia smirked, driving the knife further. Well, it was strange that he was engaged to you in the first place, knowing you're a fake. Psyche's resolve. Despite the sting of the words, Psyche's expression didn't falter. They can say what they want. Their opinions don't define me. She met Hilvia's gaze with quiet determination. It's a shame you're so concerned with my affairs, Lady Aslant. Perhaps it's time you found something more meaningful to occupy your days. Hilvia's smirk faltered, but Psyche didn't wait for a reply. She turned on her heel and strode away, her head held high. Let them talk. I have far more important battles to fight. Psyche's thoughts. Is this what she's talking about? Psyche mused bitterly. It's all over for you. Once Duke Lester and Lady Lillian get engaged, everything changes for me. The conversation with the ladies and Duke Lester. As Psyche walked away from the exchange with Hilvia, a voice caught her attention. Duke Lester. She nearly stumbled in surprise, but he quickly reached out to steady her. Excuse me, Lady Psyche, Duke Berndia Lester said. It looked like you were about to fall. I'm all right, thank you. Psyche replied curtly, brushing herself off. Duke Lester's voice held a curious edge as he added, What an interesting conversation you're having, ladies. Would you mind if I joined in as well? Hilvia, undeterred, continued her gossiping. Your Grace, think about the people in the north. The rumor is that you'll soon be engaged to Lady Lillian, her minion chimed in. Yes, high society is buzzing with this rumor. Psyche listened, her heart tightening as she heard the whispers of her impending downfall. If he gets engaged to Lillian, our engagement will naturally end. This is what they want, after all. It's rather good for me. But Duke Lester was quick to dispel the rumor. There's no way. My fiancée is you, not Lady Lillian, he declared, a protective tone in his voice. The murmur of the crowd rippled through the air, and the surprised gasps of the onlookers caught Psyche's attention. Is this how they all feel? Psyche's reply and Duke Lester's confusion. Psyche's heart raced, but she was determined to remain firm in her decision. Yes, she said simply, confirming her desire to end the engagement. Duke Lester stood there, clearly stunned. Her attitude has changed so suddenly. She used to chase after me despite my rejections. He frowned. Is this what it feels like when a cat that used to follow you around suddenly pouts and disappears? A subtle confusion lingered in his thoughts, but Psyche's decision was final. Psyche's continued resolve. So, you're really not going to get engaged to Lillian? Psyche asked, needing to hear it from him one last time. No, Duke Lester confirmed firmly. All right, Psyche said, her voice resolute. Then I will do my best to help you get rid of the monsters. Her words hung in the air, an unspoken promise of her own path, far from the world she once tried to fit into. No more pretending. I have my own way forward now. Psyche's reflection and the swordsmanship revelation. As Duke Lester asked her about her swordsmanship, Psyche's mind wandered back to her past. How long have I been practicing? She thought, her hands slightly trembling at the memory of the secret training sessions. It's been over 10 years, Psyche replied, her voice steady despite the emotions rising in her chest. Now that I've decided to leave this family, I'm not hiding my hands anymore. But after seeing others' reactions, I feel a bit strange. She noticed Duke Lester's shock, and it struck her deeply. He assumed my life was easy as the Duke's daughter, but these scars tell a different story. Her hands, rough and scarred from years of practice, were a symbol of the strength she'd forged in secret, even as her family admonished her against such endeavors. Duke Lester seemed caught off guard by her resilience. I've always been wary of her. She's different from the rumors that say she's dumb. He realized that Psyche's scars and her actions weren't those of someone who lived a sheltered life. Until now, I thought this engagement was just for show, for the sake of her house. But with the information she's given me about the monsters, I need to understand her better. Psyche and Lillian's clash. Just as the conversation seemed to settle, Lillian appeared, her surprise and annoyance palpable. Ha, how unpleasant! Lillian sneered. Having a tryst with the Duke was the urgent matter you needed to attend to? How could you? You said you'd take me with you the next time you saw him, Psyche, unfazed, replied coldly. I said I would talk to His Grace first. I never said I would take her with me. Lillian, maintaining her sweet facade, introduced herself to Duke Lester. How do you do, Your Grace? I'm Lillian. Nice to meet you. Psyche, though, couldn't help but think, Lillian isn't acting like that because she doesn't know proper etiquette. She's using her naive image to her advantage. Lillian's charm and grace were calculated. She knows how to manipulate others. Even to me, she seemed quite lovely. Psyche felt a pang of unease, knowing how effortlessly Lillian could win people over. The disruption and departure. Just as tensions grew, a voice cut through the atmosphere. Get the hell, please step aside, you're in the way. A man's voice, apologetic but firm, called out. I'm sorry, but His Grace is very busy today. Ha! Please excuse us, Lennox Silkisia consoled her. Don't cry, Lillian. He must have terrible taste in women. What does he even see in her? Izar thought Berndia Lester wasn't taking care of Psyche because he was in love with her. He was just acting like that to make others think his engagement to Psyche was enough to entangle him. He's being clever, but more importantly, Izar asked, did you run out of the house to beg for his love? If she can win his heart, it helps the house, so I let her chase him. But how immature of her to defy me like this. Has she forgotten her place? I'm disappointed in you, Psyche Silkisia. I forbid you from using the Silkisia name for a week. In the meantime, you will not be treated like a member of this house or have a servant. Do you have anything you want to say? Psyche replied. I would have been in trouble if he'd prohibited me from leaving my room, but if I just can't use their last name for a week, I'm rather glad. I'm sorry, Izar. Please forgive me, Izar said. I can tell that you are not taking this seriously. In the meantime, I also forbid you from using the training center. Psyche thought the training center was the only place in the manor where I felt at ease. Due to the house's wish, I was hiding my abilities, but it was the only thing they couldn't take away from me. But now he's banning me from entering the training center? Lennox Silkisia said. Oh, I don't have to see her face for a week. That makes me so happy, Psyche asked. But why? Izar Silkisia asked. What do you mean? It belongs to House Silkisia. Only those that have Silkisia as their last name can use it. The soldiers using the training center do not have the last name, but they belong to this house and contribute to the family, so they are qualified to use it, Psyche said. If that's the case, I believe I also deserve to have access to it, Lennox replied. Have you lost your mind? Logan Silkisia explained. Make her think she's nothing without us. We have to crush her self-esteem so that she clings to this house. For some reason, Father is strangely obsessed with Psyche. I guess I have no choice. Since threatening her is not working, I'll work with her a little. You're right. You have as much right as they do. Shall we compare you not to the soldiers, but rather the daughters of other houses then? Psyche thought, but they are all men. They'll eventually lead their houses. But you're a woman who will only play a supporting role. Since your fundamental roles are different, your rights are as well. What he's saying sounds good on the surface, but has no substance. I used to obsess over statements like that. I thought if I just did what they said, they would acknowledge me. No, that's not how I'm going to live my life. What I do with my life is my choice. It's not for you to decide, Psyche said. Do you know what you're saying right now? When Father is not here, my word is the word of House Silkisia. Are you going to defy me? Was I ever a member of House Silkisia? Isn't she the one from the rumors? The daughter of Duke Silkisia, Lennox shouted. Who cares? A fake is a fake. I'm sure you know how I've been treated inside and outside the manor. You knew, but you've been ignoring it. Hey! Have you really lost your mind? Lennox shouted. How dare you talk so rudely to Izar? If you don't sit down right now, you won't be able to leave the manor for a week. Let's finish the conversation back at the manor. No, I'd like to finish it here, Psyche said. I'll have a duel with any soldier of your choosing. I'll prove my qualifications to use the training center, not as the daughter of the Duke. But my blade, Isolate added. Didn't you say your ideal type of woman, Is someone you can spar with using swords? Berndia Lester said. Stop talking nonsense and call the carriage. I have. It'll be here soon. Anyway, if she's been practicing for over 10 years, she'd be able to spar with you, no? Are you saying she's a sword master? I'm just saying, you don't have to be so serious about it. It seems like she has changed her strategy. She must be trying to grab my attention this way. Or it could be that she doesn't love you anymore, Berndia Lester added. She used to be all over me. Is it possible to fall out of love overnight? Icide replied. It's possible for people to fall in love at first sight. Well, it does seem like a stretch to say she's simply doing this to get my attention. According to Crow's report, it seems like the range of her activities has changed quite a bit lately, Icide explained. Most of them are related to finding, Your Grace. There are people here, so don't cause a scene. Is the carriage almost here? It'll be here soon. Oh, there it is. Your Grace. Here's your medicine. You know. Lady Lillian. Is it possible that she has that ability? Isn't it a blessing passed down from generation to generation through the lineage of House Silkisia? Their side wanted to get engaged and such, so I thought, maybe, Berndia Lester said. If she did, they wouldn't have stayed quiet about it. They would have used that to put a new leash on me. Even if she did have it, I'd decline. I'd rather take the medicine for the rest of my life than have House Silkisia put a leash around my neck. I should get more medicine. Miss Leah will be out of the office for a while, so you won't be able to see her anytime soon. Then give me the earliest appointment possible. Oh, the appointment your fiancé made to discuss the Lester Duchy is the earliest. Wait, who made an appointment? She's not supposed to give out info on other clients, she replied. I'm sorry. I made a mistake. Please forget what you just heard. She's meeting not a fire magician, but an ice magician to discuss the monsters in the north. Everyone knows that using ice against the monsters in the north is forbidden. In most cases, they are immune to the cold, or their ice attributes allow them to absorb ice, which makes them bigger and more ferocious. I need to see Lady Psyche. Can you tell me when I have a free day in my schedule? Psyche thought. All right, I'm ready. How long has it been since I sparred with someone instead of practicing alone? The last match was about a year ago when Azar called me to try out a new sword technique. Beating him was easier than I thought, so I tried desperately not to win. But it seemed like he caught on because my acting was so bad. After that, he never wanted to spar with me again, saying he couldn't possibly raise his sword against his fragile younger sister. When did Melissa put the tea there? Throwing it out every day is such a hassle. Lord Azar sent this tea, so be grateful and drink it, came the reply. There was conversation among the men. I understand that she's young, but still, she's so reckless. Judging from the atmosphere, it looked like Lennox twisted my words and spread a rumor. Psyche thought, Azar actually wanted to forget the whole thing, but that's not possible anymore. I guess it's good that things turned out this way. Everyone seems to know why we've gathered here. One man spoke up. Psyche wants to spar with one of you. What if Lady Psyche gets hurt? Another asked. She's being punished right now, so she's not a member of House Silkisia for the time being. Also, she asked for this, so even if she gets hurt, there won't be any consequences. Is there anyone who'd like to volunteer? She's not a member of House Silkisia right now, someone questioned. Then what should we do? Does that mean I don't have to hold back? Sir Aiden entered. I look forward to sparring with you, Psyche thought. I remember him. He's a noble. I look forward to it as well. It doesn't matter who my opponent is. I just need to show them what I can do. Today marks the third day of sparring with Aiden. There are noticeably more soldiers loitering around the area where I train. I was planning to finish him with one blow, thinking he might underestimate me, but seeing his attitude, I'm not sure anymore. Unlike when I sparred with Azar, I don't have to lose on purpose. I wonder if it'll be okay to have a bit of fun with this match. A voice from the crowd commented. Sir Aiden is going too easy on her. Another shouted. Hey, idiot! That's not the right move. Are you blind? A soldier who had been watching asked. Did you see that? How did she do that from such a distance? Is Lady Psyche better than him? And rather than just watching me, Aiden was the only one who actually spoke to me. Is there anything I can help you with? He asked. I replied. I'm alright. I appreciate the thought, I thought to myself. Since he didn't know how good I was, it seemed like he volunteered because the other excited soldiers might hurt me. He's the best one among the current enlisted soldiers. Winning against him cleared the atmosphere at once. He has good skills, attitude, and personality, so why did he enlist as a soldier? He could have joined the Imperial Guard. If one were to choose the name of the Imperial Guard as their surname, they would no longer belong to their house and would instead take on a new identity as a knight, regardless of their family's wishes. I couldn't help but wonder. He's probably wondering why I stay here and endure all kinds of humiliation even though I have the talent. But from my point of view, joining the Imperial Guard isn't a very good option either. There are 2 Imperial Guards where I could take advantage of becoming a knight. There's Akasha, where Azar is the vice captain. In reality, it's practically under the control of House Silkisia. On the other hand, Avental is under the control of the Crown Prince. They're at odds with House Silkisia, so they would have a problem with my background or not trust me, Psyche added. And when I leave this house, there's something I'd like to accomplish. I want to be recognized and loved by people who didn't ignore me before. I want to live for myself and have a normal life, like ordinary people. So, joining a specific group just to escape House Silkisia isn't the answer. Meanwhile, Melissa shouted, Duke Lester has never visited me at this hour before. I wonder why he's here. She looked at me, noticing the sweat on my face. You've been sweating. You can't go see him like that. You should take a bath first. I thought to myself. I thought it was just in my head, but she's dragging her feet even though she's not helping me get ready. I asked her, Melissa, aren't we going to be late? She replied nonchalantly. No, ladies always take a long time to get ready. I'm done, so let's head to the parlor. I hesitated, but then she suggested, How about you change into a different dress? I put one over there, I asked. What's the name of it? I feel bad making Azar get it for me all the time. I was thinking about getting some for myself. Melissa seemed unsure. I don't know because it doesn't have a label. Would you like me to bring you the bottle? I thought to myself, she's probably saying that because she doesn't want the hassle of serving me tea, but I'm rather grateful. As we finally made our way to the parlor, Lady Lillian greeted me. I'm sorry I'm late. Have you been waiting for a long time? She asked. I responded. Are you sure you weren't deliberately taking your time? She added. She said that you promised to arrange a meeting for her to meet me. I clarified. No, I never said that. She insisted on meeting you, so I told her that I'd ask you about it first. Actually, I had no idea that your grace would be here today anyway. As I looked at Duke Lester, I noted, he came without prior notice due to suspicion. He then said, Anyway, I'll tell you once again that I have no intention of getting engaged to Lady Lillian. The last time we met, she directly asked me about getting engaged to her. I thought he told her that to her face. No wonder Lillian looked so upset earlier. Then, Duke Lester revealed. Anyway, I didn't come here to talk about this. A few days ago, I stopped by the association to take care of something, and I heard that you're meeting with the ice magician tomorrow. Psyche was caught off guard by Berndia Lester's question. Why did you make an appointment to meet an ice magician? She wondered, how does he know about that? Did he have someone follow me? Berndia continued, trying to ease the tension. I stopped by the Magic Association for personal reasons and heard that you had an appointment. The receptionist told me. Psyche thought, damn it. I just made her put her guard up by asking that out of the blue. She then explained. Well, there's a rumor that we're about to break up, but I told the association it was related to the duchy, Psyche replied. Yes, I made an appointment because I wanted to get some information about the northern monsters. Berndia, confused, responded. You're asking about the northern monsters to an ice magician? Are you serious? Psyche thought to herself. He thinks it's strange because he only has some information about the monsters. I was planning to tell him after I saw the magician, but since the contract is in place, it might be better to tell him now, she calmly explained. The characteristics of those monsters and the Moonstone's light attribute that's effective on them have not been revealed yet at this point in time, but fortunately for me, I have an appropriate excuse, Berndia responded. Is that true? Where did you get that information? Psyche assured him. It's okay. It's an important issue. I was lucky enough to find this in a book in our library. I hope you can understand that I cannot show you the book, she continued. There were many dungeons in the southern part of the empire, where the Silkisia duchy was located. Naturally, dungeon investigations and research were carried out steadily within House Silkisia. Since they were family assets, information wasn't shared with other houses. Berndia thought, if that's true, the reason they keep reviving must be because the northern magicians have been using fire against them. Psyche nodded, confirming. Yes, since the monsters have already absorbed the warmth of magic and have become stronger, we should use light-attributed moonstones to injure them and expose them to the cold, she continued. Grind the moonstones and put it on the weapons. Berndia was surprised by the method. It's something I never would have tried because moonstones are corrosive to iron, but it's quite effective if it's used to pierce through the monster's skin, Psyche added. In addition, there is a magic stone mine in our territory, so we can easily provide stones for this, she smiled slightly. If we do that, the monsters will lose warmth and become slow, Berndia finally understood. So the reason you wanted to see the ice magician is? Psyche nodded. Yes, I wanted to ask if there was any magic spell that would work after that. And while this method works for Turk and Ildia, it won't work for Assam, Berndia thought to himself. That's why I also wanted the association's advice on how to get rid of Assam, he added. Also, this probably goes against the wishes of the head of House Silkisia. He couldn't help but reflect on how he was the one benefiting from this whole situation. Honestly, I'm the only one who benefits from this. I'm truly grateful. But why is she working so hard on this? He had expected Psyche to have personal reasons tied to the engagement ring, but you never raised the issue once since the engagement, so I don't think the ring is the real problem. He was puzzled. Psyche was not the type to go against her family's wishes for personal reasons. What in the world has caused her to change her values completely overnight? And although I haven't confirmed her skills yet, she's been practicing swordsmanship for 10 years, knows about moonstones, and has information about the monsters. It hadn't gone according to his plan, but in the end, it worked out better. He was able to deliver the information naturally. Melissa's words, "Why do you keep calling for me?" "I'm busy," Melissa asked. A little irritated, Psyche replied, "The tea we talked about earlier. I thought I should get it from you now so I can drink it tomorrow." "Oh, Lord Azar took it, saying he had to check something," Melissa added, which immediately set off alarms in Psyche's mind. Psyche's thoughts. Psyche thought back. The flowers that are normally left untouched are gone. Even when I was locked up in solitary confinement, Izar sent me tea, saying it was for his sick little sister. That's why I never imagined that I would die even though my mana was being restrained and I was locked up in solitary confinement. But now, with the tea possibly being poisoned, everything made sense. I was too complacent. I should have saved some of the leaves left at the bottom of the cup. She remembered the taste, the smell, and the dizziness she felt after drinking it. But that's not enough to prove anything. Well, even if there's proof, it makes no difference. He could deny it, and that'd be the end of it. She thought, judging from the state of the flower, it certainly had poison in it, but I drank it for 10 years. A detox. Maybe it can be done at the temple. I should stop by there tomorrow after the meeting. Isolet's concern. Isolet's voice cut through her thoughts. Are you going with Lady Psyche to see Miss Leah? She always threatens to reveal your secret every chance she gets. You're going to see someone like that with Lady Psyche? Isolet continued, her concern growing. Until now, you only did things I could rectify for you, but now... Ugh, I don't know. Doing this might expose your weakness to Lady Psyche. Berndia, still lost in his own thoughts, heard Isolet's words, and as she worried about Psyche, Berndia thought, why would they not like that? With the current situation, wouldn't it be smarter to raise the family's prestige by giving the sword to whoever is willing, even if she's adopted? If she didn't like swordsmanship, it would be a different story, but suddenly, a realization hit him. Oh, there's one possible scenario that makes sense. He thought about the power dynamics and wondered if Psyche has the talent that can absolutely overpower the air. Oh, look who's here. It's the arrogant rookie. A voice interrupted Bernia's musings as the atmosphere shifted. A girl, unfazed, replied casually. Come, have a seat. Okay, so your name, wait, you're Psyche Silkisia? Her eyes widened in recognition. Hey, you've got skills, rookie. You got engaged to a duke's pretty daughter. Psyche, somewhat taken aback by the boldness, replied coolly. Alright, what's the reason you've come here? The girl shifted slightly, not intimidated. I get what you're saying, but why are you worrying about this and not him? But she made the appointment, and it seems she requested the information as well. Psyche frowned, not quite understanding the girl's point. Why does that matter? What's important is whether you have the information we need. Without missing a beat, the girl answered confidently. Of course I do. Psyche leaned forward, her voice taking on a serious edge. That's just the fee to have a meeting with me. So, what is it this time? She added with a smirk. You still catch on quickly, rookie. The girl just shrugged, seemingly unbothered by the casual jabs. Hold on. Where did I put it? After a brief pause, she triumphantly pulled out a piece of paper. Oh, here it is, Berndia Lester's thoughts. Berndia's eyes narrowed as he glanced at the paper. What's this? He studied the coordinates, his mind racing. Coordinates of the auction house, the girl, seemingly nonchalant, added. The auction house. Her tone was casual, but it carried an air of importance. Berndia was taken aback. An auction house? Why would they be involved in this? His mind turned over the possibilities, each more suspicious than the last. What was going on here? She casually revealed. I heard the item will be sold this time. Don't send someone to go. I want you to go there yourself. She paused for a moment before adding. Oh, instead of money, they're exchanging favors. Psyche's eyes narrowed, but she didn't show much outward concern. All right. What's the item? Her tone was sharp yet calm. The girl responded without hesitation. It's the same as last time. It's Keaton's necklace, the poison dart necklace. Psyche's breath caught for a moment. The poison dart necklace? She sounded almost incredulous. Could it be? Her thoughts raced, flashbacks of a previous attempt flooding her mind. After the last failed attempt, you said you weren't going to investigate it anymore. The girl gave a shrug. No way. Maybe it's some other necklace. Psyche, trying to keep her composure, pressed. What does the necklace you just mentioned look like? The girl was nonchalant, explaining. It's just an ordinary gold necklace that has a gaudy emerald in the center. Psyche's face became stony as the gravity of the situation settled in. As soon as someone puts this on, a poisonous needle comes out. They die within minutes. Her words hung in the air like a threat. It's the same necklace. For a long moment, Psyche stood silent. Well, it's not a happy story, so it's possible no one told her, but her reaction is a bit weird. Her gaze lingered on the girl, trying to gauge her sincerity. So you really don't know anything? The girl met her stare with an unwavering confidence. No, it's not strong enough to be God's power. It's not long enough to be God's. She trailed off with an ominous implication. Psyche's mind raced as she pieced together the fragmented information. This necklace, it was supposed to be destroyed. But why is it still circulating? And why was the girl so casual about it? Something wasn't adding up, and Psyche couldn't shake the feeling that the stakes had just escalated drastically. A long time ago, when the empire was first founded, Vicente, the god of fate, loved the first emperor and bestowed a blessing upon him. However, fearing that power would become lopsided, the emperor begged for the blessing to be distributed among his vassals, and Vicente agreed. Thus, 4 families with supernatural powers were created through Vicente's power. In each generation, there was only one with the ability in each house, though sometimes it skipped a generation, leaving no one in the family with the gift. The universally known way to confirm whether someone had supernatural powers was through the discriminate ceremony performed by the high priest in Vicente's temple. Berndia Lester reflected on history, noting that the power of each house was proportional to the chosen one's abilities. Currently, House Silkisia lacked anyone with the ability, which made it strange that Lady Lillian's potential hadn't been checked. However, there was the matter of Lady Psyche, who had been adopted. The current duke would have had a reason for his actions, but it was puzzling. There was no way Leah would have spoken without a basis for her claim. Meanwhile, Psyche worried to herself. I hope my excuse didn't sound too awkward. It'll be alright. Neither of them said anything. Amid her thoughts, preparations for an event carried on outside. The carriage for the master of the house had arrived. Flowers were being arranged, and it was clear that with Lillian found and the Duke returned, a grand banquet was being planned for that evening. Psyche thought, I don't want to attend, but they're not going to care what I want. I should just pretend to be sick. Her unease deepened as she continued thinking. That's why I couldn't send a telegram. I'm sorry. Even though I see her, I can't believe it. How can Lillian be back? And why is the Duke upset? Meanwhile, House Silkisia confirmed. The temple said they've already completed the test. She matched your hair and blood. There's no way. It's not possible for Lillian to come back. The disbelief echoed in the room as the tension thickened. I'll look into this myself. You stay out of it. It doesn't matter what happened, she's not important. The sound of footsteps interrupted the brooding silence. Who's out there? A voice hesitated, uncertain. What do I do now? Meanwhile, outside, two voices whispered. We're here to say hello to Father. Psyche's mind raced. Why did the Duke say those things? Is he not happy that Lillian is back? A knock on the door startled her. Psyche, are you in there? I heard you were out and came back. Silkisia's voice called out. Psyche opened the door slightly, her expression guarded. What brings you here? She asked, trying to hide her unease. I've been away for a while, but you're not even going to greet me. Logan teased, though his gaze carried more weight than his words. How have you been? Psyche replied cautiously. Before Logan could answer, her father joined them. In a little bit, a party to celebrate Lillian's return will be held in the garden. Everyone in the manor will be attending, so make sure you're there too. I'm sorry, Psyche said softly, but I'm not feeling well today. You can at least show your face for a little bit, can't you? Her father pressed. It's hard for me to even move today, she insisted, her voice barely above a whisper. Further down the hall, a dismissive comment drifted through the air. Oh, what? She's here? Of course she is. She's always desperate to join in everything. Psyche stiffened, pretending not to hear. The Duke's acting very strange, she thought to herself. He never once said anything kind like that to me before. I'd better observe the situation a little more. As the garden filled with laughter and chatter, Lillian's voice rang out. Psyche! You came. I'm so happy. Psyche forced a small smile. Why? Because me being here makes you shine more? I'm happy that you're back too, Psyche added quietly, her tone carrying an undercurrent of sorrow. If you hadn't appeared, I would have lived my entire life chasing after this family's love that I would never receive. The crowd hushed as Silkisia stepped forward. Today is a joyous day. I came back after a hard assignment and found out that my daughter, whom I thought was dead, is alive. I'm sure you all know her, but let me formally introduce her to you. His voice resonated with pride. His words echoed in the air, but for Psyche, the celebration only deepened the ache in her heart. Psyche has been seeing Duke Lester more often lately, but that's about it. Whispers began circulating. She's been seeing Berndia Lester, huh? Could it be that she's planning to leave here and join that house? But there's no way they're going to accept her. How foolish of her. Another voice, harsher and more commanding, cut through the speculation. You idiot! Do you think anyone would be able to follow her in secret when she's even more talented than you? We must bring her back to our side no matter what. Make her believe that House Silkisia is the only place for someone like her. Do you understand? A reluctant response followed. I'll do whatever it takes. The plotting and doubts were laced with underlying resentment. Father has never been affectionate toward any of his children, so I didn't believe it from the beginning that Psyche was Lillian's substitute. After lying to all of us, he brought her into the family, but he neglected and pretended not to be interested in her, isolated her from her surroundings, and brainwashed her to believe that this family was all she had. Yes, someone agreed. That sounds good. And I have something to tell you. I'll also go there tomorrow. Berndia Lester appeared, breaking the tension. And just where are you going to? He asked sharply. Psyche, composed as always, replied. I'll also be going to the illegal auction house Miss Leah mentioned. Berndia raised an eyebrow. Do you know what you'll be doing there? Yes, she answered, her tone unwavering. You're going there to steal the necklace. The same incident happened in the past. I can't remember the exact date, but around this time, I couldn't see Duke Lester for a while. I can't see him today either. Her thoughts swirled as she tried to piece together the timeline. This time, he met with Miss Leah because I was requesting information, but he said that he needed something from her as well. Perhaps that was when he agreed to do this and failed. Berndia interrupted her inner musings. Just what in the world are you thinking? I'm trying to help you because you're going to fail, Psyche said curtly. I'm not asking for your permission. I'm telling you in advance, so you remember to cover your ring just in case. Berndia sighed, his frustration evident. This makes things more complicated. Wait, everything will be fine if you just don't come. I'm not going there because I want to, Psyche countered, her gaze firm. Deliberately trying to make me fail? Are you doing this because you suddenly want to keep our engagement but can't because we signed that contract? Her words hung in the air, a challenge and a revelation all at once. Psyche met Berndia Lester's sharp gaze with an unflinching expression. Your Grace, may I be honest with you? Berndia crossed his arms. No matter what you say, I'm not going to change my. I'd be more than happy to call off our engagement right now, she interjected. You're afraid that if you break it off, it'll upset His Majesty, and you won't get help from the Imperial Guards. I understand why you're doing this. It's probably because of the way I acted in the past. Her words were calm but cutting. But people change, and I no longer have any feelings for you. And it'll remain that way moving forward. That's all I have to say, so I'll take my leave now. I need to prepare for the auction house tomorrow. As Psyche turned to leave, she heard a voice behind her. May I have a word with you, Psyche? Lillian called, her tone deceptively soft. The confrontation was inevitable. How can you do this to me? Lillian demanded, her voice trembling with barely suppressed anger. You said you would give it all up. You said you would give it all back to me. But you kept your position as the Duke's daughter and as Duke Lester's fiancée. Psyche's response was measured. I'll give you back everything that belongs to you. I did say that. It's not fair, Lillian snapped. They are all supposed to be mine to begin with. When the owner returns, you're supposed to give it all back. Why do both Father and Duke Lester support only you? You're the fake, and I'm the real one. Psyche's expression didn't waver. Even in the past, Duke Lester wasn't receptive to your advances. But you were firmly set as the Duke's daughter, so you never said things like this to me. You pretended to be innocent and kind, offering your hand as if you felt sorry for me. Lillian glared. You did something, didn't you? There's no other explanation for it. After saying all that to me, did you go to Father and beg him not to abandon you? Psyche's voice was cold. I know what you're trying to say. How devastating it feels when something you believed was yours gets taken away by someone else. But I have no reason or obligation to comfort you. How can the victim comfort the perpetrator? I never asked anyone to let me stay here after you came back. Psyche added. Do you really think I'd believe that? Lillian spat. Whether you believe it or not is up to you, Psyche replied unfazed. If you hate me so much, why don't you ask your father to kick me out since I'm a fake? Or are you not confident it'll work? Psyche's words landed like a blade. Think about it carefully. As you said, if we were to assume I asked Duke Lester and Father for such things, then the fact they granted me my wish means that those two people thought I was more important than you. You may not want to believe it, but I understand you want to blame me. Just don't overdo it. Unless, of course, you want to announce to the world that you have less value than me. Her final words hung in the air, unyielding and undeniable. Psyche walked the dimly lit corridors of the estate, her thoughts swirling. Things have been quiet for the past few days. This is good. If another variable doesn't arise, just how long will what the Duke said after he returned last for? I should be able to move around more comfortably like this. Her quiet contemplation was interrupted by a familiar voice. Where are you going at this late hour? Lennox asked, his tone calm but inquisitive. Psyche turned, her face neutral. I'm going to go for a walk, she thought quickly. It's okay. I feel the punishment you gave me is still in effect, so. She gave a small nod, hoping to deflect further questioning. A few minutes later, Psyche found herself walking alongside Sir Aidan, who remained a step behind her as if guarding her path. I'll wait here, he said as they reached a crossroads in the garden. Feel free to go where you need to go. Psyche raised an eyebrow. Do you know where I am going? Then how do you know when I'll be back? Wait, so he's going to put my wishes ahead of the family head's order? Really? Even if he has good manners, this doesn't make sense. Aiden cleared his throat, his face unusually serious. I wanted to tell you this at the training center last time, but my name is Aiden Hilais. Psyche froze. Hilais? Aiden nodded. It's one of the houses that has complete loyalty to House Silkisia. Her mind raced. I remember that the Baron himself came off looking quite mean, but he doesn't look like him at all. I don't get it. The Baron is greedy for power, but a person like that sent his son to join another house as a private soldier? I have no connection to my family since I have severed my ties with my father. Aiden explained, his tone resolute. I told you my last name because I thought you'd be able to trust me only if I wasn't hiding anything. Psyche tilted her head. Trust you with what? There's something I'd like to confirm. Aiden replied. It's something that's important to you as well. I would like you to come with me to the Temple of Destiny. Psyche frowned. The Temple of Destiny? Come to think of it, I've received this type of recommendation from time to time. She muttered. Her silver hair caught the moonlight as she thought aloud. Since silver hair is not very common, Aiden hesitated but finally added, I'm sorry, but I'd like to tell you that a paternity test is useless. The words hung in the air, and Psyche felt a sudden chill despite the warm night. What was Aiden trying to uncover, and why did it feel like the answers might change everything? Psyche stood silently as Aiden finished speaking, her mind racing. Lillian has already come back, and I was examined when I was adopted. What could he possibly mean by this? No, I'm not asking you to take that test, Aiden interjected quickly, as though reading her thoughts. Even if I tell you now, you won't believe it. In fact, I still don't quite believe it either. I'm sorry, this is all I can tell you for now. His voice was steady but tinged with regret. Psyche glanced at him, unsure of how to respond. So, is going to the temple with you a condition you're proposing for letting me go now? Aiden shook his head. From the beginning, I came to House Silkisia to meet you. I have no intention of forcing you to do something you don't want to do. However, he hesitated, looking away for a moment. I'm afraid that I'll be kicked out of here soon, and this might be the last time I talk to you. I didn't want to miss this opportunity. Psyche's eyes narrowed. What do you mean? Aiden straightened, his expression resolute. Since you seem to have an urgent matter to attend to, I will end our conversation here. If you are interested in hearing more from me, I'll wait for you here around this time a week from now. Please take care. Psyche mulled over his words. Is it all right for me to trust him right now? I don't have time to think about this now. All right, she finally said. See you here in a week. Later that evening, Psyche took out a bracelet from her belongings. She held it carefully, charging the mana within it before turning the gem 3 times. I think it worked properly. I'm glad I have this useful magic tool. I got it because I thought no one would acknowledge me because I'm a woman. I never thought I'd be using it for something like this. The gem glowed faintly, signaling its activation. She slipped through the streets with purpose. They rented a building owned by the imperial family and set up an illegal auction. The organizer must be really brave. Since the ring's reacting, Duke Lester must already be in that building. Thanks to Azar and Aiden, I got here too late. I better hurry. Arriving at the designated location, Psyche whispered a familiar incantation. May your breath dwell in the stars in the night sky, she murmured. A guard stepped forward, eyeing her carefully. The auction house is this way, he said, gesturing toward an inconspicuous door. The Duke seems to have thought I wouldn't be able to get in here if he went in by himself first, but I already know the password to the auction house because I had to clean up the mess Lennox made in the past. Psyche smiled faintly, brushing past the guard. Let's see what Duke Lester's really after. Psyche observed the auction closely, her gaze flicking between the auctioneer and the items on display. Seeing that the ring reacted in a different spot than the auction house, it seems the Duke entered through a different route than the auction participants, just like Miss Leah requested. Actually, maybe this worked out rather well for me. I'll go to the auction side and check the situation there. She shifted in her seat, careful not to draw attention. Everything is going smoothly without any problems, so I don't think I missed it. Sitting next to an eager bidder could attract too much attention. Her eyes fell on the bidder next to her, a woman wielding a fancy fan. That's Sylvia Aslant. No wonder Marquis Aslant has been complaining about her spending habits. She's bidding on every item. Psyche recalled whispers of Hilvia's penchant for extravagant purchases and even rumors of illegal private loans. The auctioneer's voice rose above the murmur of the crowd. Sold for 300,000 gold. The next item is. The bids climbed rapidly, but Psyche's focus was elsewhere. The necklace hasn't been shown yet, so it must be the highlight he's referring to. The Duke's location is pinging somewhere else. Maybe he couldn't find the necklace and failed. The auctioneer's tone shifted, capturing the audience's full attention. Ladies and gentlemen, you have waited a long time. Finally, the next product is the highlight of the day. Excitement rippled through the room. I'm sure you've all heard of it. It's the famous Keaton's necklace that once belonged to the infamous villainess, Reese. The crowd buzzed with interest, but Psyche's mind raced. Keaton's necklace? The auctioneer continued, recounting the necklace's dark history. About 20 years ago, a noble lady named Reese gave an emerald necklace to the beautiful crown princess. However, the necklace was equipped with a device that immediately released a poisonous needle when worn around the neck. Right before the crown princess put it on, the true purpose of this necklace was revealed when a maid, mesmerized by its beauty, secretly tried it on, and died as a result. Gasps echoed across the hall. Reese was captured, and her family was destroyed for attempting to kill the crown princess. 2 years later, when the crown prince became emperor, he declared that her family had already paid for their sins. Since they were an important family in the empire's history, he showed mercy, allowing distant relatives to continue the family line. The tale, steeped in intrigue and betrayal, piqued Psyche's curiosity. It sounds like a true story, but I've never seen it in any history books. And now that I think about it, it's strange. It's common for even distant relatives to be executed for attempting to harm the imperial family. Why were they spared and later revived? Her thoughts spiraled as she connected the dots. Something's off. Is there more to this necklace's story than meets the eye? And how is the Duke involved? Psyche tightened her grip on the ring hidden in her palm. She needed answers, and fast. The panic among the crowd intensified as a muffled boom echoed through the building. What's happening? Someone shouted. A man attempted to calm the crowd, though his voice faltered. It looks like the workers moving the boxes behind the stage accidentally set off a magic tool. We'll check it in. Why aren't you letting us out of here? Someone else screamed. We're in danger. Meanwhile, Psyche's thoughts were racing as she moved closer to the Duke's location. I'm getting closer to His Grace's location. I need to hurry. Something's off. Right after the explosion, he was moving, but now he hasn't moved in a while. Did something happen to him? Her urgency was met with resistance as guards and attackers clashed near the exits. Shouts and clashes of steel filled the air. Don't let him get out of here! Block the entrance! Is there another intruder besides me? Psyche wondered, gripping her sword tightly. At last, she found the Duke, his expression composed but his words revealing the gravity of the situation. Did you find the necklace? She asked. It was a trap, he replied. What was being auctioned was a fake. A curse was placed on it to bait those looking for the real necklace. If nothing had happened tonight, the organizer would have cancelled the auction under some pretext. Psyche frowned, connecting the dots. Then Miss Leah's insistence on stealing it instead of purchasing it. She probably wanted me to check if it was a trap or not, the Duke said flatly, though his eyes gleamed with understanding. Their escape was fraught with challenges. The Duke's ability to maintain his magic faltered, forcing them to abandon any disguise. Psyche noticed his arm trembling slightly as he muttered. The curse on my arm has become active again. She narrowed her eyes at the approaching threat. If I weren't here, he would have easily dodged it, but he took the blow to save me. Her heart clenched at the thought, but she steeled herself. I have to fight this guy. The Duke glanced at her, his lips quirking up despite the danger. Let's spar together later. Psyche blinked in surprise. Spar together? I heard you reject all sparring requests because no one is on your level. Why me? A faint smile played on his lips. Because you are. Her chest swelled with unexpected pride. "He's acknowledging my swordsmanship. That sounds good," she replied, her tone firm. "Let's do it, Your Grace." But the moment of camaraderie was short-lived as their foes surged forward. Psyche and the Duke moved in sync, each protecting the other as they fought to survive the night. "Oh, you're going to fight me? What a really brave wench you are," he sneered. "It looks like you've had some training. But how dare you attack me with such obvious moves?" "Probably learned in some boring training," Psyche's mind raced. "In my current state, taking him on by myself is difficult. At this rate, the guards will be here soon. Fortunately, I don't think he recognizes me." She clenched her fists. "I have no choice. I have to unlock my mana and get rid of him quickly." The man's eyes widened. Where did this power suddenly come from? Psyche could feel her power surging as she unleashed her hidden mana. But the strain was almost immediate. "No. I'm reaching my limit so quickly. This damn cursed ability, the flame that was raging in my body, it's the one that only appears in the descendants of House Silkisia," she thought bitterly. The unmelting ice, the damage from the curse intensified, her control slipping away as the power consumed her. "If it weren't for the curse on my left arm, it's driving me crazy." From a distance, Duke Berndia watched the battle unfold with increasing concern. "I think Lady Psyche is fighting that guy," he thought, studying the exchange. "The opponent is highly skilled. Lady Psyche's skills are good, but she's having a hard time." He recalled the powerful surprise attack he'd received earlier, the force of it gnawing at his strength. The power that devours even its owner, the flame is vying out. What's this sensation? What in the... Back in the fray, Psyche's condition was rapidly deteriorating. Her cursed power was overwhelming, and the burning sensation from the flame felt uncontrollable. "Watch out, this flame is..." Duke Berndia warned, but it was too late. With her strength fading, Psyche grimaced, struggling to maintain control. "I can't," she gasped, trying to steady herself, but the curse was unraveling her efforts. The Duke stumbled into view, his voice strained but resolute. "You held on well, Lady Psyche," he said, voice laced with concern. "Oh no. I have no more strength left in my legs. Are you feeling better?" She nodded weakly. "Thanks to you, I was able to recover somewhat. But I need to end this now." The Duke's eyes narrowed. "Don't worry about him. The fact that someone that skilled is working here means he's a criminal of some sort. But it's not just because of that. I felt kind of weird today. I had much more power than usual." Suddenly, he noticed something disturbing. "Oh no. The sword is turning into ice." Psyche's cursed power was taking on a life of its own, its intensity wreaking havoc on both her and the Duke as they struggled to control the rapidly escalating situation. As the intensity of the battle subsided and the immediate danger passed, Duke Berndia Leicester's attention shifted to Psyche, who was still recovering from the overwhelming curse and strain of the fight. "Is the sword broken?" he asked, observing the dull blade in her hand. Psyche gave a resigned nod. "Yes, the blade is dull now. I'd better get a new one." Duke Berndia's thoughts raced. "This is the first time since my power became active that my body has felt like my own. Is this even possible?" His eyes flickered as he felt the power returning to its previous state. Has she been hiding her power? She's controlling it to this degree, so it's only natural I didn't notice. He glanced at his own condition, still reeling from the aftermath of the battle. "I haven't fully recovered, so I couldn't control my strength. It's alright. I don't have any mana left, so I don't think I can change my appearance anymore. Suppressing this is my priority right now, so I'd rather not use a lot of mana if I can help it myself." Psyche, her energy still drained, spoke softly. "Then we should get out of here quickly. We're almost there. If we just turn that corner." But before they could proceed, Psyche faltered, feeling unwell. "I'm cold. I'm hungry. I feel sick. Aren't they coming? Did my curse make them run away?" Later, as Psyche regained consciousness, a familiar voice called out to her. "Are you awake now, Lady Psyche?" Psyche slowly opened her eyes, disoriented. "Where am I?" "You're in Duke Leicester's mansion," Melissa replied, a touch of relief in her voice. Psyche's gaze flickered, confused. Meanwhile, A girl, possibly one of the servants, spoke with a surprising bluntness. Oh wow. You didn't die? Duke Berndia, noticing the exchange, raised an eyebrow. Are you disappointed that you didn't get what you wanted? His voice was stern, but his eyes held an edge of curiosity. So what about the necklace? You knew it was a fake, didn't you? The girl shifted, looking guilty. Well, to some extent. You probably guessed it too, right? Duke Berndia's expression softened, and he explained in more detail. There were fake monsters in the auction house. It must have been the work of worshippers of the forbidden magic. I had a hard time fighting the guards because I used all my strength to kill the fake monsters, but I survived thanks to Lady Psyche. As Duke Berndia Lester returned, a figure who had been waiting in the shadows spoke with clear disapproval. Lady Psyche? You took her with you? The voice questioned, a sense of disbelief in the air. Berndia sighed, clearly anticipating the reaction. I knew you would react this way. The forbidden magic and the Reese incident seemed to be related to each other. He paused for a moment, his voice shifting to one of authority. I ask you as the master of the unquenchable flame, and the duke who rules the northern part of the empire, the Leicester Duchy. Psyche, still in the midst of gathering herself, responded coolly. Psyche Silkisia is Reese. So she's your younger sister's daughter. She cut herself off sharply. Don't push it. She has nothing to do with me. The tension was palpable, but the question hung in the air. Then why did you do that? I was just fascinated. So get out of here now. Unless you want to die. Realizing the danger of pushing her further, the figure relented, backing down. All right then, I'll see you next time. The figure's thoughts lingered, analyzing the situation. Only those of House Silkisia have the ability to create ice that doesn't melt. Also, Leah's curiosity towards Psyche, and even the hostility she showed me, proves that Psyche Silkisia isn't the Duke's fake daughter. Without a doubt, she's the real daughter. As Psyche sat in the room, recovering from the shock and exhaustion, a servant entered with a bright smile. Welcome back, Master! I was actually on my way to inform you. She insists on leaving right away. Psyche, hearing the servant's words, wasn't entirely convinced of her own recovery. She turned her attention to Duke Berndia, her voice faint but steady. Duke Berndia Lester, he looked at her, his eyes full of concern. Are you feeling better? I didn't think you were injured, so I was so surprised when you suddenly passed out. Psyche shook her head slowly. No. I'm not feeling well. I'd like to pretend that I'm alright, but right now, I feel really sick and dizzy. Duke Berndia's brows furrowed. But why? My body has never reacted like this after using a bit of mana. Psyche's mind raced, sensing the urgency of the situation. A day has passed already. There's no way he's still there. If Duke Lester sent a letter to the mansion, it's like admitting Aiden wasn't escorting me properly. Her determination solidified. No, I have to go back right now. She straightened, speaking with conviction. May I borrow your carriage? The Duke hesitated, concern clouding his expression. Given your state, you should rest. Psyche's gaze hardened as she spoke with resolve. If it is hard to let me use your carriage, I'll grab one from the streets. I have an urgent matter I must attend to. The Duke, sensing that Psyche was determined to go no matter what, thought to himself, the look on her face says I can't stop her no matter what. He sighed, trying to mask his concern. I can't let you leave by yourself when you're not feeling well. I'll escort you back. Psyche, ever independent, replied sharply. Just lending me your carriage would have been enough. The Duke's response was filled with a sense of responsibility. I'm not the type of person who sends his sick fiancée home by herself in a carriage, especially when it's my fault that she's sick. Psyche's face softened slightly, but she quickly clarified. That's not what I meant. Also, I passed out because I have a chronic condition. It's not your fault. The Duke's eyes narrowed, sensing that there was more to her words than she was letting on. Do you have a chronic illness? Psyche hesitated for a moment, her discomfort clear on her face. Yes, something like that. The Duke observed her, his thoughts clouded with concerns beyond her health. I can tell by her face that she's uncomfortable. There are some things that bother me, including her supernatural abilities, so I'd like to keep an eye on her for a while. If only it weren't for that contract. His thoughts became bitter as he replayed the words he'd spoken earlier. Why did I have to be so meticulous and prepare that in advance? Psyche, perhaps sensing the shift in his thoughts, asked. You said you want to break off the engagement because you want to take the ring off. Is there a reason why you want to take it off? The question hung in the air, and the Duke paused before responding, his curiosity piqued. Why do you want to know that? Psyche arched an eyebrow, her voice steady yet curious. I'm curious for personal reasons. Since you helped me at the auction house, I'm asking because I'd like to help you too. There was a brief silence, but Psyche's words seemed to soften the air between them. The Duke considered her response for a moment before nodding. It's all right, Psyche said with a calm smile. You helped me when I fainted, and that's enough. As the tension slowly ebbed, she added, I think we've arrived. House Silkisia's voice echoed with fury as she shouted. Are you crazy? Have you really lost your mind? The confrontation was escalating quickly. What? Did the fact that Lillian returned make you anxious? Are you so afraid of being abandoned that you're chasing a man? Her words were filled with frustration, as if all her pent-up emotions had finally erupted. I don't even know why Father said those things about you. Duke Berndia's internal thoughts were sharp with irritation. He should just throw you out on the street because you're useless. I've put up with listening to you, but you have crossed the line. His thoughts were harsh, but they reflected the boiling anger inside him. Lennox, standing nearby, was struggling against the tense atmosphere, his voice faltering as he addressed the Duke. Your Grace? Please let go of me. He was trembling, aware that this was no private quarrel. We're not inside a quiet room. We're in a garden that everyone has access to. The staff can see us. He couldn't believe it was happening. He's raising his hand at his sister without hesitation. Psyche, seeing the growing tension and the risk of things getting out of control, intervened. Let him go, Your Grace. This is not something you should get involved in. It won't be good to cause any trouble before I find out what happened to Aiden. She wasn't just trying to protect Lennox. She knew that escalating the conflict would only make things worse. I'm going to tell my father about this. Izar scoffed at Psyche's words, dismissing her concern. Sick? Who? Her again? Did you pretend to be sick in front of him? Her voice was filled with disbelief. Do you know how many times she has done that? She often pretends to be sick to get attention and whines. Psyche's eyes narrowed in response to Izar's accusations, but before she could say anything, Izar continued with sharp venom. Did the doctor tell you she's just pretending? I don't need a doctor to tell me that. I can just tell. Duke Berndia, having had enough of the back and forth, added coldly. Don't be fooled. She does that whenever she wants some attention. I've seen it many times. The word stung, and Izar's cutting remark was met with another wave of silence. The tension was thick, and it was clear that Psyche had caught the worst of it. Izar, with her biting attitude, seemed to believe that the attention Psyche received was undeserved, while Duke Berndia seemed to be caught between his own frustrations and a desire to maintain control over the situation. Psyche, however, was undeterred by their harsh words. She met Izar's gaze, her calm composure never faltering. You're not the head of the house or the heir. I don't think attention from the second son of House Silkisia is what you should be worried about right now. Her words had a quiet power, challenging the dynamics at play, yet leaving the matter unresolved. The Duke's thoughts were elsewhere, troubled by his own inner conflict. What am I supposed to do now? Izar's sharp voice cut through the tension in the air as she addressed Duke Berndia. I was wondering who's causing such a ruckus. How nice to see you, Duke Lester. I didn't know you were such a hooligan, Your Grace. The sarcasm was biting, as she scrutinized his presence and the unfolding situation. Duke Berndia's response was equally sharp. A hooligan? Thank you for the compliment. That's much better than being called a crazy dog. His voice dripped with annoyance, but also a hint of amusement at Izar's jabs. Turning to Psyche, Izar dismissed Duke Berndia with a cold command. Psyche, you follow me. Father is waiting for you. Psyche hesitated, her mind racing with questions, especially about Aiden's whereabouts. Where's Aiden? She asked, voice frail from her earlier dizziness. Since I'm not feeling well, I didn't notice it at first. This never happened in the past. I don't know what's going on, but if I go into the mansion now, I have to consider the possibility of not being able to leave. Let's go inside and talk. I'd like to know where Aiden is first. Izar's tone was dismissive as she answered. Aiden was kicked out because I went to the auction house. The implications of her words hung heavily in the air. Psyche's mind churned with the possibility that the situation was far more complicated than she first realized. She pressed further. Ha! I think it's time for you to leave, Your Grace. Duke Berndia, clearly agitated but unwilling to back down, replied coldly. Oh, I thought about leaving, but I think it's just getting interesting. He wasn't ready to relinquish control of the situation. Izar, growing impatient with the interaction, cut through the growing tension. This is a private family matter. She is a member of House Silkisia before she is your fiancé. It's annoying when you beat around the bush. Why don't you just say that you don't want me to hear what you're going to say? Psyche's brow furrowed at Izar's words. Her mind reeled as she processed the deeper family dynamics at play. The mention of Aiden's fate, and the fact that House Silkisia seemed to wield its power so effortlessly, only deepened the mystery. She turned to Duke Berndia with a sharp, questioning gaze. By the way, who's Aiden? Is Izar telling me that a matter regarding a mere private soldier is a family affair? Did you cheat on me? The accusation hung in the air, but the Duke's response was one of indignation, yet laced with confusion. That's ridiculous. Then that guy must have done something really bad. Because why would the heir of House Silkisia use his family as an excuse to shut out the fiancé of the Duke's daughter over a trivial matter? The revelation that the issue surrounding Aiden wasn't trivial at all seemed to have hit a nerve, exposing cracks in the carefully constructed facades. The unspoken tension between Psyche, the Duke, and House Silkisia was now undeniable, and it was clear that this family matter was more than just a personal quarrel. It was tied to the intricate politics and secrets of their intertwined fates. Izar's thoughts swirled with frustration and disbelief as she assessed the situation. Though I didn't think he cared much about Psyche, I can't believe he's making a problem out of the fact that I am using family as an excuse. He's practically saying he'll make a big deal out of it later if he finds out it wasn't a big deal. Izar's emotions were on edge, knowing she had just kicked Aiden out of the house despite his abilities. She felt compelled to justify her actions, even though she was aware that her choices were not going to be well received. I kicked Aiden out of the house. No matter how talented he is, we have no use for a private soldier who can't follow his master's orders. She spoke aloud, almost as if to reassure herself. Are you satisfied now? Let's go in. Father's waiting. But Psyche stood her ground, shaking her head firmly. No, I won't go in. The words hung in the air, a definitive declaration. What? I've been meaning to tell you this, but Lillian is already carrying out all the duties of the Duke's daughter. The only thing that remains is my engagement to Duke Lester, but we all know that's just a formality, don't we? There's no reason for me to stay here anymore. But since you raised me, I'll fulfill my duty. I'll remain engaged to Duke Lester until the monsters disappear in the Lester Duchy. But I won't stay here any longer. Izar's eyes narrowed as she absorbed Psyche's words. Do you think you can do whatever you want? The question was sharp, challenging the very foundations of the relationship between them. Duke Berndia's voice cut through the tension with a calm but firm tone. She's not a child, so what's wrong with a fully grown adult saying she'll stay somewhere else? His defense of Psyche was an unexpected move, one that seemed to surprise both Izar and Psyche herself. Izar's frustration turned into anger. You shouldn't get involved in this, Your Grace. Since when do you care so much about her? Her words were biting, but Duke Berndia's response remained composed. You're right. I haven't been looking after her properly, so I'd like to from now on. His tone was more sincere now, and Izar couldn't help but feel a twinge of irritation at his newfound concern. Izar's mind raced, attempting to hold on to her control of the situation. By the way, does House Silkisia let their private soldiers stay in the house? Or perhaps you have something very precious hiding inside. I can't even count how many soldiers are here. Her voice carried an edge of suspicion, but there was an underlying uncertainty in her words. The question lingered, hinting at her unease over the family's mysterious affairs. She wasn't just accusing Duke Berndia of meddling, She was attempting to provoke him, hoping to uncover some hidden truth. Psyche's thoughts felt heavy as she acknowledged the complexities of her situation. "Thank you for helping me," she said quietly, but there was a weight to her gratitude, as if it held more than just politeness. "I didn't think I'd be able to grab my things." The situation was so chaotic that she hadn't expected to be able to leave with everything she needed, but somehow, it had all fallen into place. As she pondered her next steps, Duke Berndia's question caught her off guard. "Oh, that way. Is the man named Aiden someone important to you? It seems like you are quite concerned about him." His inquiry was pointed, though not unkind, but Psyche felt herself tense. "It's not that, it's just, he was my escort yesterday, and he did me a favor," she explained, unsure of how to respond to the undertones of his question. Duke Berndia seemed to misinterpret her response, continuing with, "I see. Since you suddenly packed up and left home, I thought he may be your lover." Psyche's eyes widened at the assumption. "What? No. I was planning to leave anyway. Thank you for the ride." Her tone was a bit shaky, and she quickly changed the subject. "Would you drop me off somewhere around here?" The Duke's question followed swiftly. "Where are you planning to stay?" Psyche's answer was uncertain. "I don't have a particular place in mind yet. For now, I'm thinking of staying at an inn in the capital." Duke Berndia's response was pragmatic, though his words hinted at a more protective tone than Psyche had expected. "House Silkisia soldiers can easily find you if you stay at the inns in the city. It seemed to me like they were willing to use any means necessary to take you back." "How about staying at Leicester Manor?" Psyche hesitated. The offer was tempting, but she knew it wasn't entirely safe either. "No. I appreciate the thought, but they probably wouldn't be able to get to me in one of the higher-end inns in the capital. There won't be any vacancies there right now due to the second prince's upcoming birthday banquet." The Duke frowned, clearly concerned. "You have no strength at all. How are you going to handle House Silkisia's soldiers? Based on the way they are acting, if I wasn't with you earlier, they would have dragged you in right away." Psyche blinked, not sure whether the Duke was being sarcastic or genuinely worried. "Is he worried about me?" she wondered, feeling a flicker of something unfamiliar in her chest. After a moment of contemplation, Psyche gave in. "All right, then I'll stay with you just until I feel better." Her voice was soft but firm. Then, her mind seemed to sharpen as she spoke again. "Now that I think about it, don't you think it's safe for us to break off the engagement now? Now that I left, the promise between the houses is meaningless, and you've found a way to get rid of the monsters without the support of the Imperial Guard." Her gaze met his as she continued. "Whether that method will be effective or not remains to be seen. I need the insurance of House Silkisia until I can be sure that it works. For someone who wants House Silkisia's cooperation as insurance, I think he caused too much trouble with the Duke and Azar." Psyche paused before finally asking, "Do you think it will be possible to call it off?" Duke Logan Silkisia shouted, his voice full of fury. "You useless bastards! What is the meaning of this, Duke Lester? This is kidnapping." Duke Berndia remained calm, replying with a sharp edge. "Kidnapping? Lady Psyche, am I forcing you to leave with me?" "No, I'm leaving because I want to." His tone carried an undeniable sense of authority, as if he were daring anyone to challenge him. Psyche stood quietly, her resolve firm. She was aware of the escalating situation, but the decision had been made, and she wasn't going back on it now. The words she spoke were simple but strong. As the tension built, Duke Logan fumed internally, his thoughts racing. Where did things go wrong? I even said I would take her in as my own daughter in front of everyone. She should feel grateful and be kissing my feet right now. His anger flared, unable to comprehend Psyche's decision to leave his house. In the midst of the commotion, Azar was summoned. "You called for me, father?" he asked. Duke Logan handed him a note, speaking through gritted teeth. "Deliver this for me. I'm sure you already know what it is." "Yes, father," Azar replied, then left quickly. He couldn't help but wonder about the timing of this note. He wants me to deliver a secret note to the Imperial servant? Given the timing, I wonder if it is related to Psyche. Why does father care so much about her? Azar's thoughts echoed with uncertainty. Meanwhile, Isolate, observing the events unfold, decided to speak up. Your Grace, I'm saying this out of concern, but are you really in a relationship with Lady Psyche? Duke Berndia gave him a sharp glance. What makes you say that? Your recent behavior. Not only has he been seeing Lady Psyche more often lately, but he also secretly went out at night to enjoy a walk with her. The Duke's mind began to race. He brought her to the manor, then got dressed up to take her back home, but now he's telling me she's going to stay here for a while. His frustration was palpable. It doesn't really matter if they are really together or not. Do I seem like a person who has time for things like that? Icide raised an eyebrow, still probing. Wait, then why are you spending so much time with her after you agreed to break off the engagement? Of course not. There's no way that could be true. He sighed, trying to maintain control of the situation. It's a bit complicated at the moment. It seems like she doesn't know anything. If she had, she wouldn't have considered House Silkisia as her family. He then seemed to lose himself in thought for a moment. But the reaction she had when she met Leah at the association. His words trailed off, as if he had just connected a piece of the puzzle, his expression becoming more troubled. The tension in the room was palpable, and Psyche felt it, but she remained resolute in her decision. The fate of the engagement was becoming a distant concern for her now, as she was focused on something far more pressing, the future and her own choices. Psyche muttered to herself in confusion, her voice shaky. No, I'm nothing at all. She was plagued by uncertainty, her thoughts racing. Looking at the situation, it's clear that Leah was talking about my supernatural abilities. But why did I react like that? If I don't know anything, why would I need to hide it and be so afraid? Meanwhile, Duke Berndia was deep in thought as he observed her. Moreover, Duke Silkisia is acting strange too. Why does he want to keep her locked up? He was interrupted by a servant. Your Grace, the doctor is here. The Duke nodded, considering Psyche's state. Come to think of it, it seemed like she was planning to leave as soon as she was better. But I have a feeling that her standard of feeling better is different from others. Psyche's mind wandered to a note she had found earlier. It's from Aiden. He managed to leave a note in my room before being kicked out. Thank goodness I was able to grab my things. The date is for tomorrow. The doctor introduced himself politely. This is House Lester's doctor. It's an honor to meet you, Lady Psyche. I heard that you have a chronic condition. Would you mind telling me your symptoms? Psyche hesitated, unsure of what to reveal. I thought he was just lending me a room, but he's worried about my health too. Duke Berndia, noting her hesitation, reassured her with a slight smirk. He's not going to charge a fee, so tell him. Or not. Maybe I'm just telling you to get better and get out. Psyche shook her head. No. It's all right, she sighed and began to explain. From time to time, I have headaches for no reason. Everyone said that it's nothing and that I'm just being too sensitive. The doctor frowned thoughtfully. She is similar to you, Your Grace. Is there something the both of you are consuming? Duke Berndia raised an eyebrow. Similar to me? The doctor nodded, his tone cautious. Yes, I feel something clumped up in various parts of the body. How should I put this? It's almost like a foreign substance of some kind. The Duke's expression darkened as realization dawned on him. No way. My symptoms are the side effects caused by Leah's ability suppressor. Silkisia's ability is not harmful to its owner, so there's no reason to suppress it. The doctor asked, his tone calm but probing. Lady Psyche, is there something you've been taking consistently for the past few years? Or even in the last few months? Psyche furrowed her brow, thinking carefully before responding. I don't think Izar sent me tea every morning. The doctor leaned forward. How long did you drink it for? Psyche blinked in surprise. I think I've been drinking that tea for 10 years now. Duke Berndia narrowed his eyes, his thoughts racing. So they were suppressing her ability on purpose. It didn't seem like Lennox or Lillian had any idea, and although Izar gave her the tea, I couldn't really tell if he knew. But Duke Silkisia? He always knew exactly what she was capable of. Still, that's a bit strange. Psyche broke the silence, her voice hesitant. I had my headaches from the beginning, and the tea was to help with them. The doctor spoke cautiously. Well, her symptoms are a result of her body trying to adjust to an unfamiliar sensation when her ability activates. The Duke's expression darkened further as he pondered the implications. The question is how much of this she herself knows. The doctor hesitated before asking Psyche directly. Your Grace, how much do you know about House Silkisia's supernatural ability? Psyche looked confused. Isn't it called the unmelting ice? The doctor pressed further. Do you already know, or are you pretending not to know it? Psyche's eyes widened slightly. No way, Duke Berndia, watching closely, thought to himself. Does she really not know? She has seen what she can do with her own eyes. Given the good judgment I've observed lately, she would have thought about the potential of her having the ability. Is she just not sure about it? He cleared his throat, trying to find a starting point. I found out by chance when I was looking into the matter at the auction house, but I wasn't looking into your background, Doctor. Pardon me for coming so early. I heard that you were already up, my lady. He placed a vial on the table. If you take this once a day for about a month, almost all the foreign substances accumulated in your body will disappear. Psyche's eyes brightened with hope. So will the headaches go away as well? Of course, the doctor replied with a reassuring smile. Psyche held the vial carefully, deep in thought. I was wondering what he meant by foreign substances in my body, but I feel it now. I can feel something melting away in my body. It's been a while since I've felt this at ease. Duke Berndia. How do you feel? Psyche smiled softly. I really feel better, thank you. I told His Grace that I'd only stay here until I felt better. I think I feel good enough to leave now. No, you can't. A voice blurted out suddenly. Psyche looked surprised. Why not? Icide stumbled over his words. What I'm saying is, per His Grace's request, I stayed up all night making a list of popular items young noble ladies like, but the person who's supposed to receive those gifts is telling me she wants to leave the mansion, and I have no authority or justification to ask her to stay. As Psyche tilted her head in confusion, Icide thought to himself, no matter how I look at it, I think His Grace has totally fallen in love with her, even though he denies it. Later, Duke Berndia approached with a commanding tone. I have an urgent matter I must attend to. Be Lady Psyche's aide in the meantime. Icide looked stunned. Pardon? Me? Not the butler or the head maiden? Berndia waved off his protests. Well, may I help you find an appropriate place to stay? Psyche gave a polite nod. I'd appreciate that. Icide sighed, recalling the Duke's final instruction. His Grace said that I must not let his fiancée stay at a shabby place. So for now, I must not let her leave by herself. As they walked through the town, Psyche noticed Icide's fatigue. Are you all right? Icide straightened up quickly. Huh? Oh yes. I'm fine. Psyche gestured to a nearby tea house. It seems like you are very tired. Let's take a quick break over here. Icide smiled gratefully. Thank God. The streets bustled with activity, inns overflowing with visitors. I had no idea there'd be so many inns with no vacancies. Psyche remarked. Icide explained. They say congratulatory envoys from other countries are here for the second prince's coming-of-age ceremony. Psyche looked thoughtful, her gaze lingering on the crowded streets. Psyche, let's check a couple more inns near the Imperial Palace. Her voice trailed off as a faint sound caught her attention. Huh! I heard that this tea house uses magic stones to soundproof each booth, but that voice sounded like... She glanced subtly toward a nearby booth, her sharp hearing picking up fragments of a conversation. Inside the booth, Lady Lillian sat with Hilvia, tears streaming down her face. Hilvia, Lady Lillian, stop crying and tell me what happened. Lillian sniffled, her voice trembling. Psyche left the mansion yesterday. Hilvia, pardon? I mean, why? Lillian wiped her eyes. The day before yesterday, late in the night, she went somewhere after sending her escort away. Then she just ran out of the house. Father is so shocked by all of this that he's sick in bed, and Izar and Lennox dropped everything they were doing to look for Psyche right now. Psyche's thoughts. She didn't mention that Duke Lester was there. Hilvia's voice rose. Has she lost her mind? Why is the Duke letting that ill-behaved adopted child stay in the house? Lillian hesitated before whispering. I think it's because I'm not good enough. Hilvia. What? That's ridiculous. That fake is deceiving everyone. When the truth about her is revealed, everyone will know. I'll make sure that everyone knows the truth. Psyche's fists clenched under the table as Icide returned with a fresh cup of tea. Icide, don't worry. I'll tell His Grace about this. Psyche, no, it's all right. I've already left the house, and a dent in my reputation isn't going to be too problematic. She paused, her tone shifting. Now that I think about it, is there a man around our age with turquoise eyes in House Silkisia? Icide looked puzzled. As far as I know, there is no one like that among my relatives. Why do you ask? Psyche. No reason. Just curious. Her mind raced. If there's no one like that, then who? The thought lingered as she looked toward the booth again, feeling an unease settle in her chest. Here's the text rewritten into a cohesive paragraph, Hilvia said. Oh. I ran into a man who looked a lot like the Silkisias. He reacted strangely when he heard about the Rees incident, so I was just wondering. Oh my gosh, you don't know about that, Lady Lillian? So, the Rees incident is… She hesitated before continuing. So the necklace, and His Majesty saved the family as distant relatives. That's the story the public knows. That's what the public knows. Then is there a different story that was hidden? Lillian asked, curious. Hilvia replied, well, not exactly. The story itself is true, but I'm only telling you this since it's you, my lady. So please don't misunderstand me, alright? I mean, it's an incident House Silkisia's daughter deserves to know, Psyche interrupted. So what is it? Hilvia sighed and explained. The story is about House Silkisia. House Rees in the story is actually House Silkisia. Psyche, shocked, said. I had no idea. This is the first time I've heard of this story. How come no one told me this before? Hilvia answered cautiously. Well, that's because it's not a happy story. And the Imperial Palace doesn't like it. Silkisia is an important family, but strangely, such a serious crime was pardoned, so people think they're hiding something. Oh, this is just what other people are saying. This is not my opinion at all. I think His Majesty did a very good job. I see. Thank you for letting me know, Lillian asked. Do you know what happened to the emerald necklace? Is it kept at the Imperial Palace as evidence? Hilvia hesitated. Well, they say a thief came inside the Imperial Palace and stole it. Oh, what a pity. You said no one can tell by looking at it, so I wanted to see it in real life. Hilvia thought, why is she more interested in the necklace than the incident? Do you know who made the necklace? Hilvia, exasperated, replied. Oh, you're curious about strange things. Oh, wait, why is this not on? Yes, they might come here to see if anyone heard what they were saying, so we should get out of here. Lady Psyche thought for a moment. It's quite late, and I doubt there'll be any rooms in any of the inns. How about you come back to Leicester Mansion with me? Psyche hesitated but agreed. Yes, it's a bit embarrassing, but it seems I must burden the Duke for one more night. What do you mean? You should consider it your place and stay there comfortably. Just then, Psyche said, then I'll call the carry. But stopped abruptly. No, there's something I have to take care of, so you go ahead without me. She glanced around, noticing Aiden was missing. I don't see Aiden. Did something happen to him? I'll wait just a bit more, she said softly, before thinking, Lady Psyche, I tried my best. You know that, right? Psyche's thoughts raced. Is Duke Leicester mean to his subordinates? I didn't think he was the type to do that. I wonder when Aiden will get here. No, that's not Aiden. That's not the sound of human footsteps. It's coming. Damn, this self-defense dagger won't be enough. What's happening? What are beasts doing here? Should I run? What about Aiden? Is he alright? Or what if he's behind this and led me into a trap? Psyche observed the situation around her. There are more of them now, she muttered to herself. Unlike monsters created by nature, beasts were artificially created using forbidden magic. For there to be that many of them, it must have required a lot of life force. She thought, feeling the tension rise. She glanced around, realizing she was surrounded. I don't think there's anyone around, she murmured. She struggled to calm herself. I had a hard time dealing with one, so I can't fight this many with just this dagger. Will I be able to control it? What if someone comes here? Her resolve hardened as she whispered. But this is the only way right now. I want to live, Psyche shouted. I failed. I can't control it. Is this the end of me? As despair threatened to consume her, Duke Berndia appeared, calling out her name. There are still traces of the curse, he said, his voice firm but composed. You must keep this in mind, Psyche. If anyone discovers that you're cursed, you have to kill them, or you have to die. It's one of the rules. Is it alright now? Psyche's thoughts raced. What does he mean by is it alright now? Before she could answer, Sir Aidan appeared, concern evident in his voice. Are you alright? Were you hurt? Duke Berndia interrupted sharply. Don't come near her. Psyche froze, wondering if Aidan had seen anything. But the Duke continued calmly. Don't worry. As Psyche glanced down, she realized all the ice had already melted and the traces of the curse were gone. Huh? What happened? I think I saw fire. She noticed people flocking toward the scene. I'll take care of this and come back, Duke Berndia said. Don't go anywhere and stay right here. Aidan, guilt-stricken, spoke softly. I'm so sorry. Something happened while I was waiting for you, so I stepped away for a moment. Psyche murmured. I don't think he saw anything. No, it's all right. Aidan continued. I came back right away, but there was a strange barrier, so I couldn't get here in time. Psyche said nothing, but her heart felt heavy with the weight of the night's events. Aidan mentioned the strange barrier. I was there when Duke Lester was getting rid of it, he said. In passing, he mentioned it looked like forbidden magic, magic erased from history due to its disregard for life, cruelty, and severe side effects. But the beasts I saw earlier weren't demonized. They were full-blown beasts created that way. Psyche's mind raced. Although Aidan claimed to have overheard it, he seems to know more about forbidden magic than he lets on. How? Is it all right for me to trust him? Duke Berndia broke the silence, his tone sharp. Wait, is this the Aidan you mentioned before? Psyche nodded. Yes. Do you know Lord Aidan? She asked. I don't know why the son of House Silkisia is pretending to be a private soldier to approach Lady Psyche, Berndia remarked. But leave her alone and go back to chasing Azar's tail, okay? Aidan's response was quiet but firm. I'm not with my house anymore. Berndia wasn't convinced. Do you think I'd believe that? House Lester and House Silkisia are representative houses of the Crown Prince's faction and the Emperor's faction. I didn't know they were this hostile toward each other. He turned to Psyche, concern in his voice. You weren't feeling well to begin with, and now you're injured. It's all right. Psyche interjected softly. It's just a scratch. Berndia cut her off. The beast's poison has paralyzing properties. You'll start to feel the effects soon. As if on cue, Psyche began to notice a numbing sensation spreading through her body. A servant approached in haste. Your Grace. Someone reported seeing your flame in the destroyed area. The guards are requesting a written report. Berndia waved the servant off. You handle it. I'll cover the repair costs. Then what should I list as the reason for destroying the wall? The servant asked, clearly exasperated. Number 1, I was bored. Number 2, because it was fun. Number 3, just because I felt like doing it. Pick whichever one you like. Psyche observed Berndia with curiosity. He's going to hide the reason he used his ability? He won't even mention the beasts? That's good for me, but... She hesitated before speaking. Your Grace, I think I can walk now. Berndia turned back to her, his voice steady. The reason you've been okay so far isn't because the poison isn't strong, he explained. It's because your ability is suppressing its activation. Psyche's heart sank as she realized the gravity of her situation. Psyche's voice trembled. Are you going to kill me? Duke Berndia frowned, his tone steady but firm. What are you saying all of a sudden? I don't know what happened to you before, but I have no intention of hurting you. He extended a hand. Let's go back to Lester Mansion. Her uncertainty lingered. What are you going to do with me now? I don't plan on doing anything to you, he replied calmly. Then, after a pause, he added, Rather, I'm in need of your assistance. Psyche blinked, confused. My assistance? Berndia's expression grew somber. I don't have full control of my ability. God's gift, they say, is like a disaster to someone unprepared to receive it. Lester, who failed to master his power, was consumed by his flames. Had it not been for his partner, Silkisia, he would have become a single flame. The weight of his words hung heavy in the air. The high priest warned me, Berndia continued. This flame isn't something a human body can handle. Psyche's voice barely rose above a whisper. But what does that have to do with me? To control my ability, Berndia admitted. I need your help, my lady. The power of the unmelting ice you possess, it can balance what I lack. Her breath caught. The unmelting ice, my ability. But that's not my real power, it's my curse. A chill ran through her as she recalled the grim warning that haunted her. If anyone finds out about my curse, I must either kill them or die myself. Berndia seemed to sense her turmoil and spoke with resolve. No, she looked up at him, startled. I won't let you die, he said, his voice unwavering. No matter what it takes. Psyche hesitated, her voice trembling. My ability, it's not the unmelting ice. You already know that I was adopted. Her thoughts spiraled. What's going to happen to me now? Berndia's gaze softened, but his words were resolute. Why do you think it's a curse? What do you mean, why? She replied, a bitter edge to her tone. A power like this, it's dangerous, uncontrollable. Isn't that the very definition of a curse? Berndia's lips tightened. That sounds just like my flame. No, she interrupted, her voice firm. It's different. It is a curse. I was cursed. Berndia sighed, his expression a mix of frustration and pity. I see now. They've completely brainwashed you. Her eyes widened. What? Lady Psyche, listen carefully, he said, leaning closer. The ability you have is the unmelting ice. Do you know about the poison needle necklace incident that happened 20 years ago? The story about House Silkisia? Yes, but what you may not know is that in the story, the House hurries they mentioned is actually House Silkisia. The current House Silkisia, they're not the direct descendants. What are you saying? Berndia's gaze locked onto hers, intense and unwavering. I believe you are. You're the daughter of House hurries, the surviving direct descendant of Silkisia. Psyche took a step back, shaking her head. I don't believe it. There's no way that's true. When you used your ability last time, my flame reacted. Berndia continued, his voice steady and convincing. That's the proof. The only force that Lester's unquenchable flame responds to is the power of the unmelting ice, a power only found in the bloodline of House Silkisia. Psyche's heart raced as his words sank in. But why would Duke Lester lie about something like this? Her thoughts swirled, her resolve crumbling under the weight of the revelation. If what he's saying is true, Berndia's voice cut through her turmoil, steady yet laced with an urgency that made her chest tighten. Lady Psyche, he said, his tone leaving no room for doubt. This changes everything, Psyche gasped, her mind reeling. What does this mean for me? Berndia's piercing gaze met hers. It means you're not cursed, Lady Psyche. You're the key. A voice broke through the haze, sharp yet gentle. Tell me. What's your name? Psyche blinked, disoriented. Where am I? Wasn't I talking to someone just a moment ago? She clenched her fists. My name. He asked for my name. But what is my name? Her thoughts churned as panic crept in. I have to answer. But what if he leaves when he finds out I'm cursed? What if I can't eat anything today? He doesn't like it when I cry. Raise your head, the voice commanded. Hesitant, Psyche lifted her gaze to meet the piercing eyes of Duke Logan Silkisia. He's the only one who comes to see me, even though I'm cursed, she thought bitterly. You have an ability that's cursed, Logan said, his voice steady but heavy with implication. Psyche's heart sank. Yes, he's right. My ability is cursed. If people find out, they'll try to kill me. What can I do? I'll do anything. I promise to do as he says, from now on. Logan continued, his voice softening slightly. Your name is Psyche, the name echoed in her mind. Psyche, keep this in mind, he added. House Silkisia is the only family who will accept someone like you. Her heart clenched. I know him. But why? Why would he do this? Later, Psyche awoke, her body heavy and her mind clouded. Am I in the Lester mansion? What happened? She wondered as the memory of Duke Lester carrying her in his arms flashed through her mind. This is the 10th time, Duke Berndia Lester's voice broke into her thoughts, tinged with exhaustion. What do you mean? Psyche asked, her voice faint. Berndia sighed, his expression unreadable. I've told you before. The ability you have is not a curse. It's the supernatural power of House Silkisia. No, you must be mistaken, she stammered. It's not possible. Berndia studied her closely, his expression darkening as realization dawned. No. 20 years ago, during the Rees incident. He stopped himself, shaking his head. Let's leave it at that today, he continued, his voice low and contemplative. Whenever I speak about your abilities or your birth, you seem aware that I'm telling you something important, but you immediately deny it, as if you've been programmed to reject the truth. And after a while, you forget it entirely. Psyche's chest tightened as his words hit her. Programmed? They've put so much effort into destroying you. Berndia muttered, almost to himself. They must have done this deliberately. But for now, you've been through enough. Let's stop here. Don't think about anything. Just rest. As she lay in bed, Psyche's thoughts swirled. What did Duke Lester just tell me? She struggled to recall his words. I think he told me his weakness. He said something many times, but I can't remember. Sleep tugged at her, her body too heavy to move. This happens frequently. I'm sure I'll be fine. But I have to leave. He knows about my curse. I have to run away. I have to escape. And with that final thought, darkness claimed her once more. Man, I'll try to collect more offerings again. Woman, if you don't have them now, it's too late. Lester saw the beasts. Man. Lester? He asked again. Woman. Yes. Nothing's going right. I was trying to catch that bastard from House Silkisia for interfering with my research, but he wasn't there. And then a member of House Silkisia got involved. Man. Silkisia? Woman. Yes. She made such a mess with the ice. I suppose it's because her power awakened late. Man. What? Are you talking about, woman? I think so. But ow, it hurts. Let go of me, man, shouting. You not only threatened her life with your useless beasts, but you made her use her ability in front of Lester, woman. It seemed like he already knew about her ability. He didn't react like he was surprised. It looked as though he was trying to hide it for her, voice of authority. Your Majesty, they've sent a message, man. I will take good care of her. What an idiot. It already happened, so why don't we put that issue aside for now and prioritize completing the eternal magic circle, woman? You already know, right? As far as the ingredients go, the purer the blood and the higher the intelligence, the more effective it is. Meanwhile, Psyche drifts into thought. Psyche, thinking, did I doze off? So yesterday, oh right. Duke Lester found out about my curse. What should I do? Because of the ring, running away is useless. For now, I have to terminate our engagement before he changes his mind. Only then can I run away. Maid. Oh, my lady, you're awake. I'll prepare some water for you to get cleaned up and bring your breakfast. Everyone working in this household is so polite. It's a far cry from Melissa, Psyche. Yes, hold on for a moment. Another figure enters the room. Isolate. Please excuse me, my lady. I heard you were up. How are you feeling? Should I call the doctor for you, Psyche? No, I received some treatments yesterday. Thank you for asking, Isolate. I should have stayed with you yesterday. I'm sorry. I can't believe monsters appeared in the middle of the capital, Psyche. Oh, they weren't monsters, they were beasts. Naturally occurring entities are called monsters, but beings created using forbidden magic are referred to as beasts. Isolate, shocked. Oh no, I mix up their names all the time, Psyche. It's alright. It's probably because people at Leicester are more familiar with monsters. Isolate. Still, how could such scary beings appear all of a sudden? It's a good thing you weren't seriously hurt. Had His Grace not gone there to get you, things could have been much worse. So it wasn't just that he was passing by. Isolate, nodding. Yes, he scolded me for returning to the mansion without you. So please take me or an escort with you next time, Psyche. But it's troublesome to have an escort. I'd better just leave here as soon as possible. Isolate. I'd like to get your advice on something. Maid, is there anything you've wanted recently? If you don't have an appetite, please try to eat a little. This is soup made with milk, and here are some tomatoes. Oh, and for dinner, if you tell me what you like, we'll make sure to prepare it for you, icide. So, I was wondering what women your age like. I'm trying to buy a gift for someone, so that's why I'm seeking your advice. Psyche drifts into thought. Psyche, thinking, what do I like? I wore clothes to appear as the Duke's daughter, did what my family wanted to gain their acknowledgement, and tried to like what the people of House Silkisia liked. But what do I like? Maid. Lady Psyche, if you don't feel like eating anything, at least drink this. It's the chef's specialty, a nice cup of hot chocolate. Psyche, taking a sip. It's delicious. I feel like a warm energy is spreading throughout my body. Maid. I'll tell the chef so he can prepare it for you next time as well. Psyche. Yes, thank you. It's my first time recognizing something I actually like. Since I feel a bit better now, I should suggest going to the Magicians Association tomorrow. I need to find out how the monster problem is being dealt with. Later, Psyche encounters another girl. Girl. Oh, you're here? Are you just hanging out? Psyche. For personal reasons. I'm staying at this mansion for the time being. Girl, noticing. Wait, more importantly, why do you have so many injuries? You have one here too, Psyche. Oh, these? I'm alright. I already had a doctor look at them. Girl. What do you mean you're? Duke Berndia enters the scene. Duke Berndia. Lady Psyche, are you feeling better? Psyche, interrupting. We'll be right back, so you wait here, Lester. Please remember to like and subscribe if you enjoyed the video, as it really helps our channel grow. Thanks. Wait, Miss Leah. Hold on, he called out. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't want to ask you this in front of him. Ask me what? Leah responded. Did Lester threaten you? Or did he find out your weakness or something? No. What do you mean? Then why are you staying here? Psyche added. I have a personal reason. How about you stay at my place instead? Psyche think. It's alright. Although we're engaged, we're not married, so people might not look kindly at the fact that I'm staying here. But I can't stay at the home of someone I don't really know. Okay, fine. Then since we're out, can you help me with something? Ugh, seriously. You're so loud, just like your master. If you're here to escort her, just shut up and do your job. She think. Escort me? She asked, puzzled. It's not the crow that came to see Duke Lester last time. It has a different eye color, Leah say. The crow will follow us just fine, so don't worry about it. Where are you going? I heard that you two were attacked by forbidden magic. I need to investigate the scene of the crime if I want to catch the culprit, Psyche say. Is that possible? Leah added. Forbidden magic is also magic, so the tracking method is the same. It's even more messed up than I thought. Then, if something happens, shake me and let me know. When I'm concentrating, I have a hard time noticing what's going on in my surroundings, someone said. Look over there. Isn't that Lady Psyche? What's she doing? Is she with a magician? I heard that Duke Lester destroyed that wall. What? Then is the relation between House Lester and House Silkisia. Oh. Since Duke Lester hid the fact that beasts had appeared, the only thing people know is that Duke Lester destroyed the wall near the Silkisia mansion. It's the perfect situation for rumors to spew from, Psyche added. Judging from the look of things, I don't think people know that I left House Silkisia yet. Duke Silkisia and Izar care about the family's reputation, so they will try to keep it under wraps. Psyche left the mansion yesterday. But it seems Lillian is eager to spread the word in high society, and Lennox is even more mindless than Lillian. Lennox say, Ha, what are you doing here? She think. Speak of the devil, he say. Hey, what are you doing? Lennox sneered. Oh, since you left on your own accord, are you too embarrassed to come back and are now hanging around here hoping one of us will take you back? Did things not work out with that arrogant Duke? See? Who would like someone like you? Well, you look pitiful, so I'll be generous just this once. If you come back quietly, I'll let it slide, she replied. No thanks. What? I don't need your help, Lennox fumed. You little! How dare you slap me, you crazy wench! Don't speak informally to me, she snapped. Don't curse at me either. You, how dare you, ARGH! Let go of me, hey you there. Come here and drag her away. She stared him down. I guess you're too dumb to realize what's going on. To them, I'm your older sister. I don't know about inside the mansion, but you just slapped me in public. Aren't you afraid of the consequences? Why, you little, she think, and this idiot hasn't realized it yet. But the fact that we got into a physical scuffle near the mansion is going to bring more shame to the family than me or him. What are they doing in the middle of the street? Someone in the crowd whispered. I heard that they found her on the streets and adopted her, but Lord Lennox hit her first. And I heard him yell all kinds of insults at her. Then don't you think he's getting the beating he deserves? Is he going easy on her? I don't think so, Psyche thought. Well, that should be enough fodder for the rumor mill, Lennox shouted. Hey, you crazy wench! I'm going to get you for this. Lennox shouted. Hey, you bastards! Why are you guys just watching and doing nothing? She added. Even when I explain things to him, he just doesn't get it. He said, do you think you'll be alright after this? Just try and come back to the mansion. I'm gonna tell Father and Azar. Leah entered. Ugh, I already have a splitting headache. But who's being so loud? Psyche think. Miss Leah is an ice magician. Where did those plants come from? Oh my! I was wondering who was causing a ruckus in front of the prestigious Silkisia mansion. But it was you, Lord Lennox. Rumors say that Lord Lennox is very bright, but I had no idea that it wasn't true. Don't you agree, Lady Psyche? Someone asked. Who are you? She responded, her voice cautious. Oh my, is this our first time meeting? How nice to meet you. I'm Siona Tubros, don't come closer. Leah snapped. And get the hell out of here. Let's go. Psyche chirped cheerfully. Let's see each other often, she groaned. Ugh, she's so annoying. Why did she have to suddenly appear at that place? Psyche asked. Do you know her? Don't mind her, Leah replied quickly. There's no need for you to know who she is. It's best to stay away from her, so just forget. Wait. What happened to your face? Ha, what a fine job you did escorting her, Crow. Oh, this... Psyche began. I asked the crow to stay out of it. What? Psyche said. I got hit on purpose, Leah say. What do you mean? Had I known this would happen, I wouldn't have come here. I should have frozen his skull, not his mouth. Miss Leah, I'm fine. By the way, how did the investigation go? Oh, that... the results were a bit inconclusive. Pardon? How should I explain this? Oh, every magic contains a unique signature left by the magician who used that magic. But it seems the source of that magic may not have been a human being, Psyche say. Is that possible? Leah added. I don't know. I haven't seen a case like this before, so I need to look into it a bit more. Why? Is it possible that they were after me? Leah replied. I don't know. Is there someone who has a grudge against you? It wasn't the kind of magic anyone could use, she explained. A grudge? No, House Silkisia has lots of simple methods they can use against me. However, the person I was supposed to meet that day said that he saw something like a barrier on the way to our meeting spot. So it made me wonder, she added. A barrier? Oh, I did notice some traces of that. But something like that wouldn't have worked on you or Lester anyway, unless the other person didn't know that. Who were you supposed to meet there? Psyche said. Oh, his name is Lord Aiden. He used to be my escort. Miss Leah? Miss Leah's reaction was very strange. Her face changed as soon as I mentioned Lord Aiden. Does she know him? Leah say. I'm sorry, but I have to go now. Get back safely, Psyche think. Were those beasts after Lord Aiden? What are you doing over there? A voice called. You made it back, but why aren't you going inside? What's this? Oh, how did this happen, Crow? Psyche asked. She replied. I asked the crow to ignore it for me. Duke Bernda asked. What do you mean? Your grace, your hand, he say. Oh, this? When I saw that you were hurt, I see. So who did this to you? Psyche think. I was hoping he would let it go when I tried to change the subject. But since I'm staying at his place now, I'm sure he's worried about something happening to me while I'm here. She added. Well, I got into a bit of an argument with Lennox. What? Did the fact that Lillian returned make you anxious? Are you so afraid of being abandoned that you're chasing a man? Let go of me. I should have snapped him in half then, Psyche continued. I'm embarrassed you have to see me like this. There's no reason for you to feel embarrassed, she said. It wasn't my intention to make you worry. I'll find a place soon and get out of your hair if you can be a bit more patient. Why did the conversation turn in that direction? Your Grace, Duke Berndia replied. No, it's all right. I know what you're trying to say. But first, I think it will be best if I tell you this. To put it in a way that's easy for you to understand, you being here helps me, my lady. Lady Psyche is the legitimate successor of House Silkisia. She's the only one who can stop my power from getting out of control. However, is that all? No, Duke Berndia added. But that's not the reason I want you to stay here. I never felt this way before, so I don't know how to put this. I'll just be honest with you. I'm really worried about you right now. Therefore, I would be happy if you were somewhere I could always see you, but I'm not saying I'm going to force you to stay. If you want to leave, I have to let you go. I won't intentionally delay processing the contract. But if you're still anxious, I will swear that I'll respect your wish, but I'd really like you to stay here. I'm just letting you know how I feel. What are you planning to do with her here? Did you come here early in the morning to pick a fight with me? Leah say, are you going to use her? I have no intention of doing that, he replied. To be honest, I'd be lying if I said that thought never occurred to me. He looked away briefly, as if gathering his thoughts. Every time her ability manifested, the flame within me, that I thought was uncontrollable my whole life, calmed down. It was such an unbelievable sense of peace. I even thought I was better off not knowing such a thing existed, because it was like dangling food in front of someone who had been starving for a long time, Duke Berndia added. So that was also a promise I made to myself. He continued. That I would not force anything on her just to fulfill my needs or desires, she replied. If that's not your intention, you shouldn't keep her here. Snapped. It might affect her reputation negatively. He said, do you have any idea what's going to happen to her when she leaves? What are you talking about? She was brainwashed. What? He said. Yes. I don't know exactly what method they used, but messing with things like that carelessly might put her in danger. To be honest, if it weren't for that, she'd do quite well on her own. Supernatural ability that activates in times of danger. High-level swordsmanship skill, Leah said. Try to guide her to use her ability in a way that's not dangerous. They urged. Her ability is more powerful than most magic, so maybe, he replied. I understand what you're saying. I'll keep that in mind. I'll look into it as well. And please help Aiden. You tested him, so you know. He no longer has a relationship with House Silkisia, he said. Do you expect me to believe that? I'll be honest with you. I really hate House Silkisia. I hate everyone in that family, including you, Elia. But I'm not saying I'm going to force you to stay. If you want to leave, I have to let you go, Psyche think. Well, he's not the type to go back on his word. I should have left that day, he said to her. Come to think of it, she said quietly. I promised you back at the auction house that I'd spar with you, Psyche thought. In hindsight, should I have declined it back then? But even if I were to go back to a few days ago, I wouldn't do that. It's a chance to spar with the best sword master in the Empire. An opportunity like this doesn't come by every day. Indeed, Duke Lester's swordsmanship skill was absolutely overpowering. It was powerful, destructive, yet absolutely perfect. It was the first time someone had defeated her so easily. I lost, she admitted to herself. After she had become more skilled than Azar, she had never lost to anyone. Facing a figure that was like a wall for the first time was bittersweet, but exciting enough to make her heart flutter. She say, "Thank you for sparring with me," she said sincerely. "I've learned a lot," he replied. "What a waste of your talent." "Pardon?" he added. "You've never received proper training in swordsmanship, have you?" As he said. "Is it that obvious?" she asked. "After being adopted, I was taught the basics of keeping up appearances," she explained. "But there was no need to put any more effort than that into a useless fake daughter. I taught myself by watching Azar over my shoulder, but once I surpassed his level, he started avoiding me," Duke added. No one would notice unless they were at my level." "Lady Psyche, would you like to formally learn swordsmanship from me?" she think. He must have known there was no way she could refuse an offer like that. As soon as he said those words, her heart was pounding so loudly. "Yes," she whispered, realizing once again how much she loved swordsmanship. he asked. Have you finished your basic training? Yes, just now. I gave her challenging moves as homework, but she's progressing pretty well, he remarked. A part of him wanted to tire her out so she wouldn't think of leaving. Then shall we spar after you rest for 10 minutes? She say. Yes, sounds good. Just as he thought, she looked the happiest when he suggested sparring. Try to guide her to use her ability in a way that's not dangerous, he reminded himself. Her ability is more powerful than most magic, so maybe, he said. Let's use a real sword today, he suggested. Duke Berndia thought. It seemed she had mentally blocked herself from using her ability. But when she drew her sword energy, the grip on her suppressed power became relaxed. He decided, I'll push her with a real sword to force her to bring out that sword energy and naturally reveal her ability. She blinked. There's a different air to him today. I'm not going to go easy on you just because we're using real swords, he warned. Can you afford not to? If you don't draw out your sword energy properly, you'll hurt your wrist. But something's off. It wasn't like this before. Every time her sword touched his, she felt like her cursed power ran wild even more. You can definitely overpower this much force. You just need to focus more. I can't. Don't suppress your power by force, she replied. Are you just going to let my power overwhelm you? He think. The doctor said the foreign substance in her body should all be gone by now, so I wonder if that mental block is truly the problem. Damn it, I didn't want to be this aggressive with her. But then again, I've never been gentle with anyone in the first place. Maid entered. I can't believe his grace. How could he do this to you? Look how bruised you are, Psyche say. It's alright. He's actually helping me. The bruises will go away soon, Maid sobbed. No! You have many other wounds besides the bruises. After I finish applying the medicine, I'll give you a massage. If you don't do anything, you'll have terrible muscle pain, she smiled. Alright. Thank you. All done. Get some rest now. Oh, and there is a letter and a package for you. I'll leave them here. For me? Oh, is that it? Psyche explained in her thoughts that, in the package, there was a sample moonstone to check its strength and effectiveness, and information about a mercenary who can get rid of Assam, from Miss Leah. I'm sure Duke Lester probably sent the information to the north to tell them they should use ice magic to fight the monsters. The work that started at the time we drafted the contract to call off our engagement is almost finished. Once I get in contact with the mercenary who killed Assam in the past, I should leave. That's all I can do. The Duke also said I could leave anytime I wanted, but why do I feel like this? I thought I'd feel better once everything was taken care of, servant said. Excuse me, Lady Psyche. His Grace would like to see you, she think. Nothing much happened over the past few days other than sparring, so I wonder why he wants to see me. Oh, since I received a letter, maybe he received something as well, Duke said. Oh, Lady Psyche. Please come this way, she replied. I heard you wanted to see me, but why? What is all of this? He added. Does anything in here interest you? You can take anything you want. No, not really, he say. Ahem, this is my private collection, so you can take anything you need, she replied. I see. But I don't need anything right now. Get this. Get that. He's berated me for days. But the way he is acting now is turning all that effort into a waste. This is not the time for you to smile awkwardly like that, Your Grace, he say. I can tell that Lady Psyche thinks that you have a surprisingly peculiar hobby, she think. If this is his private collection, these must be items passed down from generation to generation in House Lester. Or not. I didn't know the Duke had a hobby of collecting things like this. He has dresses that are quite popular these days. In her past life, she was active in high society, so she even knows the future trends. He ruined everything. So the reason you asked to see me is, he said. I wanted to give you this, Psyche asked. What's this? He replied. Your dagger for self-defense was ruined by the beast's blood, wasn't it? Yes, it completely corroded. But what does that have to do with this earring? He added. This is how you hold it. Oh. She held it like a sword and activated her mana. The earring turned into a sword, she added. I've only heard about this. It's my first time actually seeing it change its form. For something like this, he must have used a top-quality magic stone, Your Grace. I can't accept such an expensive gift, he say. Returns are not possible. You're the only one who can use that sword now. It's made to react only to the first owner's mana. What? But I'm giving it to you for my peace of mind. Just take it. I was getting tired of seeing you use that cheap sword for practice, he said. Excuse me for a moment. If you're worried about the cost, think of it as a gift I'm giving to my first apprentice, she surprised. Your first apprentice? It's customary for the first sword of a swordsman to come from their teacher, she think. How beautiful. Yes, it's a beautiful earring, Psyche said softly. Your Grace. A voice called hesitantly. He replied. Oh, it's nothing. What in the world am I saying right now? Oh, my lady. You're wearing a new earring. It's beautiful, the maid said, noticing. Psyche replied. Oh, what? His Grace gave it to you? The maid exclaimed. But why did he only give you one? Oh, it's actually not an earring. Psyche began to explain. Did he give you anything else? A dress or a jewelry set? The maid asked eagerly. No, I'm not in a position to receive things like that from him. Why not? You're his fiancée. And you don't have a lot of clothes or accessories right now, the maid insisted. Well, Psyche admitted, I only packed a few things because I had to leave the mansion in a hurry, and I wasn't planning to stay here for a long time. Oh, but because of all the sword practice, my training clothes have become a bit tattered. Then can you go shopping with me tomorrow? Absolutely, the maid agreed cheerfully. Wait, how did things end up like this? Psyche wondered. She looked over and added, What do you think about this, master? They're pretty, right? Not bad. Get one of each and get the bill for us, the Duke said. Yes, master. Psyche hesitated. Excuse me, you don't like them? It's not that, she said. I think I should pay for them. As long as you're a guest at our home, we should pay for what you need. He's right, another voice chimed in. Oh, the lady needs a few more outfits for the manor and outing clothes. The shop over there is more famous. Wait, Cecil. When did this happen? Psyche said, startled. We can't leave anything up to our master. It's better to do it ourselves, Cecil added. You're right. We should have done this sooner. We'll be back after we pack and load everything. You two can rest over there, another helper declared. Yes. We'll pack up and be back soon, someone echoed. Psyche turned to the Duke. Your Grace. Did you get in touch with Lord Aiden like I requested? After the incident with the demonic beasts, there was no way for me to contact Aiden. However, the conversation I had with Leah made me think that the beasts could have been after Lord Aiden, so I had asked Duke Lester to relay the message to him for me. Please, help Aiden, Leah had pleaded. Yes, I did. As you requested, I told him that the beasts could have been after him, Duke Berndia replied. So you don't need to involve yourself with him anymore. No good can come from being close to House Hilais. I know that you don't like House Hilais because they support the Emperor, Psyche said firmly. But you shouldn't judge a person just based on which house they belong to, no? I have no connection to my family since I have severed my ties with my father. Lord Aiden said he was no longer involved with his family. Why do you want to meet him? Are you interested in him? The Duke asked. I already told you that it wasn't like that, Psyche replied. Also, didn't you tell me that it didn't matter to you whether I had a lover or not? But why are you asking me that? He faltered. Suddenly I feel anxious and confused, Psyche thought. Is this how he feels? This artifact allows those who wear the rings to share their feelings and location with each other. The artifact had told her his location before, but it had never conveyed his feelings to her. Well, the Duke started, but then noticed someone. Oh, isn't that Duke Lester? I'm so happy I ran into you here, Your Grace, Duke Lester called out. Today must be my lucky day. There's an urgent matter I need to discuss with Y. I don't know who you are, but shut up and, Psyche said gently. I'll leave you so you two can go ahead and talk. I'll step outside for a bit and get some fresh air, Duke Lester added awkwardly. Lady Psyche, the Duke shouted after her. Yes, yes. It'll only take a moment. What was that? Why did he? Psyche thought. Oh my, isn't that Lady Psyche? Someone nearby whispered. The fake daughter of House Silkisia? Another replied. Yes. I heard that the real daughter returned recently. I guess I can't escape people talking about me if I look like this. Psyche thought. I'll be more comfortable this way. I'm glad the clothes I'm wearing today don't look awkward on a man. Then she overheard. Oh, the second prince's birthday celebration festival is starting soon. Come to think of it, Leah did write down some very good information. Delos, the mercenary who defeated the Assam. Currently unable to contact. Chance of participation in the Doll Kingdom festival is quite high, for me yesterday. I should go there on the opening day. Cecil and Isolate are probably by the carriage, so I'll head that way now. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out. Hey! Do you not know how to use your own eyes? Hilvia aslant. She added. Why are you just staring at me like a fool? The seal on that letter. Psyche thought. Ugh, everything fell out. Hilvia had stumbled, and yet the onlooker simply stood there. A lady has fallen, but you're just standing there watching her? She shouted. You should know how lucky you are today. If I wasn't in a hurry, you would be done for. Psyche's thoughts continued to race. The seal on the letter Hilvia had with her. I'm positive, it was the seal Lillian uses for her personal business. But she came into this back alley holding that letter. If she's heading in this direction, then is she. I should follow her. She glanced around. I think she went that way. Then she paused. There were others. Are they following her as well? They're not making any noises when they walk. Hilvia's voice suddenly rang out. Get out of my way! Do you think you'll be able to get away with this? When my father finds out, one of the men responded coolly. Yes, actually, your father refuses to meet with us. That's why we're here to see his daughter. Hilvia's eyes widened. What? What do you mean? He added. There is a large sum of money House Aslant borrowed from us and hasn't paid back. That's ridiculous. Hilvia muttered. I know I've been getting less allowance lately, but still. Well, we'll let you go if you sign here confirming the amount. You expect me to believe that? She snapped. Well then, would you like to stay with us until you sign it? No. I'll sign it. Suddenly, one of the men looked up. Hey! Who's there? Psyche's heart raced. Oh my gosh, I made a mistake. I guess I have no choice now. I was going to approach Hilvia quietly after those guys left, but now, hiding might get me into even more trouble. A man stepped forward. Who are you? Why did you follow us? Psyche replied smoothly. No way. I've been waiting my turn because I have something to discuss with her as well. Me? Hilvia gasped. Come to think of it, you're that guy I saw earlier. You were waiting your turn? You had no idea what we might do to her, but you were quietly waiting? That doesn't make much sense. The man said skeptically. There are only two reasons why the Black Moon would be here. Psyche explained. Seeing how you are with a noble lady, it seemed to me like it was a money-related matter. If it was the other, I think it would have been done even before I came here, she went on. The Black Moon is an assassin's organization disguised as an ordinary guild, and is also involved in giving out illegal loans. Walking without making any noises is an assassin's specialty. And recently, there have been rumors about the finances of House Aslant. Of all the organizations that can handle a house like that, they're the only ones that fit the bill. Honestly, I wasn't particularly interested in this kind of information, she thought. She came across this information in her past life while cleaning up Lennox's mess. Psyche said, I think I've answered your question. So if you're done, may I take care of my business now? Did you check the signature? What? Yes, then let's go. All right. She nodded, but Hilvia shouted after her. Hey! You! What is wrong with you? While a fragile lady like me is being harassed by those thugs, you said what? You were waiting your turn? Since you were at the auction, you're also from a noble family. How can you say such a thing to a lady in danger? It seems we have different perspectives about what happened. Psyche replied calmly. It seemed to me like the money they lent your house was more at risk. Well, you don't need to explain, Lady Hilvia. What I want to know is why you're carrying Lady Lillian's letter. Hilvia's eyes darted. How did you? Oh, she must be paying you a lot, for someone like you to do her personal errands for her. Psyche replied. What did you just say? Hilvia hissed. How dare you say? This is a secret road that leads to the jeweler's district. Seeing her reaction, it looks like my guess was right, Psyche thought. Lillian is probably making her own poisonous needle necklace. Perhaps the necklace in my past life was also, she asked. Do you know what that letter says, my lady? Hilvia snapped. Wow, you're really something. I'm just helping my poor, sick friend, huh? Wait, that's... Lady Hilvia, gasps filled the air. Oh my gosh! It really is the wave's tear, Psyche blinked. What are you talking about? I heard that it was sold for 50 million gold in a recent undisclosed auction, but I never thought I would actually see it in person. Hilvia said, entranced. What? Psyche echoed in shock. 50 million gold? A deep blue color similar to the rippling waves. I wasn't sure what that meant when I heard that description, but after seeing the real thing, I totally get it. It's so beautiful, this man. Hilvia stared. I didn't realize it before because I was so mad earlier, but he is rich enough to wear the waves tear on his ear. And he has a high-ranking status that allows him entry into secret auctions. Frozen from shock. On top of all that, he looks quite handsome too. He's a little blunt, but also somewhat elegant with his speech. Hilvia turned to Psyche and exclaimed, Will you marry me? Wait, let go of me, Lady Hilvia. I promise I'll be a good wife. A cool voice cut in. Duke Berndia replied. You said you were going out to get some fresh air, but I had no idea you would be cheating on me in a back alley. What is he doing here? Duke Lester, he say, I would give up if I were you. The person you just proposed to is already engaged to someone else, she replied. Pardon, and that person has a similar background as me, is as powerful as me, higher rank than House Slant, one of the most powerful in the Empire, and has a similar personality to mine. One of the most impatient and temperamental men in the Empire. You should have told me that earlier. Forget what I just said. I wish you the best with your love, Duke said. I did say all that to make her leave, but she didn't even hesitate for a moment. Psyche added, Oh, your grace. I would like to return this to you, but why all of a sudden? Didn't we finish talking about this last time? She say. I didn't know this was the wave's tear. I can't possibly accept something so precious. Pardon? Huh, that is, according to Lady Hilvia it is. Did he give it to me not knowing what it was? Make something that can be used as both a sword and an accessory as quickly as possible. Right now, there's only one item that can handle that level of magic, if there's something great. Just use that to make it, he said. Oh. I remember just glancing at the report and signing it. Well, it can't be helped now. I already gave it to you, so just keep it, she asked. What do you mean? He say. I told you when I first gave it to you. You're the only one who can use it now, Psyche said. There must be a way. I just can't accept something like this for free. It's not for free. I've done a rough calculation, so please take it. What do you mean? He replied. I bought the wave's tears so it could be used to kill the monsters in my territory. Wah. And since you told me a way to get rid of the monsters, it's kind of serving its original purpose. She think I felt something just now. Duke added I knew that it would look the best on you. The first day of the festival. This place is packed, he say. I just need to take care of this one thing. Why don't you wait for me so we can go together, she added. I didn't think this place would be this crowded. Maybe I should have waited for him. No, all I know is the name of the person. It's probably best that I look for him alone. Oh, Crow, I'm going to head this way. Follow me carefully. His Grace must have said something to it since I was beaten by Lennox last time. Psyche think maybe finding this person is going to be a lot harder than I thought. There are just too many people. I have so little information. First, I'll look around the area I haven't been to. I'm very displeased. Don't you trust me? She thought. This voice is, no way. You know how much I depend on you. Izar! And is the lady he's with Siona? Do they know each other? Psyche explained. I'd better get out of here before he notices me. I thought he would be with Lillian and Lennox as usual. I went to the Doll Kingdom Festival with Lennox, and we had so much fun. Too bad you couldn't join us, Psyche. What's Izar doing with Siona? I took care of most things related to House Silkisia, but I never knew about her. Come to think of it, When Lillian came back from the festival at that time, she did mention something weird. It was amazing to see the lifeless dolls move. With that kind of magic, I wonder if they can even move dead people. They went to many places without me, but I remember her saying that because it was kind of strange. Lady Psyche, she said. Lord Aiden, I'm so glad you're alright. I've been trying to contact you, Lord Aiden replied. I'm doing just fine, thanks to you. Duke Lester has been helping me. He smiled. Yes, he actually told me to stay away from you, but today we met by chance, so hopefully he won't say anything. He did test me after all, she surprised. He tested him, he asked. Are you here to enjoy the festival? Psyche said. No, Is it alright to tell him? It'll be alright since Duke Lester is being generous with him. And he seems to know Miss Leah as well. I'll just tell him that I'm looking for someone, but not what for. I'm looking for someone. I'm looking for a mercenary named Delis. All I know is that he's from the West, and I'm not confident that I can find him in this crowd by myself. He think, Delis. I've heard of that name before. Oh. It's one of the pseudonyms used by Lady Stella. Lady Stella? You don't mean Lady Stella, the chief of the West and the master of the Silent Land, Aiden said. Yes, that's right. I'm actually here to see her. What a coincidence again. Coincidence. I just happened to run into Lord Aiden and found out that he and I are looking for the same person. But the person who holds the key to solving the problem in the North is the leader of the West bothers me a little. Would you like to come with me? I can introduce you to Lady Stella when I meet her. Do you have any other business besides that? Oh, yes. Thank you. That's quite enough, he said. Then may I continue to tell you what I was saying last time? Psyche replied. Yes, go ahead. What I'm going to say might shock you, but could you please listen until the end? Psyche thought. I believe you're the victim of the Rees incident. The victim of the Rees incident. I've heard of that before. I believe that you are the daughter of House Rees, the surviving direct descendant of Silkisia. You can't leave during the show. What's that? You shouldn't move during that show, she say. I will evacuate the people from the tent. Lord Aiden, please take the people to a safer place, Aiden shouted. Wouldn't it be better if I did that instead? She replied. If there's anyone who can't move by themselves, you'll be able to help them better. Come back, this way. Head this way to avoid danger. If you go straight, you'll see people gathered there. If you see a security guard, please let them know what happened. Thank you, Lady Psyche. Watch out, Aiden say. Are you alright? Lady Psyche said. Yes, somewhat. Fortunately, the dolls are moving slower than us. It seems like almost everyone has evacuated now. Lady Psyche, did you see Lady Stella in the crowd when you were helping them evacuate? Lady Psyche say. Oh. I'm sorry. I've never seen Lady Stella, so I wouldn't be able to recognize her even if I ran into her, he said. Oh, I'm sorry. She's always dressed in a Western style of clothing, so she would have stood out. Come to think of it, I think she would have gone to find the cause of the accident, she added. The cause? It'll be difficult to deal with such large dolls one by one. Since we're in the center of the capital, if we don't do anything, they'll cause even more damage. I didn't notice anything suspicious when I was helping people evacuate. First, I'll search the tents for Lady Stella. If I find her, I'll find the cause together with her. And if I don't, I'll try to resolve the situation somehow, Aiden said. Then I'll go with why. Croa, she said. I can't go because it's too dangerous. I won't fight the dolls. I'm just going to secretly have a look. Also, Lady Stella might be out there somewhere. I need her help to solve the problem in the Lester territory. If you don't let go of my hair, I'm going to tell His Grace that you pulled out all my hair. It's quiet in here. It is, she say. I don't think there are any more dolls inside, Aiden shouted. Lady Psyche? Lady Stella! Lady Stella, where are you? Croa, can you look around to see if there's anything suspicious? Croa. Lady Psyche, over here, she added. Isn't this a magic circle? No one noticed it because it was on top of the stage. Yes, and in the very center. The center has been blacked out. Did someone try to erase it? Then is the magic circle no longer active? This seems to be the cause, so let's leave it for now. We should contact the Magician Association. Lady Psyche, Isolate say. Your Grace, these are the documents related to the House Rees incident that you mentioned, Duke replied. I'll look at it after I review this one, so put it there. Siona Tubros, She's skilled in plant-based magic, mainly hallucination and mind-affecting magic. Leah entered. Her signature is most similar to the forbidden magic signature that was at the scene during the demonic beast incident. Also, when I went to investigate the day after the incident, I ran into her as well. Man added, by the way, Your Grace, why are you suddenly reinvestigating the House Silkisia incident? Duke asked. Why? Is there a problem? Icide said. There were some suspicious aspects, but the imperial family were the victims. If they were to say something, you'd be in an awkward position, he said. And even if the results of the investigation turn out differently, there are no immediate family members of House Silkisia left. The biggest reason he couldn't say this out loud. Plus, I thought you were pursuing a relationship with Lady Psyche, so attacking her family looks bad, Duke Berndia say. Well, you have a point, but don't you find it strange? Icide say. Pardon? Duke added. Of the 4 families that have existed for hundreds of years, one disappeared under suspicious circumstances, and another one is now under mysterious attacks and facing great danger. You don't think, Duke said. I'm not sure yet, but as long as there's a possibility that it might concern me too, I have no choice but to investigate it. And the victim of the House Silkisia incident is, Your Grace. What's wrong all of a sudden? What's happening? He shouted. Crow, I lost my connection with Lady Psyche. I lost my connection with Lady Psyche, she shouted. Wake up, you dumb lady. What are you going to do now? Who are you? Psyche say. A child. Wait, where am I? She replied. See? I told you not to go in there, Psyche said. Lady Crow. Yes. Psyche, you stupid girl, Psyche say. I heard that shapeshifters hide in the deep forests in the east to avoid human persecution, but I had no idea that CROA was one of them. Crow, do you know where we are? She replied. How would I know? I don't feel any energy from the ring. This never happened before. This is not an ordinary space. It's strange how dark it is in here. Is there anything we can lighten up this? Lady say. What are you doing, Psyche? Psyche reply. I'm glad I have this. It's sparkly. We'll be able to see where we're going with this, so let's move. I'll cut the iron bars in front first. Wow, you're really strong. Crow, get down. It's difficult for me to walk. If you stay on my back like that, I can't use my sword. Why don't you sit on my shoulder in your crow form? I can't. In here, I can't change back to my crow form, Psyche think. She can't. I guess it can't be helped. Then hang in a way that doesn't get in my way. Okay, Lady asked. By the way, if you're this strong, why did you get beat up last time? It made my dad mad, Psyche say. Your dad? Yes, my dad. Her dad? Who is she talking about? Wait, is she talking about Duke Lester? Lady said. Maybe he's not my dad. Is he my brother? Psyche think. Either one would be an issue. The shapeshifters live longer than humans, so their age gap must be, Lady said. There's something in front of us. Don't come any closer. Lady Stella? She asked. How do you know my name? I'll get you out first. Hold on for a moment. Are you alright? Are you injured? She replied. We are fine. Thank you for helping us. I tried to get us out, but my powers don't work in here. In here, I can't feel the earth. I think someone messed with the coordinates. Think. Lady Crow said that her powers were limited in here too, and the same thing is happening to Lady Stella. Stella of the West. The silent master of the land. As long as she has her feet on the ground, there's nothing that can beat her powerful abilities than this space. It's definitely not a normal place. Lady Stella, who are these children? The magic circle on the stage sucked them in here. The magic circle on the stage, Psyche say. I can't stay here forever, so I'm going to look for a way out. What would you like to do? Since I can't use my abilities here, may we go with you? I can't leave these children here alone. Sure, I'll lead the way. Go straight, then to the right, she said. Psyche, can I have that sparkly thing? I'm telling you where to go anyway. I'm sorry, without this, other people can't see anything. There needs to be a little bit of light so the children are less scared. Instead, when we get out of here, I'll give you something that's even more sparkly than this, Crow added. More sparkly? Really? Oh, you're such a nice person, Psyche. Hey! You smell like winter. It makes me feel so happy. I smell like winter. Hee hee, it's so nice. I'll give you something good as well. Crow, what did you just do? What's this? Lady asked. Do you like it? She replied. I can see everything clearly as if there's a light in here. It's my blessing. Isn't it cool? The blessing of a shapeshifter. It's when the shapeshifter shares their main ability with humans, but I heard that it's rare to receive one nowadays because the relationship between shapeshifters and humans has worsened. Why are you giving your blessing to me? Crow said. There's no one else to give it to anyway, Psyche say. What about Duke Lester? She say. Crow gave him one already. Crow is bad. Oh, right. There's another Crow. So he's a shapeshifter as well, Psyche added. Thank you. It's been a while since anyone has given me something so nice. I feel happy, yet it also feels strange, she say. Is there a problem? You haven't moved in a while. It's a dead end, Psyche said. Yes. We've come to a dead end. We can't go any farther. You even know how to create sword energy. Is it someone I know? Oh no! How are you able to block this? Neen? The way he wields his sword feels familiar for some reason. Psyche, Crow, she said. Crow, take the people who came with us to safety. No! I need to protect you, she shouted. That's how you can protect me. If you don't, I won't be able to fight well because I'm worried about them, he said. You still haven't found her? Leah entered. It was simple growth magic, and a very basic level at that. It looks like someone intentionally lifted the protective shield on the dolls, Duke said. It was probably the Imperial family. Who else would openly interfere with an Imperial-sponsored event in the middle of the city? She said. Hey! Watch what you say. I'm sorry. I was with her, but I failed to protect her, Duke added. Crow, are you still not able to communicate with Crowa? Do whatever you can to find Lady Psyche. Why do I feel like this? If I can't find her, Man said. But how? You're nothing. But how are you doing this? Psyche said. He has a lot of hostility radiating from him. After a few moves, I can definitely tell. His technique is similar to House Silkisia's, but it's extremely destructive. Using this technique also destroys the person using it. This isn't good. I can't block it. I have to get out of the way. There was a magic circle hidden behind the wall. What is going on? His attack destroyed the magic circle. Can we get out of here now? She think. Since he's still reeling from the shock of the magic circle reaction, this is my chance. I have to end this before he gets up. What just happened? Did my body shrink? Is there a magician nearby? Man added. Am I dreaming right now? I did wish for you to crawl like an insect in the past, but I never thought you would actually turn into an insect, she said. So I wasn't just imagining it. It's not that he's attacking me just because I came into this place. He has a lot of hostility toward me, she thought. At this rate, I can only dodge his attacks. I don't think I'll be able to last long this way. What now? Should I lure him to the magic circle? But it's a long way to get there, he added. Damn it. Where are you, Psyche? Where are you? Crow, I'm here, Crow shocked. Oh no! How did you get so small? Psyche replied. I don't know. Where are Lady Stella and the children? She added. She made the earth shake and then took the children outside, so I came to get you. Oh, the earthquake. Lady Stella must have used her powers. Psyche, the ground is shaking in here too. Let's get out of here. I can change back to my form now. Get on my back, Duke think. The rings are connected again. I can feel her energy. She's nearby. Is this the tent that bastard Hilace mentioned before? Lady Psyche, she replied. Duke Lester, boy say. Inviting Silkisia to the north is forbidden. Why? Is it because it's too far? Lady reply. There's something that's always in the north that isn't in the south. You'll find out soon enough when the time comes. Duke think. Did I doze off? Even if I get rid of it, there's no answer. There's a limit to what I can solve from here. I wasn't planning on staying in the capital this long in the first place. How did this happen? She added. No. I want to call off our engagement, he replied. Both parties need to benefit from a deal. Your proposal doesn't make sense to me. What do you gain by doing this? At first, I thought that just solving the monster problem would be the end of everything. I don't even know when I started to worry about her, he thought. Now that I have realized my feelings, it would be ridiculous to pretend like I don't have them. And now that I know, I don't want to deny them. I have fallen for Lady Psyche. Is she in her room right now? Duke added. It's only been a few hours since I've seen her, but I miss her already. I'm in trouble. I confidently told her that I would let her go whenever she wanted, but I don't want to go back to the north alone. What should I do? A voice came. This is hers. This is mine. This is hers, Psyche think. Crow, I can't eat that much when I'm this big. Crow reply. Why not? She said. Is that so? Look at this. This is big enough for me. My body, which suddenly became smaller on the day of the festival, hasn't returned to its original size even as the days have passed. Thanks to that, she entered my lady. What should we do? None of the new dresses we made will fit you anymore. It's too late to remake them now. Psyche say. Oh, I'm alright. She say. Oh, actually. Hold on a minute. These are doll clothes from His Grace's collection room. Maybe you can wear these for now. I'm so glad I found some dresses that fit you. Psyche say. Oh, thank you. I don't think that's the problem right now. I can't figure out why this happened, but Cecil is worried about things like this. Because of that, now I'm just waiting around in fancy doll clothes. Crow added. Psyche, when will you become big again? She say. I don't know. Crow asked. Would you like to go for a ride on my back? Psyche say. No, I'm fine. He entered. Lady Psyche, Duke Lester, he asked. Were you talking to Crow? She added. Oh, yes. We've been talking since that day at the festival. Crow, you. Sorry. I forgot to tell you, Duke Lester. Crow is the culprit. She surprised. What? Crow is the reason you became smaller. This is because of Crow. Crow, keep your wings up, he added. The powers of two gods collided within your body, she said. The power of the gods collided. The blessing of a shapeshifter is like receiving a share of power from the shapeshifter's god. Psyche think. It's like a side effect that occurred when the power of the shapeshifter mixed with a body that already possessed the special ability received from the god Vicente. But my power is not a supernatural ability, he think. Her reaction is somehow a bit more subdued than before. As Ilya said, the brainwashing may have weakened or her rejection response may have become pulled due to repeated exposure. Duke said. Let's just say that is the case. There really isn't any other reason to explain it, is there? She say. So that's it. Oh, come to think of it, I heard that Crow gave you his blessing. Then did you experience a side effect like this too? Duke asked. Is there anything you didn't tell her? Yes, well, my symptoms were different from yours. Anyway, we need someone like the High Priest to solve this problem. I'll contact the temple, she added. That means I have to stay like this until we hear back from the temple, right? Duke replied. I have a makeshift artifact that I can use, but it's in the territory and needs to be repaired. I'm not sure if I can get it here faster before the temple contacts us. Either way, you'll have to endure this for a few more days, Maid shouted. Oh, my lady, I'm reading a book. Oh, I'm sorry. Are you alright, Lady Psyche? Yes, being small was more difficult to get used to than I thought. I should have taken better care of you, he said. No, it's not your fault that she almost got blown away by the wind or got crushed by a napkin. So I've been thinking, how about you wear this? No. If you don't want to, I can't force you to wear it. No. I mean, I'm not a dog or a cat, but how can he ask me to wear a bell? Hold on. I'm passing by. Maid reply. Oh, I'm sorry. Wait. Oh. I didn't know you were there. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's dark, so I can't really see right now. No. I'm sorry I startled you. Are you alright? She said. No. I don't think I'm alright. She surprised. It seemed like you were quite shocked by His Grace's suggestion of wearing a bell, but after thinking about it, I thought there was a chance you didn't like how the bell looked. So, I prepared a few options for you. In case it was because you didn't like the noise it made, I focused on finding various bell designs, she added. If you wear this, it'll release a gorgeous aurora over your head. And this is a brooch that has a sparkling pearl effect that can reach over a mile radius. Psyche say. I appreciate your hard work, but I think I should just wear the bell. All done! There's a magic spell on the bell, so you won't hear it ring. Icide think. Why is that still sparkling? She say. Go ahead and just laugh to my face, Duke Lester. I'm sorry. I'm not laughing at you. You just look so cute. Really, I'm serious. But you don't believe me, she added. Given your taste, I guess it's possible for you to find this cute. The clothes I'm wearing now were borrowed from your doll's clothes anyway. Has he still not told her that those were gifts he prepared for her? It seems like it. She looks adorable to me, but I'm not sure if it's because she's small or if I'm just infatuated with her. Ski say. Duke Lester? Lady Psyche, since things turned out this way, May I commemorate it with a portrait? He said. You can take off the bell while I'm painting you, she replied. No. I mean, that's not a problem right now. Don't you think it's a bad idea to show myself like this to other people? Oh, you don't have to worry about that. I'm going to paint you myself. You're going to paint the portrait. I'm not a professional artist, but I'm not bad either, she say. But still, your model fee will be paid with a new swordsmanship class once your body returns to normal. Well, come to think of it, since he did give me an expensive gift, and I'm still staying in his mansion, I guess I could indulge his hobby. All right. I'll allow it, Duke said. Do you feel uncomfortable? Would you like to take a break? No, I'm fine. She thinks it's not that I'm uncomfortable. Do artists look at their models like this when they paint them? I feel like his gaze is very intense. Does he have to focus more because I'm so small? He replied. All right, it's done. Oh, you're good. Is this how he sees me? I'm glad you think the portrait turned out nicely, she added. Oh, I almost forgot. What are you going to do with that portrait? Duke say. I don't know. Should I hang it up in my office? Pardon? Well, it's been a long time since I completed a painting. And even you said it turned out well, she say. But still, we're calling off our engagement soon. So don't you think it'll be weird to hang your ex-fiancée's portrait in your office? He reply. Well, I'll think about that when the time comes. I thought he was going to hang it in the collection room along with his doll clothes. The misunderstanding deepens. Icide entered. Your Grace, Lady Stella has arrived, Duke said. She's here early. Take her to the parlor. Yes, Your Grace, Psyche said. Please excuse me. Something happened, so I have no choice but to see you like this, Stella added. It's all right. I just wanted to talk to you for a bit. I think I can guess why you look like that. It's because of that girl you were with, isn't it? Psyche think. She's not surprised by it at all. Even Duke Lester didn't know right away, but she instantly understood what had happened to me. So she's the head of the West. Do you think it's alright for me to see Lady Stella like this? He said. Yes. It might surprise other people, but it'll be alright with her, she say. Is this why Duke Lester said that? I came here to thank you. Thanks to you, the children safely returned home, Psyche say. Oh, I'm glad. Because of my situation, I didn't think to follow up on them. Lady Stella just got caught up in the incident, but she took care of the children until the end. Maybe she's someone who'll listen. Lady Stella? Actually, I went to the festival that day hoping to see you, Stella surprised. Me. I heard that you once dealt with Asums while disguised as the mercenary Della. Oh, how do you know that? I even changed my appearance back then. Well, I guess that's not what's important. Yes, that's right. I just happened to get rid of them while passing by, Psyche replied. I don't know if you know, but the North is in a difficult situation right now because of the sudden appearance of Asums. Could you please help us? An Asum is a high-level monster that uses magic and hallucinations, and is classified as a high-risk monster because it causes its enemies to see illusions. However, their major weakness is that the illusions only work on men. Nevertheless, the reason they are still classified as difficult monsters to deal with is because Asums live in packs, and it is difficult to gather a large army of women to defeat them, she added. When I heard that a mercenary took out a pack of Asums alone, I thought maybe they had a secret attack. But if that mercenary was Lady Stella, she's actually capable of using the traditional methods most effectively. She's a woman, and her power is almost invincible when the conditions are right. If only we could get her help, Stella said. I'm sorry, that's a bit difficult for me to agree to. Oh, I'm not asking you for a favor. If there's anything you want, Stella say. No, that's not the problem. And as for compensation, how could I ask you for such a thing? No. Never mind. If you tell Duke Lester that I declined, he'll understand why. There's still something I must take care of here. That day, I went to the Doll Kingdom to meet someone, since she loves dolls, so I thought I might see her at the doll festival. But since I didn't see her there, I must go find her myself. Well, I'll get going now, Psyche said. But, Philosistania. Lady Stella, that greeting. Oh right. This greeting is not used here, is it? It's a Western greeting, Psyche say. May your breath fill the night stars. Do you know the ancient language? Psyche thought. Well, that phrase is a greeting in the ancient language used in the West. As far as I know, people in the West don't like sales such as auctions, Philosistania. But why was it the password to get into an auction house? That greeting was the password to enter an illegal auction house I accidentally discovered the other day. An auction house. Thank you for letting me know. I have to decline your request for help, but I'll pay you back for the information you gave me today. Evergreen likes perfumes, Psyche say. Pardon? Perfumes. Duke entered. Well, I knew she would say no. You knew, he replied. All right, here you go. What's this? Duke added. I thought you looked uncomfortable while eating. It's been a while since the chef showed off his skills. Thank you so much. Did you two talk about anything else? She said. Evergreen likes perfumes. Does that ring a bell? He became angry. Why should you care what Widnix likes? Psyche replied. I don't know. That's why I'm asking you. Widnix Evergreen, along with House Lester in the north, House Silkisia in the south, and House Stella in the west. House Evergreen is one of the families that founded the empire. Widnix is their current head. He possesses abilities and is known as the wind that does not blow. Psyche think. For generations, House Evergreen has rarely left the Eastern Territory, so I never encountered him even in my past life. He shouted. Widnix is a crazy bastard. Everyone is deceived because he comes from a nice family and has a good-looking face, but he has a nasty personality, she thought. As he spoke, he realized he was kind of describing himself. She added, Oh. Sure, Duke Burndia said. Damn it, why are we talking about Evergreen all of a sudden? He never leaves the Eastern Territory anyway. Oh, if Lady Psyche really leaves this place after things are wrapped up, it would be strange for her to stay under Lester Territory because I'm her ex-fiancé. While the West is too different and closed off, she wouldn't want to go to the capital or to the south due to House Silkisia's influence. So by method of elimination, the only remaining territory where she can escape House Silkisia's influence is Evergreen in the east. He think. I got worked up when Lady Psyche mentioned that annoying bastard. But even Lady Stella's seemingly random statements often have meaning when I look back on them later. I guess she was foreseeing that I'm going to be involved with Widnix soon. She say Duke Burndy Lester. Yes? Lady Stella said earlier that you would understand why she had to decline our request. And you also said you knew she would say no. Would it be rude if I asked why? He added. No, it's not rude. You were trying to resolve a problem in my territory, so you have a right to know. There's an unwritten rule among people who possess special abilities. It's a very old rule, she said. An unwritten rule. People with abilities shall not interfere in each other's lives, Psyche say. Why is that? Only very few people have special abilities even within the empire. Shouldn't they help each other? It's because of the first heads of the houses. There's a legend behind this ring. This ring was made by the first head of House Lester, he added. They say that this ring was imbued with the regret of the first head of House Lester after he lost his lover. There is no official record of it, but it is assumed that the first head of House Silkisia was his lover. She asked. What? House Silkisia. But those two, Duke said. Yes, they each married someone else and started their houses. And they both went crazy and died miserably. What? That's, he say. They say this is the reason why House Silkisia and House Lester's abilities manifest after skipping several generations. Unlike House Evergreen and House Stella who pass down their abilities every generation. It's because the tortured souls of the house heads were passed down to future generations. She became shocked. That's the reason there's an unwritten rule. To put it harshly, it's because other houses don't want to be dragged down if one house is doomed. If those are their values, we should respect them, right? Everyone already has a lot of responsibility on their shoulders as is. Just so you know, I don't believe it, she said. Pardon? He replied. What people say about their souls and all that. I just wanted to let you know that such a story exists in order to explain why Stella acted that way. Psyche say. Oh. I see. You didn't have to explain it in such detail then. It would have been enough to just let me know there's an unwritten rule, he say. But, you've been working hard to solve the monster problem. Well, we signed a contract. Regardless of the contract, I do owe and feel grateful to you. Thanks to you, I'm starting to see a way to resolve the problem plaguing the North. That's why I thought you deserved to know the full reason why your request was declined. She think, I feel grateful just being able to stay here. And I've always worked hard on things. No one has ever. I guess this is how it feels. To be recognized for my efforts. I see, he said. Miss Leah sent this. It appears someone is trying to recreate Keaton's necklace. I've checked it, so you can leave. Lennox say if you don't mind, I would like to see Lady Psyche. Didn't I warn you to stay away from her? Lennox said. There's something I need to tell her, Duke added. What? Are you going to tell her that she's Ree's daughter? Lennox said. How do you? I mean, is it true? Were you going to tell her something you're not even sure about? Lennox added. No. I had a strong suspicion, but I didn't have any evidence to convince her. I thought if she visited the temple and took the ability verification test, that would give a clear answer. But what were you going to do if the temple noticed and the information was leaked? Did you think you could take responsibility for that? Well, then does Lady Psyche already know? Duke said. No. I'm just telling you not to tell her something unnecessarily. Judging by her recent reactions, her brainwashing is slowly being undone. Any unnecessary shock like the one before will only burden her mind. Lennox shouted. What are you saying? You know what she went through at House Silkisia, Duke replied. How funny that you're the one telling me that. It was almost 20 years ago. I guess you were young back then, but you've had plenty of opportunities since, haven't you? I didn't know she was still alive. Had I found out earlier, he replied. So it's not that you didn't know about the incident, you just didn't know she was alive? In the end, you knew everything but kept your mouth shut, Duke added. That's exactly what I expected from a member of House Hillis. That's why I want you to stay away from Lady Psyche, who suffered while you kept quiet about your family's sins. Why don't you think about that very carefully? 40. Oh. Are you alright? Yes, he say. I told you it was dangerous to stand there. It's not like you've never seen a festival before, Psyche replied. Oh, it is my first time. When I was here a few days ago, I wasn't able to properly look around. Haven't you been living in the capital all this time? Festivals are held here quite often. Well, her father, Duke Logan say. It's because you're focused on such useless things that you've amounted to nothing. Don't even think about going around dirtying the family name. Lennox added she even wants to go to the festival now? I just don't like crowded places, Duke thought. She wouldn't have reacted the way she did just now. If the problem was really that she didn't like crowds, those bastards probably didn't allow her to go. When your body returns to its regular size, should we go on a date? We haven't done that in a while, she asked. Why would you? Duke replied. Do I need a reason? I just want to. An ability verification test? Is there such a thing? Oh, didn't you know, Lillian? Lillian added. Not at all. Why didn't father tell me about it? He probably forgot to mention it because he was distracted by that damn Psyche, maid say. He's right, my lady. How about you take it now? He said. That might be difficult. 2 or more nobles of a certain rank must stand witness in order to. Duke Lester, come closer, she say. I, Lillian Silkisia, House Silkisia's eldest daughter, give my greetings to Duke Lester, he said. You must be unfamiliar with the meaning of the term eldest daughter. Oh no. I'm not mistaken. I guess you don't know yet. Psyche is soon going to be never mind. But Duke Lester, are you here alone? What brings you to the temple? If it's okay with you, I would love for you to escort me. Duke Lester, Duke said. You seem to have some difficulty understanding. I thought it was clearly stated that I don't want anything to do with you, Psyche think. It's quite amazing how Lillian never gives up. He's been scorning her every time they meet, Lillian said. Wait, I'd like to take the ability verification test. Please participate as my witness, Psyche thought. She's going to take the ability verification test? Duke say. Neither Lennox, who suggested the test, nor she seemed to know the truth, he thought. Since Lady Psyche is the one who possesses House Silkisia's ability, I already know what the results of the test will be. However, people don't know that House Silkisia already has an ability user, so this is a difficult request to refuse. Alright. But I believe you need 2 nobles to participate in the ability verification test. I have things to do, so I can't just wait around. I'll participate if there's another noble who can join immediately, she said. Well. Oh. There's somebody right there. Duke Evergreen. Widnix Evergreen, he say. What? Duke said. I thought you'd stay in the east even if the empire collapsed. What are you doing in the capital? Widnix Evergreen. Don't you know? It's because of you. What? He said. It's because of your power, Berndia. What do you mean? He asked. Well, Widnix hesitated, then added. Never mind. It's no use telling you. What? He pressed. He paused. Don't forget the promise you made back then. His expression changed. Did I use my power again? He murmured. Just then, the carriage stopped. We've arrived, she stepped out and gasped. Oh my, it's so beautiful. Is this where I take the test? Yes, my lady, the knight replied. She looked around. So this is where they perform the ability verification test, Lady Psyche, a voice called out. Her heart skipped. I got caught. What do I do? How do I explain this? But Lennox and Lillian are here too, Duke panicked. What happened was, she stammered, noticing the man looking away. What? Is he turning a blind eye? Or maybe he's trying to say he doesn't even want to know what happened. He remained silent. He won't tell anyone else, Psyche say. I'm sorry I got caught. I'll be more careful. But then, a thought struck her. But wait. How did Duke Evergreen recognize me right away? Is it because I'm with Duke Lester? Or maybe he knew me from my silver hair. It's not a common color, a voice boomed. The High Priest has arrived. Lady Lillian Silkisia, please come to the center of the sanctuary. Yes. Lillian responded enthusiastically. What do you think, Berndya? He whispered. About what? He replied. Witnix say. What do you think will be the results of this test? Is my opinion going to change the outcome? Of course not. Then just be quiet and watch. Witnix is a crazy bastard, Duke muttered. Everyone is deceived because he comes from a nice family and has a good-looking face, but he has a nasty personality. They trailed off. Duke Lester was furious when he talked about Duke Evergreen last time, but they seemed to get along somewhat. Wait, she suddenly said. Did Lillian take this test in the past? No, I don't think so. She and Lennox were out today and came here on impulse. If she had taken the test in the past but didn't mention it because of disappointing results, that would be a huge relief. But what if that's not the case and she really does have an ability? The reason Duke Lester is so kind to me is because he mistakenly believes I have House Silkisia's special ability. But if he realizes that all I have is a curse, Duke added. You were having strange thoughts again, weren't you? Duke Lester, she gasped. You can't bring me out into the open. No one's looking this way anyway. Why the long face? He asked calmly. The test will reveal that Lillian doesn't have an ability. But I'd like to let you know before the results come out that it doesn't matter to me whether you have one or not. Haven't we come too far for that not to be the case? Think about it. You already know so many of my weaknesses. Regardless of whether or not you possess an ability, I'm the one who has to make sure you think well of me. So let's just watch how this test goes completely wrong. She clutched her chest. This is so unfamiliar. What is this feeling? Then the priest stepped forward. Witnix say. It's starting. How do we know the results of the test? She whispered. The color of the water changes. Came the answer. If the person taking the test has an ability, when the high priest pours the holy water, its color will change to match the unique color of the ability. He said it's very rare to see the color change. You're quite lucky, Lady Psyche, Duke said. Wait, Lillian shocked. What's this? Crowd murmuring. How can it be black? Has anything like this ever happened before? High priest shouting. Silence! What is this indecency before God? Vicente, acolyte nervously. But high priest! This has never. I mean, isn't this some kind of omen? Someone in the crowd. A color like that. It's usually a bad sign, High Priest firmly. How can man claim to know God's will? We cannot say what this means. Not yet, Lillian shaken. I didn't do anything, High Priest commanding. For now, come with me, Acolyte interrupting. High Priest! It's a prophecy, Acolyte pointing to the heavens. Behold, the word of God. A prophecy has come upon us, crowd and all. Vicente has given us a message? A prophecy. What does it mean? Psyche thinking to herself. A prophecy. Something like this can't be hidden, but I don't remember anything like this from my past life. What's happening? The temple of Vicente immediately shut its doors after receiving the prophecy, the first one in hundreds of years. Everyone in the temple became extremely cautious, so the story of Lillian's ability verification test never leaked. And Duke Lester handing her something. Here. Take this, Psyche looking. A brooch? Duke Lester said. It's just temporary. The high priest couldn't see you, so for now, this should help. Psyche. How do I use it? Duke Lester added. I'll explain. Wait. Servant gently. Excuse me, my lady. You're going to return to your normal size soon. You probably shouldn't be on the table, Psyche said. Oh, right, Duke Lester say. Just wear the brooch and press the button on the back. Psyche pressing it. Like this. Oh. I'm back, Duke Lester said. Good. I'm glad it worked, but remember, it's only a temporary measure, Psyche reply. Are there any side effects? Duke Lester say. Nothing serious, but, servant rushing in. Your Grace. An urgent message from the Imperial Palace. They're requesting your presence immediately. Duke Lester sighing. Looks like the news of the prophecy has already reached the palace. I'll explain the side effects later. For now, just get some rest, Psyche said. All right. Please go, Psyche thinking. There was no prophecy in my past life. So what changed? Was it Lillian's test? I should ask Duke Lester when he gets back. Maybe I can figure something out if I know what the prophecy says. Still, at least my body is back to normal. For now, Cecil entering. My lady, Psyche say. Cecil, come in. Cecil eyes wide. Oh my lady. You're back to normal, Psyche smiling softly. Yes. Thank you, Cecil. You've really helped me, Cecil flustered. Oh no, I was just doing my job, Cecil remembering. I almost forgot. Someone's here to see you, Psyche reply. To see me? Psyche thinking. A guest. But only a few people know I'm here. Could it be Lady Stella? Miss Leah? Or Duke Evergreen? Scene. Imperial Palace. Emperor Avelhide impatient. Duke think. What took him so long? That's not like him, High Priest say. Your Majesty, I have the prophecy. High Priest solemnly reciting. Glory that has lost its light shall consume the light of the sun. The flower that blooms in silence shall see its roots rot up. That is all, nobles whispering. The sun. That's dangerous to say aloud. Such a grim warning. Duke burned quietly. Neither of those sound hopeful. This won't be easy, High Priest. The prophecies of Vicente always come in pairs, and one of them always comes true, Adahide said. What do you think it means? Duke say. It's metaphorical. Hard to be sure, but when the sun is mentioned, it often refers to the emperor or the imperial family, so we already know which one we should try to ensure comes true. Another noble. Flowers and roots, maybe it refers to the land, or perhaps to Stella of the Silent Earth? Crown Prince looking at Lester. Duke Lester. What's your opinion? Duke Lester carefully said. This is a delicate matter, Your Highness. I'd rather not rush to judgment. I'll need more time to consider the meaning, whispered aside. The Emperor can be prickly. It's wiser not to say anything too definitive. Voice tentative. Your Majesty, may I offer a suggestion? He said. You may speak. Then I shall. First of all, since the sun is mentioned, we must ensure that the second oracle is the one that gets fulfilled. Rotten roots can be pulled out, but the sun that loses its light cannot be restored. I can't believe he's saying that out loud, but he's not wrong. Who would dare say it is right for the first prophecy to be fulfilled? Duke Silkisia. After hearing about the prophecy, I quickly researched some prophecies of the past before coming. They are always given in metaphors, and in some, the words have referred to the names of specific people. For example, Grand Minister Claudia was compared to a cloud, while Rainia, the woman of tragedy, was compared to rain. But that's not true for all prophecies, correct? Duke Silkisia added. Indeed. However, since there are two earlier cases, I'm only suggesting that it is highly likely. If we were to connect names to this prophecy, the flower mentioned in the second line could be a reference to Lady Lillian. We are discussing the first prophecy right now, Duke Lester. Duke think. I brought up the name of the daughter he loves, but he's still not withdrawing his claim. Logan Silkisia definitely has an ulterior motive. Is there a name associated with glory among House Silkisia's enemies? Widnick said. What Duke Silkisia is saying is quite dangerous. I was just sharing some interpretations from the past. Duke asked. What's this? Normally the Emperor would have ordered to first arrest everyone the prophecy might refer to, Widnick replied. Well, now that everyone has heard the prophecy, we should have time to think about it. We'll end the meeting here for now and have another after the prince's birthday banquet. Yes, Your Majesty. Of course. Oh, but since everyone is here, let's have dinner together in a moment. We're honored, Your Majesty. Private lounge in the Imperial Palace. Duke Berndia added. Isolate, get me a list of all the nobles Duke Logan might have a problem with. Right away, Your Grace, he ordered. Given Logan's personality, he wouldn't have just brought up vague guesses. He wants everyone to know that it is likely that the oracle is referring to a specific person's name. Glory that has lost its light shall consume the light of the sun. The Emperor's reaction was unexpected. He still stopped Logan even though what the prophecy said was potentially threatening to him. Then it is likely that the person Logan wants to get rid of is someone the Emperor needs. All nobles with names meaning glory have a good relationship with House Silkisia, he thought. Someone Logan wants to get rid of. Lady Psyche said that she didn't remember anything before her adoption. Then did Logan Silkisia give her the name Psyche? What if her original name was related to glory? Am I taking too far of a leap? Prince say. What's that? Lady Psyche is staying at Duke Lester's mansion? What happened, Duke Lester? Even though you two are engaged, she is an unmarried woman. As her father, he's right, Duke Lester. You should have been more considerate of Duke Silkisia's position. The rumor is true. Though adopted, she's still a duke's daughter, he think. How annoying. Logan has never cared about Lady Psyche's reputation. Currently, the supporters of the Emperor and those of the Crown Prince are divided, with each faction keeping each other in check. They're asking why I'm taking care of a lady whose family is associated with the Emperor's faction, even though Lady Psyche has helped House Lester so much more than the Crown Prince has. Logan, are you trying to create a wedge between me and the Crown Prince? You're mistaken if you think you're the only one who can play politics in a place like this. I had considered that, but I couldn't ignore my fiancée in danger. Lady Psyche was in danger, he replied. What does he mean, Duke think? Duke Silkisia's second son didn't hesitate to slap his sister in front of me, and the eldest son condoned that behavior instead of reprimanding him. Even if she was once a commoner, how could her brother hit her? Come to think of it, I heard that they had a fight in the street. Could it be? She felt as if she couldn't inconvenience the Duke since she was adopted, so she stayed silent and suffered alone. That's why I suggested she reside at my house for a while. I also wanted to repay her for helping me. Helping you? Duke Berndia added. She shared the contents of the Book of Monsters with me to help me resolve monster problems in my territory. Oh, of course, you must have given her permission, Duke Silkisia. It's a bit late, but I'd like to thank you for that. What? The Book of Monsters? He's bringing that up again? What is happening? I had no idea that Duke Silkisia's sons were like that. So then Duke Lester was just protecting his fiancée. What's this thing about monsters? Did House Silkisia offer help to House Lester first? Adahide said. Come to think of it, the monster problem in Lester territory is quite serious. Duke Silkisia. Yes, Your Majesty? Isn't the dungeon issue in Silkisia territory resolved now? Well, I think we should send the southern troops to the north. Thank you for your consideration, Your Majesty, Adahide added. What is the Emperor up to? Wasn't he the one who made sure I didn't get any help on this matter? And recently, the Kingdom of Hesti in the north sent an envoy to our empire requesting an alliance by marriage. Duke Lester has become engaged against his will due to the situation in his territory. Given the situation, it seems Lady Psyche can't reside with her family anymore, and a duke's daughter would fit a political marriage with a small kingdom on the border like Hesti, Duke replied. Your Majesty, I have no intention of breaking off my engagement. What happened? Duke Silkisia say. It didn't go too well, Siona say. I can't believe he's not giving up even after receiving such a prophecy, he replied. That prophecy is real, right? She added. Of course. Even I can't mess with such a thing. It took a lot of effort to steal it in advance. You should have done a better job of persuading him. His Majesty was stubborn, he replied. Ha! So what happened with the matter with the offerings? Siona said. What do you think? Your daughter interfered, so it failed spectacularly, and you couldn't even handle it? How pathetic, she think. He treats me so poorly just because I use forbidden magic. I wonder how he'll react when he finds out that his son had a hand in it, and that he was responsible for the failure? Well then, why couldn't you do your job? If you had controlled Psyche's abilities, she wouldn't have used them in front of Duke Lester. All you had to do was make sure she drank the tea every day. Is that hard? What? She said. Didn't the Emperor tell you? Poor you. I guess His Majesty doesn't fully trust you, huh? He shouted. Get rid of Psyche's ability. Do it now, she say. I already told you it's not possible. If it was, I wouldn't have made you use that method. You, she smiled. Let go of me. What? Are you going to hurt me? What do you think will happen if I confess everything to His Majesty right now? His Majesty has anxiously waited for over a decade, wondering when Psyche's abilities will awaken. I heard that he went so far as to bring Psyche and Duke Lester together, in hopes that being close to an ability user would help awaken her ability. But if His Majesty were to find out that you were suppressing her ability all along, Duke Silkisia added, it's not like I acted alone. You also. I won't lose my life over that. You know our positions are different, right? Well, anyway, I guess I should check on it sometime soon, he say. Check on what? I have to see whether the spell is working properly on her. Lester Manor, Duke Evergreen. What brings you here? Duke Lester has been summoned to the Imperial Palace, he replied. Yes. I as well. I thought this might be the only time I could meet you without Bernda around. What do you mean? He asked. Why are you here, Lady Psyche? She replied. I'm just staying here temporarily due to some personal circumstances, but soon. That's not what I mean. In your past life, you never left House Silkisia until your death, just as I thought. You remember, don't you? How did you know? He said. You are the one who inherited House Silkisia's ability. Haven't I heard this before? That this power is an ability, not a curse? I think Duke Lester said the same thing, but that's nonsense, isn't it? Because my ability is a curse, he added. Lady Psyche, even if I tell you to return to House Silkisia and repeat your past life, you won't listen, will you? What do you mean by that? How does Duke Evergreen know that I went back in time? Return to House Silkisia and repeat the past? To me that's, Psyche say. Is it because of Lillian? I heard that you rescued her, he replied. No, this has nothing to do with her. Saving her was a mistake. Had I not done that, she think. A mistake? That's not what's important. Do you know what Bernda did after you died? Psyche thought. He did something? In my previous life, Duke Lester and I were in a forced engagement because of the Emperor. That was all, but Duke Evergreen is asking about events after my death. How much of that past does he remember? He added. If you really want a different ending from last time, you'll have to resolve the Reese incident first. The Reese incident? He said. And if the undying flame goes out in this life, that will be your fault. The flame will go out, she think. Duke Evergreen knows something. As he said, I need to investigate the Reese incident. First, I need to find out who's made the fake necklace. If I follow the clues step by step, I'll avoid dying in vain like I did before. I asked Hilvia Esland to make the fake necklace. I'll start by checking the jewelry stores she frequents. What's that? What do you mean? We've already started working on it. It can't be helped. My lady says she won't be able to pay you, MB added. Do you expect me to believe that Marquis's precious only daughter doesn't have the means to pay us? She say. Recently, the financial state of the Marquis has changed, he reply. It's because of the rumor that the Blue Moon Guild has the real one, right? Psyche thought. The Blue Moon Guild? So there's a rumor that the Blue Moon Guild has the real thing. I didn't expect that kind of information. It does seem like a trap. The necklace is evidence stolen from the imperial family concerning the Crown Princess assassination case. If it was really taken, it should show up again around this time. However, if it's in the possession of the Blue Moon Guild, the front organization of the Assassin's Guild, Black Moon, this is intentionally leaked information designed to lure people looking for Keaton's necklace. The people out to get Keaton's necklace are Lillian, who made a fake one, Hilvia, Lillian's proxy, and although I don't know why, Miss Leah, who asked Duke Lester to get it. On the surface, it looks like Duke Lester and I attacked the auction house to get the necklace. Although we both hid our identities with magic, I need to consider the possibility that someone might have recognized us. Is there someone among these people whom the Blue Moon, that is, the Black Moon, is trying to lure using the necklace as bait? Psyche added. I don't know who the guild is after, he replied. Even if I tell you to return to House Silkisia and repeat your past life, you won't listen, will you? What do you mean by that? He said. If you really want a different ending from last time, you'll have to resolve the Reese incident first. But I have no other options right now. The Blue Moon headquarters, she think it's so gaudy and flashy. Welcome. Is there anything in particular you're looking for? She think. I'd like a necklace. Yes, the jewelry section is right this way, she replied. No, not those ordinary necklaces. I want an ornate gold necklace, with a vivid green emerald about the size of 2 fingers. I was told I'd be able to find it here. Could you please wait a moment? Guy added. Moo, I didn't expect to see you. Haven't we met before? Let's go. Yes, she think. He's the man who threatened Hilvia in the back alley, he added. The little girl from House Slant is more of a troublemaker than I thought. Are you disappointed because I'm not the customer you were expecting? What? Just in case. I checked out a few other jewelry stores before coming here, but not a single jeweler responded to the name Keaton's necklace. That only exists in old tales, no? There's no way that the first jeweler somehow had exceptional information, and it looks like someone leaked the rumor knowing that Hilvia Slant had requested the necklace. Why would this man, who had already met Hilvia, go out of his way to lure her? That means the one he truly wants is, Psyche say. You were trying to lure Lillian Silkisia here, weren't you? How? No, I guess it was an easy question to answer if you found the info through Slant, he said. I know something about you as well. You broke into the illegal auction house with a partner and tried to steal Keaton's necklace, right? Don't be so guarded. I had a rough description of the intruder, and I only figured it was you because you're here. Well, I would be going about it in a roundabout way, but I could make you an offer, she asked. An offer? Lady Psyche, Lester Manor. Welcome back, my lady. Oh, Cecil, is Duke Lester home yet? Yes, his grace is probably in his room, she said. When I came home, I was surprised to find that you were out. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know when you would be back. I took Croa with me, so I thought you would at least know where I was, Duke Berndia added. I asked you to take Croa for your protection, not to keep an eye on you. I'll tell Croa. So if you don't want me to know where you are, you can tell her that before you take her. Of course, I'd feel more relieved knowing your location, but, she say, alright, I wasn't particularly trying to hide my tracks. I actually don't know where to start. The truth is, I wanted to investigate the Keaton necklace case, so I went to the jewelry street, Duke said. Were you there to find out where Lady Lillian put in her request for the fake necklace? She say. You know about that? Then explaining things will be simpler. I went to the Blue Moon Guild because they had leaked information about the necklace, and they tried to strike a deal, he said. A deal? From the Blue Moon Guild? No, it seemed like a personal offer, Guy added. The man who raided the auction house with you was Duke Lester, wasn't it? You and Duke Lester seem to be rather close. If so, could you arrange a meeting with the Duke's fiancée, Lady Psyche? If she doesn't want to come alone, I don't care if the Duke accompanies her, Psyche think. That's good. For a moment, I thought he recognized me. What do I get in return? I'll tell you where Keaton's necklace is, she replied. You don't expect me to believe that, do you? Given what led me here, he explained. Oh my, even as I made the offer, I could tell you wouldn't find me credible. Well, I guess I have no choice. I'll take a bit of loss, but why don't I pay you in advance so we can build trust? Lady Lillian has the real necklace, she surprised. What? Lillian has it? That's all I'll say for now. I believe I've made the effort to prove I can be trusted, so if you want more details, arrange a meeting for me with Lady Psyche. Lady Lillian has the real necklace? We ought to make sure of that. She say then I'll send a letter, Duke said. It's not urgent, so let's make contact after we investigate the matter first. In any case, there's the swordsmanship competition in a few days, she replied. Oh yes. You have to attend the event, right? He added. You're speaking like it has nothing to do with you. Well, I'm not a participant, so I'm not particularly involved. Is there a reason for me to attend? He said. Well, I should start by explaining what happened at the meeting. Judging from Duke Silkisia's attitude, it seemed like he wanted to use this opportunity to get rid of someone. Do you have any guesses as to whom? Psyche say. No. The only people with names associated with glory are Baron Deschen and Marquis Urant, but both have a good relationship with Father, Duke Silkisia, so there's no particular need to keep them in check, because Duke Silkisia could easily get rid of them at any time, she replied. Yes, my father wouldn't need to use a prophecy to deal with those two, he think. I agree. If so, then it's highly likely that Lady Psyche is the Duke's target. I could be more certain if there was a way to know her real name. Lady Psyche? Did she fall asleep? Oh my. I didn't properly explain the brooch's side effects to her because I was so suddenly summoned to the palace. The next morning, when did I come back to my room? Oh, Lady Psyche! Are you awake now? Yes, I just woke up, Cecil say. His Grace has asked for you to come see him in his office after you get plenty of rest. She surprised. I guess Duke Lester carried me back to my room. Oh. Then please help me get ready, so I can go right away. Yes, my lady. I'll prepare your bath water first, she think. Oh, I'm small again. Is the artifact not working anymore? Huh? Where did the brooch go? He entered. I took it off, she replied. Oh, thank you. I'm sorry, but my memories of last night are a little fuzzy. No, I should have explained the brooch better before I left for the palace yesterday. It's my fault. What you're experiencing is a side effect of the artifact, she say. What do you mean? The artifact will force you to sleep if used continually for more than 12 hours a day. Oh, that was why you said it was only a temporary measure. Yes, so it's probably better not to use it while you're at home. Since it's good for 12 hours, can I use it if I keep track of the time? Well, yes, but she probably wouldn't appreciate it if I said it was because she's so cute when she's small, she said. Well, since I don't have to go out today, I can use it now, right? I'm sorry, but could you pick me up and put me down on the ground? Your wish is my command, my lady. Is this all right? She replied. Yes, thank you. Our conversation yesterday gave me an idea. Did you ever get to know the Silkisia family tree while you were at Silkisia Manor? Oh yes. I know the direct family line by heart, he said. If you don't mind, could you write it down for me? The family tree probably looks like this right now. I may not correctly remember the people who didn't continue the family line. Duke burned, I think. It looks the same as the one in the noble family records. Has Silkisia meticulously changed out all internal and external documents? Did the current Duke name you Psyche? What was your original name? Psyche replied. Well, I don't know. I have almost no memories before adoption, he added. I see. Excuse my asking? I wonder why I can't remember anything either. What? He say. Oh, I'm sorry. I was talking to myself because I thought of something, she added. But why did you suddenly want to see the family tree? Duke say. I wanted to check something. Actually, His Majesty suggested yesterday that we break off our engagement. But then, I've refused him for now. What? Why did you? He think. I expected it. But that kind of reaction hurts a little. I'm not ignoring your wish to break off our engagement. However, His Majesty wanted to call off our engagement so he could send you to Hesti for a political marriage. That's why. I thought it would be better for you to stay engaged to me, so I had no choice but to say no, she say. Then, the swordsmanship competition you mentioned yesterday, Duke told her. Since I declared that I would not end our engagement, it would look a little funny if I showed up alone to an imperial event, wouldn't it? Sice replies. Then I'll attend as your partner. Thank you. Sending me to Hesti? Nothing like that came up in my past life. What made things change? Above all, Hesti is a northern country where it snows all year round. Did my father say anything like a member of House Silkisia can't go to the north? Burned, inviting Silkisia to the north is forbidden, he said. No, he didn't mention that, but I remember hearing something like that in the past. Is that true? She added. It's a family secret, so please keep this to yourself. People from House Silkisia can't go where it snows. My family has had a snow phobia to varying degrees for generations. When serious, just seeing snow makes us go crazy. That's why I always stayed at an estate in the south during winter, Duke say. Are you saying you also have that phobia? She said. What? Of course, but the current Duke and his sons were fine staying in the capital even during the snowy winter. The members of House Silkisia I have seen up until now were never afraid of snow, Duke explained. Don't you find that odd? Moreover, you were adopted. Well, oh no, is she going to collapse again? Ready to catch her if she falls, Psyche thought. It feels like my head is about to burst. Who am I? Lady Psyche. She didn't pass out. Lady Psyche, do you remember what we were talking about? Psyche say. I do. You mentioned House Silkisia's fear of snow, but I found it odd that I have it too, since I was adopted. He thinking. She didn't lose her memory either. Did that black spark I just saw mean the brainwashing spell on her is getting weaker? It's too early to jump to conclusions. I have to make sure, she replied. Perhaps it's just a coincidence? No, it can't be a coincidence, because you're a direct descendant of Duke Silkisia. To be clear, your powers are not a curse. It's a special ability that runs in House Silkisia, Duke thought. It's become apparent that the effects of her brainwashing are starting to wear off. She doesn't react as strongly as she did the first time I brought it up. She no longer passes out or loses her memory either, but it seems that when she experiences mental dissonance, she gets a severe headache. That's probably the result of the brainwashing spell wearing away. Was it helpful that I prodded her memories? Or was it thanks to, he added, our sparring sessions? I'll have to increase my sparring time with her. A few days later, Cecil said, I think I'm ready now. No, my lady, it's been so long since you've attended an official event with His Grace. Since your earring is so fancy, it would be better not to wear anything on the other ear. And you're wearing a brooch, so I suggest your necklace shouldn't be too fancy. Oh my. I have no choice. Would you like me to add more hair accessories? I gave it my 100%. His Grace will fall in love at first sight, Psyche thinking. He wasn't impressed even when I dressed up much more extravagantly. Cecil added, maybe that was because His Grace doesn't like extravagant dresses. Anyway, trust me this time. If His Grace is not impressed, I'll scold him. Psyche say, what if you get fired? Duke said. Should we just not go? What? Duke added. What His Grace means is, you look so beautiful that he doesn't want to share your beauty with anyone else. Icide said. That's right. His Grace's annoyed expression is due to the thought of other men seeing you. Cecil say. Hold on, you two. Duke say. Shall we go to the carriage? Psyche reply. Let's go. Swordsmanship Stadium. The swordsmanship competition was one of the events held to commemorate the second prince's coming-of-age ceremony. Due to the large number of participants from all over the country, it went on for a week. It was the last day, and as it was customary for the emperor to attend this day, many nobles came to watch. Someone added, my goodness, look over there. Isn't that Duke Lester and Lady Psyche? Oh my, that's right. Didn't they have a fight? I heard it made an alley collapse. Well, they still have to show the public they're on good terms, don't they? Why haven't they broken off their engagement? She think. I knew it. It seems like Lady Lillian is a much better fit for him. Lady Psyche. Which part of what you heard just now was funny? Oh, I'm sorry. It's just that. I just remembered how much you disliked Lillian. What I just said wasn't nice. Please forget it. No, I'm very happy. You seem to have understood my feelings very well. Alright, let's go. She thinking, why is he so happy that I said that? He said, she'll never say something like that to me again. Psyche say, so, you're really not going to get engaged to Lillian? No, lingering hope. Why are the combatants wearing the same clothes? He added, oh, that. It was done to encourage people to fight without being restricted by status. But it didn't work because they were allowed to bring their own weapons. The emblems on their swords reveal what house they're from, essentially telling commoners to step aside. She replied, I see. It is likely that all of the combatants left until today are of noble birth. Announcer, the white mask wins. The black mask wins. Duke say, you're bored, aren't you? She say, I am. Oh, I'm sorry. It's alright. I'm bored too, she added. You brought me here. It would be difficult to find this interesting at our skill level. At least this next match will be worth watching. Announcer, we'll start the third match. Why do those two feel so familiar to me? Incredible, that swordsmanship. Could it be the man in the white mask? Is that Lord Aiden? Then, who's wearing the black mask? It can't be. Amazing, finish him. He's the man who attacked me before. Lady Psyche? She replied, yes. I thought the same thing that day. His swordsmanship. It's strikingly similar to House Silkisia's. Then, attack him. Now, I think I know who he is now. Izar, he added. Are you not feeling well? Shall we step outside? No, it's alright, Psyche thought. If I remember correctly, Izar's swordsmanship was always textbook perfect, precise, clean, predictable. But now, when did he change to such a destructive style? His sword, it feels different. It's like it carries a rage that wasn't there before. Did our eyes just meet? The white mask wins, Duke said. The black masked swordsman. He hesitated. His resolve wavered just before the final blow. I'll visit the combatants' resting area. Just for a moment. Have you not raised your son properly? I'm sorry. Please forgive me, Lennox shouted. How dare a lowly soldier attack my older brother? Izar. Stop it, Lennox, Izar said. Psyche, are you here to laugh at me? Because I lost? She replied. No, I just have one question. That day, was it you who attacked me? If you wanted me dead, why didn't you say it to my face? Psyche's monologue. If someone asked me if I liked Izar as a brother, I'd say no. Absolutely not. All my days in that house, I spent them supporting him, protecting his reputation, compared to Lennox, who abused me openly, or Lillian, who framed me for everything the moment she returned. Izar was the only one who showed me the bare minimum of courtesy, so I suppose a part of me still hoped. Izar's breakdown, because Our father forbade me to tell you. He said you were important. She asked, but why? What makes you so special? Why only you? The only one who matters is Psyche. Psyche must be protected. Psyche must not. Why is our father so partial toward you? If only you weren't so talented, then maybe. Why don't you try it? Psyche's voice was sharp, her frustration evident. What? You can't do it? Are you going to wait until you've shielded your face and there's nobody around before trying to kill me, just like you did back then? Her words stung. Of course you will. What other people think is more important to you than anything. You're a coward, she added. Maybe, deep down, even though she had decided to leave everything behind, Psyche believed Azar had thought of her as family. She believed his strictness was just part of his natural personality, that he had been deceived by Lillian in their past life, leading him to turn against her. Perhaps that was what she wanted to believe, but now, she had no regrets. Psyche explained. I'm sorry I kept you waiting, she murmured. You couldn't properly watch the tournament because of me. She quickly wiped away the tears that were threatening to fall. I'm not crying. Yes, you are. He could see through her, his eyes softening in sympathy. I just wanted to tell you. She hesitated, swallowing the lump in her throat. That even if it's not now, you can cry whenever you want. You keep everything bottled up inside you. I wish you would stop holding it in and do as you want at times. Suddenly, she felt a strange warmth, like a sensation through the ring they shared. Oh, he felt my feelings through the ring, she thought, flustered. So this. Psyche's voice wavered as she glanced up at Duke Lester. He said, just think of me as something to lean on, she say, like a cushion or a pillar. As she wept uncontrollably in his arms, she realized her lingering attachment to Azar was more about fear than love. It was the fear that she might have no one else on her side. We could just go back to the manor, Duke Lester suggested gently. Why let someone like Azar ruin our long-awaited date? A date? She asked, caught off guard. What did you think it was? He teased, a playful grin tugging at his lips. Well, she paused. No, you don't have to answer that. I have a feeling it'll only make me sad. She wiped her face nervously. My face is a mess right now, isn't it? It's cute, like a bunny's. He smiled softly. And this is a private room, so it's all right. A blush crept across her cheeks. A bunny? Her misunderstanding deepened, and he couldn't even explain himself before she continued, shifting the topic. I'm a bit disappointed that I missed the finals, especially since Lord Aiden had won his round. Why are you disappointed when you spar with a sword master every day? He asked, raising an eyebrow. I doubt it was worth watching anyway. You saw the rounds leading up to it. Due to a significant gap in skills, it ended swiftly. That's true, she agreed, her thoughts shifting. But I was surprised at the awards ceremony. I never thought Lord Aiden would make such a wish. Thus, we present Aiden Hillace, this year's victor, with the winner's privilege. If you have a wish that the competition organizers have the power to fulfill, speak now. My wish, Aiden had said, his voice firm, is to relinquish the Hillace name and adopt the name of the Audent Knights. What? He gasped. You bastard! When he inquired about her interest in becoming a knight, was he hinting at his own desires? Psyche wasn't sure. Well, I'm sure he has his reasons, Duke Lester murmured, looking thoughtful. She thought, yes, he probably has a personal cause for wanting to sever ties with his house. We're not close enough for him to share something like that. She nodded, but her thoughts drifted back to Duke Evergreen's words. But speaking of reasons, I just remembered what Duke Evergreen said last time. If the undying flame goes out in this life, that will. She faltered, wondering what he truly meant. My lady? Lady Psyche? Duke Lester's voice brought her back to the present. Oh, yes. She sighed, guilt washing over her. It saddens me that you couldn't even hear me call you. I can't believe you're thinking about another man on our date. What? No, that's not true, she said quickly. So, is it not? Then were you distracted because you were thinking about me? His gaze softened with amusement. Actually, I suppose I was. She stammered, flustered. Oh my, he replied with a smile. Really? What were you thinking about? She hesitated. Won't he get angry if I tell him? The atmosphere in the room lightened, but there was a sense of impending tension. However, this is about his safety, so I can't hide it forever, even if I have to risk his feelings toward me changing after he hears it. Well, she took a deep breath, steadying herself. Duke Evergreen told me that if your flame were to go out, it would be my fault. Did Witnix say that to you? She replied. Yes. So what? Do you believe him? But he's right. In your past life, you never left House Silkisia until your death. Duke Evergreen knew I had turned back time after dying, so I readily accepted everything he said without questioning it. However, whatever happened to Duke Lester was after my death, so I can't be sure it was my fault. Are you worried about something bad happening to me? That makes me kind of happy, she said. I'm serious. Don't tease me, he added. Oh, I'm not teasing you. Anyway, don't worry about what you hear from that bastard. He's no prophet. He's nothing but a bystander. He knows the past better than anyone, but when it comes to the future, well, what? She say. I don't actually understand what you mean. Oh. Well, considering he sought you out and told you all kinds of nonsense, I suppose it's fine for me to talk about it. After all, you possess a special ability to know your psyche. Think before. When I heard a statement like that, my head became flooded with voices warning me about the curse. But now, this is a curse. Deke thought I made a point to keep mentioning her special abilities, so it looks like she handles it much better now. I'll have to persist until her mind control is fully undone. Those with special abilities also have an elevated form of that ability, which we call the Great Power. While there are some discrepancies across generations, the essence of the Great Power remains the same. In my case, I can use my ability to make a fire that burns anything you can see, but my Great Power can even burn things without a form, she said. Without a form? Like what? For example, things like time and space, she replied. Is that possible? He said. It could be, but it's easier said than done. The scope of my Great Power is very limited, and comes at a high cost, a high price, Duke say. I'm not going to tell you what that is, she added. I didn't ask. Well, the Great Power is something you instinctively tap into in necessary situations, so chances are, you haven't had any chance to access yours yet. Oh, but I'm digressing. Anyway, so Witnix's power, she said. Wait a minute. Are you sure you can tell me? Duke added. Well, he brought it up first, and House Evergreen's Great Power has remained the same across multiple generations, so it's not a secret among ability users. His Great Power is memory transfer. All the memories of the prior ability user are passed down to the next. These memories build up across several lives, but then, one could argue that it's a kind of reincarnation. Each person has multiple memories of past lives trapped in their new body. That's a bit. I'm not sure what to say, but that would be so difficult, Duke said. You're right. To be honest, it's more of a curse than a power. To experience the never-ending accumulation of memories and never forget a single thing. That's the reason he remains cooped up in the East and refuses to leave. Cooped up, Duke Evergreen wishes to refrain from creating new memories. Anyway, so although he's knowledgeable about the past, his musings about the future are nonsense. Just ignore him, she think, but he was talking about the past. The things he talked about definitely happened to me. Do you know what Berndia did after you died? And Duke Evergreen remembered it, he said. Lady Psyche, but how do I explain this to Duke Lester? Still, your life could be at stake, Duke say. I had no idea you cared about me that much. He feels happier. Since we're on the topic, I'll just tell you everything. My flame going out isn't something anyone can prevent. Oh, I'm not talking about how everyone dies and things like that. My ability will eventually consume me. It's beyond my control. Currently, I'm attempting to manage it through medication, but there's a limit to how effective that is. He added, no ability user of House Lester has a long lifespan, so I won't burn out because of you. But before, in House Lester's history books, there goes a line like this. Lester, who failed to control his power, was gradually consumed by the flames. Had it not been for his partner Silkisia, she said. You mentioned I could be of assistance, Duke told her. Oh, that, she didn't lose that memory. Never mind about that. In any case, you should do as you wish. I would appreciate it if you chose to stay by my side, but you're not obligated in any way. I only mentioned what could happen in the far-off future. It's not like I'm on death's door. You've lived for the sake of others long enough. From now on, I'd like you to live on your own terms. The outing went beyond the 12-hour time limit, causing her to revert back to her small size. Truthfully, the idea that I'm not destined for a long life gives me the freedom to live however I want, he said. Isn't this kind of lifestyle rather appealing? He probably said that just to put my mind at ease. Had he forced me to stay by his side, I would have easily agreed and just considered it repaying my debt. From now on, I'd like you to live on your own terms, he added. What do I want to do? I'm so tired I'm about to pass out, but aren't you looking great? After a satisfying bath, he slept well. What brings you here all of a sudden? He asked. She replied. She's investigating the Doll Kingdom incident. How long do I have to stay on this case? She wondered. After so much effort, she finally caught the imperial attendant believed to be a devotee. But he took his own life before she could interrogate him. Although the evidence suggests that someone might have taken his life for him, she admitted. In any case, I've reached a dead end. Do something, he began. I was actually going to contact you, to tell you to pass that case to another magician and investigate House Silkisia for me. What? She exclaimed. Give me a break. Why him? It's because of something Lady Psyche mentioned last night. Based on her explanation, it seems that Azar may be a devotee, Leah say. What? Duke said. It seems he was one of the individuals who attacked Lady Psyche during the Doll Kingdom debacle. Devotees. The term is used to describe individuals who practice forbidden magic, he added. Lady Psyche said she saw Azar make contact with a female magician named Siona at the festival. She say, Siona too, bros? She gasped. No wonder I get a bad feeling every time we cross paths. I knew there was something off about her, he said. You suddenly seemed full of energy. Well, if I have to do the investigation anyway, then it'll definitely be more fun to expose the weaknesses of people I dislike, she replied. He told her, Since you're feeling inspired, I have another favor to ask you, she replied. Don't push it. She cut him off. Miss Leah was here? Why didn't you let me know? I informed her that we had gone out yesterday, so she asked me not to wake you since you must be tired. I told her everything she needed to know. Also, an invitation arrived for you. An invitation? Who would invite me somewhere? It's the Blue Moon Guild, he explained. He's rather impatient. So if you want more details, arrange a meeting for me with Lady Psyche. He made that demand just a few days ago, yet he's already invited you. Have there been any developments in finding the necklace? Any new information? Psyche said. Nothing in particular. I haven't learned much about that man with the scar either. It might be a good idea to meet with him at least once. Yes, but since we're unsure of his identity or his intentions, it would be wise for us not to show all our cards, she agreed. We don't have to be truthful about all the information we share, do we? You're right. We don't, Your Grace and my lady. Thank you for accepting my invitation, said Jess, the chief merchant of the Blue Moon Guild. I am a bit disappointed that you chose to meet here instead of allowing me the chance to host you in the best room at our store. Without knowing his plans, they couldn't risk entering his territory. Oh, but it seems that the individual who made this meeting possible did not come along. Jess noted. I need to calm down, he thought. She's just acting this way so we can easily uncover this man's intentions. Oh my, I was so impatient that I didn't even introduce myself, Jess continued. My name is Jess, the chief merchant of the Blue Moon Guild. This scar on my face was caused by an accident. I'm sorry if it startled you, Lady Psyche. I'm just an ordinary merchant, so there's no need to feel uncomfortable. I see, she replied calmly. This is something Lady Psyche and I discussed in advance. There are rumors circulating about my incompetence and my supposed obsession with you. Considering this, I may as well pretend to be a little dense. That way, it'll be easier for you to take control of the situation, and if the opportunity arises for him to speak to me one-on-one, he may drop his guard and inadvertently reveal some information. Jess say, Please have a seat. What kind of tea would you like? What do you want, Lady Psyche? Duke asked politely. Oh, well, I'll drink whatever you drink, she answered sweetly. Her acting is so convincing. Sir Jess? Please just call me Jess. If that seems too informal, Mr. Jess is sufficient. Alright then, Mr. Jess. Duke Lester told me that you wanted to meet me, but I have no idea who you are. What business do you have with me? He think. Was she always this good at lying? He wondered. Could it be that she just acts like it's fine even though she has something against me too? Oh, the reason I wanted to talk to you, Jess said, pulling out a document. Actually, would you take a look at this? These are things that His Lordship, Lord Lennox, added to House Silkisia's tab. The payment is due soon, but he hasn't visited the guild recently. My lady, would you help me out? An exquisite gem bearing its own unique name, and a decorative sword rumored to have been wielded by royalty from abroad. The latest fashionable presses and footwear, as well as precious spices brought in from far-off continents. Tea sets that cost more than their weight in gold. She asked. What's all this? As previously stated, these are the goods that Lord Lennox requested from us. We have them all, but he's not responding to us. Looking at the objects, it was apparent that they were for you, a lady, leaving me no choice but to reach out in this manner. We are looking forward to a speedy payment so that we can deliver the goods. Psyche think. The Duke or Czar might get me these things considering their concern for House Silkisia's reputation, but this man must know that Lennox would never order such things on my behalf. It doesn't make sense that an assassin's organization, whose success depends on obtaining information, wouldn't be aware. I can't believe Lennox Silkisia, that bumbling nuisance, is creating such problems for her. Lady Psyche, we don't know his intentions for wanting to meet you, so why don't we establish some kind of signal between us beforehand? She replied. We can't do anything complicated. Shall we hold hands? What? She say. In a cafe. I doubt he will notice two people just holding hands under the table across from him. Oh, if it makes you uncomfortable. No, not at all. Let's do that. Hidden intentions, 1000%. Just as I thought. I'm the only one who's self-conscious about it, she added. I feigned surprise at the situation, but to be honest, I had already seen this list. In my last life, this list and the bill were sent to House Silkisia. But it was an exorbitant price even for us, so I contacted the guild to ask if some of the items could be cancelled. However, Lennox was furious that I cancelled items he ordered for Lillian, and he hit me. After calmly considering the situation, it should have been clear that Lennox didn't have enough knowledge to order these products. It's likely that someone urged him to make the purchase. My lady, Jess said. She replied. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just taken aback. I don't think these items are for me. What? These rare items ordered by His Grace are not for you. Oh, her arrival was so recent, I forgot that there was another lady at House Silkisia as well. Yes, these were probably ordered for Lillian. Jess think. Well, given her temper, she would go after such valuable possessions at every opportunity. She asked. Huh? What do you mean? Oh my, that just slipped out. I was talking to myself. I know Lady Lillian on a personal level, so I misspoke. Please accept my apology, Duke say. An apology? I don't think that'll work. How could you assume that a common merchant can escape the repercussions for speaking ill of a noble lady? My lord, that's not it. Due to my close relationship with Lady Lillian, I unintentionally mentioned something without realizing it. I never intended to criticize her. Do you expect me to believe that? Jess replied. If you're skeptical, put me in the same room with her, and I can prove it to you. Why don't you drop the act now? I don't feel like playing along. Was Lady Lillian your real target when you expressed interest in meeting Lady Psyche? She surprised. What? I guess she's keeping up the act. I didn't deceive you. Everything I said today is true, Duke said. Then are you admitting that she intruded? You're a liar. I can't believe that someone as malicious as you could know Lillian. She's never mentioned anything like that to me. The necklace. Actually, it strikes me as rather suspicious. You claim that Lady Lillian has Keaton's necklace, to the person who introduced us. Why would someone close to her make such a dangerous statement? There's no chance the Black Moon doesn't know the significance of that necklace, she added. Your Grace. He belongs to the Blue Moon Guild, not the Black Moon. Oh my. I may have misspoken. I'm not familiar with the names of guilds. If you help me meet Lady Lillian, I will provide you with further information about the necklace. You'll know I'm speaking the truth when you find out it's something she always had on her since she was young. Lillian has always worn the necklace, she say. If you know Lillian so well, why can't you just visit her directly instead of coming to me? Jess replied. Well, perhaps she doesn't want to see her old friend now that she's a noble lady, or there could be some misunderstanding that I don't know about. Despite my numerous attempts to reach her, Lillian refuses to meet with me, Duke say. First, we'll confirm if what you say about the necklace is true. If it is, then we'll get you a meeting with Lady Lillian. He likely assumed that I was on the same side as the man Lady Psyche disguised as, and that details about the necklace would be valuable to us. Psyche say, Your Grace, how could you make such a promise only based on this person's words? What about Lillian? In all honesty, what truly frightens me at this moment is Lady Psyche. Of course, she's your family, so we mustn't risk her safety. She's so good at pretending to be clueless that it's even fooling me. If you agree to meet in a public place and in the presence of both Lady Psyche and myself, with the knowledge that any foolish actions on your part will result in your head being severed, I'll help you meet Lady Lillian. Jess agreed. All right. A few days later, at Silkisia Manor. Excuse me, my lady, Lillian said. What is it? Maid say. Well, a letter arrived for you. A letter? From whom? It's from Lady Psyche, Lillian said. What? Give it to me. You're a fake. How dare you? Cecil say. Welcome, my lady. Lady Psyche is waiting for you in the drawing room. I will escort you there. Oh, but we would be grateful if your servant could excuse herself to the waiting room. Are you telling me to walk around without an attendant? Maid reply. If you need help, we can assist you. His Grace is not fond of strangers strolling through his residence. Or, would you prefer to wait until His Grace returns to grant special permission? Please ring for me once your discussion is over. Lillian shouted. You could have just come home if you had anything to say to me. How long do you plan on bothering Duke Lester? Psyche calmly say. Why don't you have a seat first? Though if you prefer standing, it doesn't matter to me. Why would I subject myself to possible harm by going back there? They even hired private soldiers to detain me the last time. Lillian accusing. Don't you have any shame? I know they picked you up off the street, but still you belong to House Silkisia. How could you stay in a man's house before the wedding? Psyche ignoring the insult. I thought you came here because of the letter. Lillian sneering. What about it? Do you honestly think I trust anything you say? Psyche said. Lillian, you shouldn't have come if you didn't believe me. Otherwise, I would have just thought. Oh, I guess Lillian doesn't care that the holy water turned dark during her ability verification test. Lillian shocked. How in the world do you know about that? Did Duke Lester tell you? Psyche calmly said. No, he didn't. I can swear on the god Vicente. Considering how the Duke must have sworn on his house's reputation to bear witness for you, that's a rude thing to accuse. Thinking raised, it won't hurt to let her think I have an informant. During her ability verification test, the holy water turned murky. An ominous sign that could destroy the reputation Lillian had worked so hard to build. That's probably why she came so quickly after receiving the letter. Lillian frustrated. Then how do you know? Psyche coldly. Unlike you, I don't make a habit of spreading rumors. Lillian angrily. What are you talking about? Are you insinuating that I spread rumors about your indecent behavior? Those rumors must have come from truth, Psyche added. Father Izar Lennox, from our past experiences, I already knew we'd never have a proper relationship. But Lillian, the worst thing she ever did to me hasn't happened yet. When she came back, she was furious at all of us, even though we were worried about her. Spreading rumors about me wasn't even the worst of it. I hoped she would apologize for it, but no, maybe it's better this way. Since she's acting like this, I don't have to feel guilty anymore. Psyche coldly added. Fine, I'm tired. Let's get straight to the point. What did you do with the necklace? Lillian stammering. What are you talking about? As a noble, I have many necklaces, Psyche said. You have that large emerald necklace, right? The one you've had since your time in the desert? Lillian panicking. How do you know that? Psyche say. A witness saw you with it before you returned to House Silkisia. Where did you hide it? Lillian desperately clutching her chest. It's mine. Why are you looking for it? Thinking raised, her hand, she's clutching near her neck. It must be a habit from when she used to wear it constantly. That necklace must have been her last ray of hope, her only protection in the desert. Upon realizing you had Keaton's necklace, you tried to make a fake copy, didn't you? Afraid the Imperial family would confiscate it if the truth came out? How dare you? Lillian, crying out. Why do you keep trying to rob me of everything? You were only supposed to be my substitute. You stole what was rightfully mine while I was gone. Despite everything, I tried to hold back. I felt sorry for you, but you're still trying to take everything from me. My father, my fiancé, and now my necklace, Lillian accusing. Or what? Are you hoping His Majesty won't send you to Hesti if you retrieve it and present it to him? It's impossible. Wake up. Why are you so obsessed with it? You already know it's not your mother's. Lillian staggering. What? How do you know that? Psyche, your friend told me. Lillian furious. My friend? Psyche say. I mean Jess. Lillian furious. That bastard. A necklace intended as imperial evidence and a young girl, found abandoned together in the desert. It must have been evidence deliberately discarded by someone. So what? The necklace is mine. It makes no difference to me whether it belonged to my mother or not. It protected me when I was alone, when I had no one. That necklace was all I had. You want to spread rumors? Go ahead. The necklace will protect me again. Psyche reply. All right, now I have no doubt. Jess said the necklace was always around your neck, and you had a habit of clutching it. If it had been a poison dart necklace, you couldn't have done that. Keaton's necklace was never a weapon. Yes, the Reese case was built on a false accusation from the very beginning. Lester Manor. What happened? He reply. You certainly took your time. And even brought a guest, Leah said. You asked me to come as soon as possible. Isn't this supposed to be urgent? I also have something I wanted to talk to you about. Whether it's urgent depends on how you look at it, but it is a matter of great importance. Really? Where's the sweetheart? Lady Psyche is resting in her room. She has a terrible headache, and besides, I'm not sure how much we can discuss with her around. She think, so it wasn't a poison dart necklace after all. I knew it. It was so out of character for Reese to do something like that. Durrell, that bastard, that awful. He knew everything and lied anyway. He made up some ridiculous story about seeing Reese plotting treason. Oh, I'm sorry. He said, no, it's fine. I also condoned my father's actions back then, simply because I was young, Leah say. So what about the necklace? Lillian has it, right? Why not just take it from her? It's not that simple, she added. Why? Is it because she's a member of House Silkisia? Since when do you care about that? He said. Well, you definitely don't care. So why don't you do it yourself? Either way, getting that necklace won't change anything. From how things turned out, it seems highly likely the Emperor orchestrated everything from the very beginning, she said. By the way, is this information reliable? What if it's another fake necklace? I believe it's real. The man from the guild said the lock looked damaged, and there were initials G.S. engraved on the back of the emerald. Also, when the necklace is hit, a blue energy shields it. The fakes didn't have that feature, she replied. That's right. I put that spell on it. After the sweetheart broke the necklace once, I cast a protection spell on it, Duke added. She damaged a gift meant for the imperial family? Leah say. Of course not. It wasn't supposed to be for the imperial family. Sweetheart loved her mother so much. I gave her something that matched Ree's eye and hair color. Then how did it? She became upset. I don't know. I should have questioned Durrell more back then. But that scoundrel claimed he saw Reese ordering additional work on the necklace. No point dwelling on the past now. We need to focus on the current problem. Did you find anything about the spell on Lady Psyche? She added. You're heartless. Yes. I have a general idea. It's a type of forbidden magic. Do you remember Sweetheart's original name? Duke said. Actually, that's been bothering me. Given the circumstances, I must have met Lady Psyche before, but I just don't remember. I thought maybe I was too young. Are you saying my memory was altered because of a spell? She said. Yes. Oh, okay. So her name... Wait, you're telling me she's Psyche Silkisia? If it wasn't for the spell, I would have recognized her instantly. It's a magic that obscures a person's existence. She has multiple layers of magic cast on her, and was even given fake memories, he replied. Who cast it then? Leah explained. Siona Tubros. She's the most likely suspect. Her expertise is in mind magic and illusions, and that's the issue. Ideally, the caster needs to lift the spell. That's going to be difficult. Is there any other way? There is. We could use a neutralizing potion to nullify the mind magic, Duke Berndia added. But magic potions aren't your specialty. Can I trust you? Leah replied. You're right. I can't do it. I'm going to ask my friend. Creating a potion like that is hard because you need to completely understand the spell you're counteracting. But now that we know the principle behind it, why are you looking at me like that? He say. It's strange. You just said you understood the principle of the spell. How were you able to figure out forbidden magic so quickly? She say. Well, I mean, he added, I'm the reason. I provided the information. Miss Leah just confirmed it. Aiden, Leah replied. He has nothing to do with the devotees. He just gave me the information. Stay out of this, Leah, Duke asked. Are you a devotee? He replied. No. Stop. I would never bring him here if he was one. Where did you get the information then? He replied. From my family. Sometimes a magician would stop by. I sneaked a peek at his papers. Stop. You'll hurt him. I know you hate the devotees, but Aiden can't even use magic. He couldn't become one if he wanted to. A magician who used forbidden magic visited your family's manor. As I understand it, our family provided a place for him to conduct research, at Duke Silkisia's request. Thinking raised, Logan Silkisia is cowardly. He wouldn't get involved with something like that on his own. Then who was really behind Duke Silkisia's actions? Did the Emperor try to use forbidden magic? Have you ever seen the magician's face? Never. Then what about the research? Was the spell we just mentioned the only thing he was focused on? No. His main focus of the study was, Aiden, are you okay? I'm fine. The magician was researching a substance that could extract a specific energy from a human soul. My speculation is that he's trying to extract the god Vicente's power, the special abilities of the four houses. That was the subject of his research. Aiden say. Yes, based on the documents in the lab, it appeared to be almost finished. I tried to steal his papers as evidence, but it was incinerated the moment I stepped out of the room. Could that be the reason for the beast's attacks? Yes, probably. I attempted to explain this to Lady Psyche and inadvertently involved her too. Duke think it's highly probable that the Emperor is the one responsible for the Reese incident. It seems like the current Duke Silkisia, who's moving for the Emperor, was studying forbidden magic that could extract our abilities. The monster crisis in Leicester territory might also be related. What a headache. Leah, yes? He said. This is the last time I'm letting you off the hook. Let's focus on breaking the spell cast on Lady Psyche, Leah replied. Sure, Psyche said. So you're saying that I'm under some kind of spell? And that's why I keep losing my memory and suffering from headaches? Yes, I understand that this is hard for you to take. Not long ago, just the mention of anything related to brainwashing sent her into a shock, so I considered staying silent until we had a solution. He thought, but she's the one who's directly affected, so it might be better to talk to her in advance. She say. Honestly, I find it a bit hard to believe. From your perspective, that's completely understandable. However, I do believe you. If there is such a spell on me, I want to break it. Will you help me? He added. Of course. I'll do my best. The Magician Association. Alright, she's going to make the magic antidote for you. Hello? Psyche think. Do all magicians look so young? You smell like winter. Hey! You smell like winter. It makes me feel so happy. Croa said the same thing to me. Is she a shapeshifter too? What does that mean? How do I explain it? When someone has a soul that's torn or in pain, that's when they smell like winter. What? Girl added. Don't worry, it's fine. It won't hurt your chances of survival. That doesn't sound fine. Anyway, the problem is the neutralizing potion. What? No one told me that she had such a special constitution. To compensate for her soul's instability, I need one more thing. Leah asked. What is it? You don't have it? I had all the ingredients prepared. Yes, it's something we don't have right now. I need Dahlia, a yellow flower that looks like a trumpet. But the Imperial Palace took all the Dahlia that were in our storerooms. Widely used in different fields apart from magic, Dahlia is often used for reducing stress and boosting the morale of warriors and knights. However, in the case of overdose, fatal side effects occur. The user experiences heightened emotions and stops feeling pain. Duke Leicester, could it be? I think it's not an accusation we can bring up casually, she say. Duke Leicester said that after he refused to break off our engagement during the meeting about the prophecy, the monsters in the Leicester territory had become more ferocious. It happened all of a sudden and without a clear cause. Thinking raised, he mentioned that the other incidents he shared with me were probably influenced by the Imperial family as well. Is it possible that the Imperial family is using Dahlia to control the monsters? He said. What's important now is making the neutralizer to break your spell. Let's focus on that. Leah added. I'll get the ingredients. What's the room number? Girl replied. No, you need to assist me. I can't make this alone, Psyche think. Room number? The Dahlia is in room number 3 here. Alright, which of you would like to go? I was curious about why there were so many doors in this room. Could these spaces be connected by magic? She said. This leads directly to the flower field, so it's not dangerous. Just pick the flowers and bring them, Duke asked. Can't both of us go? Girl replied. That's difficult because that door is intended for just one person. Then I'll go. The potion is for me. I'd like to do this, he think. This is bad. When I look into her eyes, I just can't say no to her. Psyche say. Can I just open the door? Girl replied. Open it 3 times, close it, and then enter on the 4th attempt. Like this. 1, 2, 3. Wow, the space changes every time I open it. What strange magic. Then I can go into the space that opens up this time. Lady Psyche, sweetheart, AGH, what in the world? Where am I? That's strange. This doesn't appear to be a dahlia field. A tombstone. It's worn but seems like it's been kept in good shape. Whose tombstone is this? Silkisia Ursabit rests here. Silkisia. Ursabit? What is this? Be wary of a hide. What was that? God, who could this be? How nice to see you here, Lady Psyche. Psyche say. Siona Two Bros, how did you get in here? Access is restricted because it's a sacred area. A sacred area? For whom? Psyche asked, her voice sharp. Well, this does work out for me. I need to talk to you. Why don't you come here for a moment? But as Psyche moved closer, a strange sensation overwhelmed her. What's this? Something's not right. My body feels heavy, somewhere outside. What happened? Where's Lady Psyche? I don't know. The girl stammered. Leah say. What? That magic wasn't mine. It felt like someone else's power, he added. What do you mean you don't know? The voice demanded. Calm down. If the door gets damaged, that's it. We can't afford to lose our link to her location, he think. A link. It felt very distant and weak. I have no idea where she is, the guard admitted. But it's very faint, yet my ring and Lady Psyche's are still connected. Can you use this to find her? She reply. Your rings are connected, Leah say. It might work. We can summon her back. Meanwhile, in another place, a cold voice echoed around Psyche. See, Lady Psyche? Haven't I explained that running away is pointless? You just wasted my energy, not to mention your own. The person who cast the spell on you is likely. What do you want with me? Psyche demanded. Oh my, don't be like that. I only mean to fix you up a bit, she said with a smile. Oh, by the way, since we're here, Siona said casually. What are you? She gasped. Keep your eyes fixed on the lake, the woman ordered. There's something I've always been curious about. You know, I'm just following orders, but I don't know if I can really trust my sources. So why don't you tell me, what do you see on the water? Psyche stared, confused. What is she talking about? What do I see? It's just her and me, of course. Wait, that's not me. Please, that woman isn't me. What's going on? I've seen this face somewhere. Where was it? Please, kill me, Lester. Suddenly it hit her. The room with the portraits of the past heads of House Silkisia. She's the first head of the house. You saw something, didn't you? The Siona snarled. What did you see? Tell me, Psyche recoiled. I don't know what I just saw, but I'm convinced I shouldn't tell her. Do you think I can't find out if you don't tell me? The woman hissed. If I dig around a little, I'll know soon enough. Psyche Silkisia. Suddenly, Psyche was swept into another vision. What's this? What did I tell you? I don't care if you train in swordsmanship as long as you don't surpass Azar. Oh, that's right. I was about 10 years old when I started doing better than Azar. No, why can't I be better than him? I'd rather not be a Silkisia at all, young Psyche had said. I said that to him. Is this really my memory? Damn it, is it not working properly again? Another voice muttered. What? I know this place. When I raise my head, I'll see Logan Silkisia. Wait, that's not him. Who is her? Are you really going to let her live? A voice sneered. Why? Are you afraid that she'll steal your position? Don't worry. That won't happen as long as you do well. Another voice reassured. There's Logan. Is that Siona Two Bros next to him? And in front of them is. Let's get started. Even if her special ability gets activated, we can prevent her from using it fully by convincing her it's a curse. This is a curse. There'll be bloodshed in the Empire. What's this? Were all these memories fake? This cursed child. Stop. This is a curse. No, no, the blue flame. A warm voice finally broke through the darkness. Are you alright? I'm glad you're back, Duke Lester. What happened? Were you in danger? Lester asked urgently. Duke. Lester. Psyche murmured weakly. Lady Psyche? Lady Psyche! Wake up! Lady Psyche! Lester shouted in panic. In the haze of her mind, voices echoed from the past. They say a stable environment is usually needed for one's ability to awaken. Logan, adopt this child as your daughter and take care of her. What? Logan replied, stunned. All I care about is that her ability awakens. As long as that happens, it doesn't matter what you do. The voice insisted coldly. Another memory surfaced. Nanny, take her and leave this place. Make sure no one sees you. Run away, my lady! The nanny cried. No, Psyche had tried to resist, but everything faded away. These are my memories. My real memories. Psyche realized, trembling. Another scene unfolded. My lady! Where are you, my lady? A small child called anxiously. A petit flower! A young voice squealed in excitement. I was just trying to pick the flower for her. The boy mumbled nervously. The petit flower is gone. She added, worried. What if she starts crying? He panicked. Oh, the flower had thorns. That was incredible. Let's do it again. He blurted out. What? Do what again? Psyche asked, confused. Teddy, you stay put. Hiya! He shouted, setting fire to the spot where she pointed. Does she want me to burn it again? The boy thought, hesitant. Do you like it? He asked shyly. Wow! It's so fun! Psyche exclaimed with a bright smile. I just set fire to where she was pointing. He thought. Since she enjoyed it when I set the flowers on fire, maybe she'll also like that I burned her doll? He reasoned, uncertain, but when the teddy bear crumbled into ashes, Psyche's face fell. Teddy is gone, she whispered, heartbroken. Of course not! The boy cried out, panicked. Suddenly, a graceful woman approached. Oh my, what are you two doing here? She asked warmly. Come here, Riel. Why are you crying? The woman said, pulling the little girl into her arms. I understand. I see Riel caused you trouble. I'm sorry, Berndia. Duchess Reese said politely. Not at all. Berndia stammered. The Flow and my teddy are gone. Riel sobbed quietly. Now, Bern, didn't I tell you not to use your flame carelessly? Duchess Reese gently scolded. I'm sorry. It's hotter here compared to the north and harder to not use. I just meant to use a bit. Berndia apologized. Reese, is your daughter showing any signs? Someone asked. Riel is only 3 years old. She can take the ability verification test when she turns 5. Reese explained. Mama. Riel whimpered, tugging at her mother's dress. Oh my, Riel. I told you not to touch Mommy's eyes, right? Reese said, smiling. Masha, will you go to my room and get it? Reese asked. Yes, Your Grace. Masha responded, returning shortly with a necklace. Here you go, my lady, Masha said, handing it over. What's that? Someone asked curiously. She kept trying to touch my eyes, so I had a necklace made in their exact shade. She appears to be quite fond of it. Reese explained fondly. By the way, have you chosen a birthday gift for the crown princess? Another voice asked. Not yet. What should I give her? Reese mused aloud. Nearby, a little boy crouched next to a shy Riel. Hi, hey, little kid. Peanut, he said awkwardly. Do you like sparkly things? Want me to give you this? My goodness! Look at those two! An onlooker exclaimed. Bern, yeah! Someone called sternly. Bern, you're about 10 years too early. You can't give that to her now. The adult admonished gently. I don't get the sparkly wing? Riel sniffled. She says I can't give it to you now. You can have it later. Berndia promised. Don't forget, alright? Promise me. Riel pleaded. I promise, Berndia said firmly. Back in the present, Psyche's heart ached at the warmth of those memories. Psyche say, Riel, don't cry, he replied. Everything will be fine now. I'll help you, Glorial Silkisia. She vowed silently. Please remember to like and subscribe if you enjoyed the video, as it really helps our channel grow. Thanks.